What's going on, everybody? AB Media 83 here. And today, this is the Colosseum pre show. And I don't know if I was going live today or not, but I decided, go ahead and get this show get it started. Hope everybody's having a good week. We're keeping up with the NBA. If we've been keeping up with the NBA, it looks like Boston is going to try to make history like the Red Sox did back in the early 2000s, and it's going to be interesting to see. Um, now, apparently, I didn't expect your Kang LeBron James to get swept like that, but it is what it is. Denver was too much for him. Oh well. But hope everybody's having a good day today. Just want to have some fun pre Coliseum. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get the link. Somebody wants to come up and get this started. Do so. 1 second. Let me. Oh, come on. Here we go. Copy you. Excuse the noise. That's my phone. I'm about to put that on. Not disturb. All right. Comments. Let's see. Come on. Also, be sure to get the Cash App and support the show. But yeah, anyway, we've had a pretty good week so far. I just moved into a new apartment, and everything's going smoothly so far. But I've been watching Microsoft build over the weekend, looking at what they plan to do with AI and stuff. The AI stuff is really getting interesting. It's a lot of companies are now in the AI race, arms race, as you call it, to be the be the one that has the main implementation of AI. And apparently, Microsoft has taken that up to task, and they're putting AI in everything. And I do mean everything. They're even putting it in Microsoft Office, and it's very impressive. Some very impressive tech. But as far as the Manosphere content, Manosphere goes, I'm kind of doing my own thing. I haven't been keeping up really. Maybe if you guys come up, you can tell me what's been going on in the Manosphere because I've kind of been doing my own thing this week. Mm, Watched a little bit of, I have been watching BGS's streams and stuff, but I've been kind of doing my own thing this week. I would been be able to catch the streams live because usually doing other stuff, but I've been catching BGS's daily streams this week. Um, thought his one on the Mel Octane was pretty good. His his uh his daily on the male octanes was very good, and I enjoyed watching that replay. But when you come in, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Support the channel. So let's have a little fun here. Let's. I don't want to do that. Actually, yeah, that's what I'm going to do for now. So give me a second here. We're gonna have a little fun here. Gonna build a website. Give me a second to set this up. Let's see. Go to my default. What am I looking for? I'm looking for. No, I don't want my browser. Don't want display sheet either. I want. What do I want? I want. Oh, I want. That's what I want. Default exe. Move you up. Move you up a bit. Turn you on. Just setting stuff up here, folks. Let's see. No, I don't. I want. That's what I want. Code. There we go. All right. Now that I got that set up, you're looking at Visual Studio Code, and you're gonna watch me build a website. 1 second while I do some. My phone will act right. Act right about it. Sure to watch your live when you stream when you come in. Hit the Cash App and support the show. And okay, my anyway, putting done. All right, let's get the code. That's my home page. Do I have a link to it? No, I don't have a link to the style sheet yet. Style sheet. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, my phone's really acting a fool right now. Y'all give me a second. Yeah, come on. Try to show the live stream on my phone so I can keep up with the chat. Sorry about that, folks. So I'm accidentally exited out of my browser. But anyway, get some coding done. Sorry about that. Okay. But apparently, these things are still talking about SVE and whatever the heck that is. Ooh, like that. Yeah, this is I'm experimenting with a Copilot, and it offers a whole bunch of suggestions. It's supposed to help you code, and this is pretty much AI that's designed to help you a whole bunch of suggestions and stuff like that. Okay. Oh, man. And give me 1 second. I'm going to switch to um, switch to display. On display. Oh, now you want to act up. Heck on it. Y'all give me a second. OBS going to act up on me now. There we go. Display. Now let's go back to Visual Studio Code. And we're going to back on H2, which is H2. Oh, let's spell that right. Um, A, media, A3, web page. All right. Okay, that's good. That's good. And it's going to add an HR for good measure. And let's go live and see what it looks like on my browser. Hope y'all can see it. About to find out. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Oh, oh, it did show up. Okay. Didn't load my style sheet, so let's see what is going on. See, make sure the style sheet is actually made. Uh, yeah, it's made. So what is going on here? Hmm. It's part of debugging, folks. All part of the process. Uh, save this and let's go back and look at it again. Hmm. I'll figure this out. Let's see. sure I'm going to the right. Yeah, it's going to the right file. So why isn't it? Hmm. Okay, we got a little pickle here. Oh, I think I see what the problem is. See if that fixes it. It does. Gotta make sure you spell things right, folks. Otherwise, you're a little tricky. Make sure y'all seeing that. Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna build out this website here. I'm just building out this website here just for fun. Uh, Let me put an image down there before that. This is just doing some fun HTML. Uh, Also testing out this Copilot. Ooh, thank you very much. Save that. And using a live server here. This is oh, it didn't show up. Hmm. Image didn't show up. Okay. Let's see what's going on. All part of the package, folks. Let's see. Gotta come back. Check my nope, nobody wants to come backstage yet. But let's continue to have some fun here, folks. Doing some live coding here. All right. Make sure it's going to the right address. It is not. Okay, that's the problem. All right. Let's see. All right, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to page, and we're going to say maybe me. I know that'll show up. I know that'll definitely show up. And ooh, yep, that's a big ass picture. Ooh, okay, let's we can fix that. Yeah, as y'all can see, building websites is not for the faint of heart. And here's how we're going to fix that. Delete that. And, okay, still wants to act the fool. Okay, that's okay. Uh, let's see who do we have here. Yep. Yeah, I know that. Uh, see. It's still acting a fool. We'll come back to that later. But anyway, if I know that, I put him there. So yeah, believe me, I know that. Okay, that's nobody. Okay. But six watching, be sure to like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app and support the show. We're gonna switch gears here. If you want to come up and talk with me, that's fine. But we're gonna switch gears here. We're going to talk about. Let's see. Let's go to share screen. We're going to talk about Tina Turner. For those of you who have been living under a rock, Tina Turner has passed away. It's my understanding she passed away on Wednesday, and people have been talking about her ever since then. And she's had long career, including with the king. They call her the Queen of Rock, and we shouldn't forget. We speaking of which, we should forget that the King of Rock, the guy that made her, should be recognized too. Ike Turner. That he rests in power as well. I believe he died back in the early 2000s. Yep, 2007 at the age of 76. But him and there's a infamous picture. I don't know where it's at, but there's an infamous picture of Ike Turner waiting for Tina at the pearly gates. Come on, Anime. Anime, get in here. Anime. 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 I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Anime, get in here. Anime. Anime. But yeah, Tina Turner has passed away, and everybody's talking about it now. Let's move on. Let's talk about your president, creepy Joe Biden. Now, for the record, don't look at me. I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I voted for Trump. But he's y'all's president. I may not have voted for him, but hey, it is what it is. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Hit the Cash App and support the show. Um, I'm not sure if Art's going to go live today. I just wanted to do a pre-show just to have some fun. It ends up being the main show. Hey, I'll take that too. But let me stop sharing. But, your president, Joe Biden, he's planning to run for re-election, and nobody wants him to run. Literally, nobody wants him to run, and most people don't want to run. Most people don't want him to run. Even A majority of Democrats don't want him to run. But they plan to shove Joe Biden down our throats anyway. Yeah, you can't make this shit up. But hey, here's what it is. Give me 1 second here. Just trying to get organized here, folks. Running a live stream is not as easy as we make it look sometimes. Oh, come on. One second here. Go on, Famous Davis. Click clack. Uh, People still talking about the rested. I call it the rested gold digger face. Ebony K. Williams and her foolishness. If he owns the bass, if he owns the bass, but that crazy heifer. 1 second, let me get my OBS here set up. We're going down and let's pull up one of my topics. Ugh. You know what? Let's go with the linebacker. The linebacker with lipstick for a minute. Let me talk about this heifer for a minute. Brace yourselves. Wait for it. Wait for it. Y'all ever see a linebacker with lipstick? Well, there you go. Ugh. Lord have mercy. Uh, if for those of you who don't know who this mammy is, this is Simone Sanders. Oh, or as Professor Black Truth would call her, Simone ain't your mama Sanders. And this heifer, a few weeks ago, came out talking about there ain't gonna be no primary. Yeah, that is somebody's son. I'm glad you said that, Famous Davis, because we actually compare her to Magic Johnson's son. If you ever seen Magic, you know what? If you ever seen Magic Johnson's son, we compare her to EJ Johnson. Let me pull him up. 1 second here. Yeah. Let's see. EJ. Oops. Oh, no, that's him. Never mind. But yeah, we compare her to yeah, she definitely looked like a dude, without question. Let me share my screen for a minute here. Uh Let's see. But yeah, this is Magic Johnson's son. And as you can see, he's well, how can you say it? Special. But nevertheless, somehow, some way, the Democrats prop up this heifer that looks just like him. What's good, Detroit 313? Hope everybody's doing. Hope you're doing all right. Suge Knight looking at, yeah. Damn, she do look like Suge Knight. God damn. Oh, that's terrible. Damn. She really do look like Suge Knight. Ugh. Lord have mercy. But I got some more pictures here. We get to stop looking at her ugly ass. Actually, let's see. Yep. Let's talk about this. How can I put it? Oh, sorry. We'll talk about Trump in a minute, but let's talk about her for a minute. This right here, folks, is what I call the rested gold digger face. For those of you who don't know, this is Ebony K. Williams, and she's notorious for having a rested gold digger face. I call her the rested. I call it the rested gold digger face. Whenever I see her talk, whenever I see she has that. I'm being nice though. I'm trying to keep my channel, a little PG, but y'all know what I mean by rested female dark and heat face. But she has a rested gold digger face. She's the kind of heifer that you'll get with and she'll rob you blind. How come you didn't take me to the mall? How come you didn't take me to the fancy Root Chris? Yeah, this the kind that's that kind of heifer. Now, apparently, she was engaged a few years ago, but I'm kind of with BGS. That's some bullshit. I'm kind of with BGS on that one. There's only one picture of her and her so-called fiance, and no, 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 Detroit 313. I disagree with that. I disagree with your statement. She ain't young. She's my age. I'm 40. She's gonna be 40. I think in September. This ain't no young rested gold digger face. This is an old rested gold digger face. I ain't no spring chicken no more. She ain't either. This is an old rested gold digger face. Let's not get it twisted. This is an old rested gold digger face. But as pretty as that face is, I got some more images here for y'all. Let's see. So browse. Ooh, let's talk about her for a minute. Apparently, Brittany Griner started playing again, and I really don't give a shit. But she made the mistake of having some weed over in Russia and paid for it. And now she's back in the United States, and I guess her fans are happy. I don't give a shit. I never really cared for her. But I got some more people here. Who else could I talk about here? Uh, let me talk about the Godfather for a minute. Yes, The Godfather. May he rest in power. It's hard to believe it's been over a year since he passed away, man. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe the Godfather's been dead for over a year. He's been dead for over a year. Seems like yesterday. It seems like just yesterday. It seems like yesterday. He was doing his live streams, and he had thousands of people watching. No, she's still playing. No, Detroit, she's still playing. But it's hard to believe that he's gone. Him and Alan Roger Curry and David Carroll. I still remember what I was doing the day he passed away. He I was watching Platinum, and he said Kevin had passed away, and I was like, and when I first saw, I was like, oh, come on, man. Then I started to see it pop up everywhere else, and eventually I emailed BGS, and he directed me to one of his frat brothers, and unfortunately, it was true. And I was hoping it wasn't true, but it was true. And that brother is sorely missed. And despite the fact that these heifers are still spitting on his grave, you know what? That's on them. Uh, they should know that he was the nice one, but they chose to spit on his grave, and well, it is what it is. Who else I got here in my library here of photos that we can talk about? Um, ugh, oh, the horror! Oh, the horror! Ah, oh, believe me, I don't want to put this picture up here either. But you talked about Brittany Grinder's career was over. I wish this heifer's career was over, but she keeps popping up on the radar. They send her. They believe it or not, they send her. They sent her ass over to. By the way, if anybody wants to come up, here's the link. And but she keeps popping up in Democratic circles. She was part of an alleged secret meeting that the oligarchs had and shit. And I'm like, why are they trying to force this heifer on us? She's not appealing. She's not going to win you votes. Yeah, she may be a good fundraiser, but that's about it. She ran again for governor and got whooped even worse than she did the first time. I mean, seriously. But then again, this is Washington D.C. We're talking about where you can obviously fail upwards. But yeah, they're still trying to make Stacey Abrams a thing. Why? I have no idea. But I don't look. I don't see who does she appeal to. If you're trying to keep neoliberalism alive, who does she appeal to? I mean, seriously. But anyway, let's look at another picture here. Play with my OBS here. Uh, All right. Let's talk about the Orange Man for a little bit. Yes, we're talking about the Orange Man, Donald J. Trump. Despite and believe it or not, despite all his scandals and shit, I don't know. Detroit 313. Nobody knows the answer to that. But let's talk about the Orange Man for a little bit. Despite all his scandals, if you look at the poll numbers, he's still up on Biden. He's still beating Joe Biden, despite all his scandals. Despite all Donald Trump's scandals, despite the fact he got Me Too'd, he literally got Me Too'd, and he's still beating Joe Biden. Last poll I looked at, he's beating Joe Biden by 7 points. 7 points. Let me say that again. The last poll I looked at, if the election was held today, he was beating Joe Biden by 7 points. But yet, the Democrats are hell bent on shoving Joe Biden down our throats. Yeah, I got my gifs. You can't make this shit up. Gotta have fun with my gifts here. Let's see, do I have a picture of the Pander African? We need to talk about the Pander African for a minute. I should have a picture of the Pander African somewhere. 1 second, folks. I gotta find a picture of the Pander African. If you don't know who the Pander African is, you're about to find out. I know I put a picture of the Pander African in here somewhere. Let's see. It's not in here, so let me look in my pictures. Oh, before we talk about the Pander African, let's talk about BLM for a little bit. Ooh, let's shrink it down so y'all can see it. Let's talk about Black Lives Matter for a little bit. Apparently, the blood money for Black Lives Matter is running out. Oh, we got Brian. We got Brian here. What's good, Snowman?
The hell'd you put that picture up for?
Well, apparently they're running out of money. Oops.
Did they ever have money in the first goddamn place?
Well, apparently they're going bankrupt. They're like millions of dollars in the hole.
Well, the bitches that were in it shouldn't have got a goddamn house. I'm not the one
Oops,
to
did I say
gossip,
that out loud? Yep.
but I ain't the one to gossip, so you ain't heard that from me.
But yeah, I'm just doing a pre-show. I'm not sure if it's going live or not, but having my fun here.
I had planned to do a baseball call tonight, but decided against it at the last seconds. Just so much going through my head right now.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Boston?
As in the Boston Celtics?
Yes, sir.
I hope they put a foot in Miami's ass tonight and Monday.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they can undo history.
I hope they do. They're up 4.
Well, for the second time, because the Red Sox did it the first time in the early 2000s.
Yeah. I'm sick and tired of people heaping all this praise on Jimmy Butler, and he hasn't done a goddamn thing. I'm sorry, he's a great player, but where are his championship teams? Where are the rest of his playoff accolades?
Yeah.
But again, I ain't the one to gossip, so you ain't heard it from me.
Yeah.
And I've always said To be the champs, you have to unseat the champs, and the Heat haven't unseated the champs yet.
Yeah. Oh, just for fun, I specifically put these images in here to troll SBE. Notice we haven't talked about a certain person yet.
I wonder.
Notice we haven't talked about a certain person yet.
I
But
wonder.
but
I wonder who that. I
but you
wonder
know
who
but
that
you
could be.
yeah, Snowman. We're supposed to worship at the feet of this white woman I have on the screen.
Says you.
Yeah.
The only woman I worship to is the one I married.
Hey.
So the rest of them can kiss the back of my fat ass.
Hey.
I'm in a
Do what
mood.
works for do
I'm
what
in
works for
a mood
you.
tonight. I'm in a mood tonight. We
Well,
got
speaking of putting, let me help that mood a little bit. Your thoughts on everybody's Kang getting sweet?
who gives a fuck?
Everybody's Kang. Oh man,
My
the
king originated the number 23. All right, fuck the rest of these people. Fuck them. Fuck these bronzexuals. And fuck LeBron too. He hasn't done a goddamn thing for the NBA in 20 years. Oh, did I say that aloud?
oops.
What am I talking about? I say it aloud every Wednesday. What the fuck am I talking about?
Yep.
I'm sick and tired of these people in this league hyping up a player that has not revolutionized the league in 20 years. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael Jordan walks away, and it was supposed to be a transition from Kobe to LeBron, but Stephen Curry had a lot to say about that. Period. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah. It's true. Steph Curry
Um,
stepped in and made his mark.
the transition was supposed to go from Kobe to LeBron. Here's the problem: LeBron can't play the goddamn game correctly. Oops.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta pull one of your numbers. Give me just a second.
Oh shit! What? Oh shit! What are you doing?
Now where is it at? Okay. Okay. Say that one more time.
You want the entire sentence?
Yep.
The transition was supposed to go from Kobe to LeBron, but A, Stephen Curry had a lot to say about that, and B, what the hell has LeBron done for the league in 20 years? Not a goddamn thing.
Oops.
What the hell has Bronny done? What the hell is. Oh, I said Bronny. Good gracious. What the fuck? I'm thinking too far ahead.
Bronny. I'll judge Bronny when he gets in the NBA.
I'll judge Bronny when he gets to USC, and I have a reason for that.
Okay. Oh, he's going to college first. Okay. Cool. Nice.
Yeah, problem is, I think he chose the wrong school. I mean, yeah, it's out of convenience because LeBron's there. God help us.
Mm-hmm. You think LeBron gonna retire?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Every bronzexual I know has his dick in his mouth.
Yeah, that's true.
He ain't gonna retire. He wants to go out with a championship, and I hope every attempt he makes at getting a championship ends with him failing.
Well, he's failed 4 out of 6. Oh wait a minute. I'm sorry. Did I
4 out of 10.
four out
I
of
mean,
ten? Sorry.
he's won 4 in 10 tries. That's a failing grade.
Yep. By any standard, that's failing great.
That's a failing grade.
Oh,
Good
by the way,
God.
how many has the real Kang run?
6 and 6
Six.
attempts.
6 and 6 attempts. Can't make it up. I was watching when
They
he made
want
that
they
last.
want to make, but here's the problem. They want to make it up. They want to make it up.
LeBron's the GOAT.
Man,
Nobody can be better than LeBron.
LeBron looks like a goddamn goat. All right, oops, did I say that? You can put that
Oops.
meme back up now.
Hold on, wait a minute. Sorry. The brand. Okay. Say that again.
LeBron looks like a goddamn goat. I'm just tired of this shit. I'm tired. And I've been tired since 2003. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me find something.
Mm-hmm.
See, there's a certain segment that I know you love very dearly that we do on the show every Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Oh, bronze sexual.
The bronze sexual, absolutely. The bronze sexual confessions. If
These are
I
their
can find
stories. Yeah, I actually had
All
a
right.
dialysis tech that was a bronze sexual, and he was awfully quiet on Friday.
Gee, I wonder why. All
I
right,
was
here
like,
we
"You'll be all right. Maybe Bron will win the championship for you."
dear God. All right, here you go.
Sexual confession is brought to you by Bron Joy Juice.
Oh
Bron
my gosh!
Ultimate Joy Juice of
Bron Joy Juice.
sexuals worldwide. Made with 100% organic sea milk.
Bron Joy Juice.
World where
That
partial
is
greatness is
hilarious.
celebrated and total greatness is shunned. There stands to be a figure on the lips of those who love him and those who hate him. The inane comparisons to Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant continue and has existed since 2003. There is no end in sight, for the battle between those who unconditionally love and unconditionally hate him wages on. These are their stories. Welcome to the Bronze Sexual Confessions.
Doing. Yep. Bronze sexuals.
Yes.
Man.
And there are
Oh
plenty
man.
of them. And I capitalize the word kind of, sort of, because he's not at USC yet. And he's only going to play 1 year at USC. And he's going to try to walk his into
That
the.
you?
I did that wrong. He's going to try to walk his into the NBA after 1 year at USC. And DJ Rodman's going to sock him in the chest about 500 times.
Ouch.
But I ain't the one to gossip, so you ain't heard it from me yet.
Yeah.
No. Wait.
More. Snowman went in on Bronny Lab.
Not Ablins in the league and shows how much.
Yeah, your audio.
That's his son.
Huh? I'm sorry. Let me just kill that. But yeah, I hope they only play one. I hope he plays one season. He comes in the NBA and they whip his ass. Which should have happened to LeBron, but no, they held LeBron up by the nuts for 20 years. And I'm tired of it.
Mm-hmm. You ever hear what happened to Greg Oden?
He had bad knees.
I know he used to play for Lawrence Central here in Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm. I saw Greg Oden and Mike Conley play at the City Suburban Showdown in 2006 at Northwestern. In fact, I called that game.
Oh, nice.
I called that game. It was a full house, 8,500 people at Welsh Ryan Arena. Yeah. But I'm not. I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to basketball.
Oh, we get that all the time. We're we're black men, so we're never the experts, right? We don't know nothing, right?
We don't know nothing when it comes to sports.
Mm-hmm. I haven't been watching Microsoft Build to keep up on AI all week, right? Oh, play that one more time, please. No, for real. Good old Daffy Duck.
Wait.
What the hell is that?
Since y'all, yeah, let's talk about the late Tina Turner.
You know what? That makes me mad.
Ha! Not Droopy. Good old Droopy. Namer. What's up, Namer?
I'm good. How you been, AB? You hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, good. Oh,
Yeah,
by
we
the
did-
way, I gotta do this.
Here it comes.
Sick Diggy has just broke into this chat, courtesy of Screwball VPN. The VPN all the way out of left field. Joker.
Oh man.
Hey, you look like
people back.
y'all needed a good laugh.
Okay.
Y'all needed a good laugh.
I'm taking people back in the day. So
Excuse me, Brian, I have a question actually. Seriously?
yes, sir.
Serious question. What happened to Chris Bays? How come he didn't show up on Friday?
He had something
Is he okay?
personal to take care. Yeah, he's fine. He just had something.
Oh.
He had some family business to take care of on Friday, so we just
Okay.
filled the time.
Oh, yeah, hey, he a grandpapa. He's a granddaddy, so I can understand that.
Grandpapa.
Oh,
What's
okay. I
up,
didn't know
D.
that.
Scott?
That's terrible.
No.
Oh no, he's had some. He's cracked
Just a
jokes
minute.
about his grandson. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm not joking about his grandson. I'm saying that for the subject that AB just brought up.
That's
Oh,
terrible.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
just bring up. I'm sorry, but I'm getting old.
We talked about their Kang in this stretch, and the sound I need for that is
Yeah. Also, we also realized on Friday, under the right circumstances, why El Jefe would become a bronzexual.
The truth shall make you free.
yeah, no.
Hey, I remember
You free.
because
I never
think
thought
about
I
it.
could play a sound and have Neymar laughing until he almost chokes. I guess I got to play this one more often.
The truth make you free.
I do that sometimes. I do about pressures of him. But what was it like? Because I remember mentoring Chris Bass to everybody. Like, was it on Mrs. Z's hangout? Because he was talking about about Negro night as Chris Bass calls him.
Stay off the weed.
For the record, I haven't touched that in over 12 years. So what the hell?
Oh no, All-Star G. These bros are seeing purple again.
Lord have mercy.
Gotta give him a coin for that. Wait.
Oh.
All-Star G, this one's for you.
No.
Hit him up with some extra. He needs that extra one.
No.
And then finish it off with
Stay off the weed.
Lord have mercy.
Lord, oh man. Yeah, but like what I said earlier, I remember there was a story that Chris Bass had about his grandson, talking about the boy's a toddler, and when he tried to FaceTime his daughter, they introduced, he got a chance to see his grandson, and he talked about how like this little guy just all he knows is he's the guy on the camera screen and everything, on the phone screen and everything.
Yes.
He's a toddler. What do you know?
What did All-Star G say? Even though they never stop.
Hold on, let me check what he's saying.
I played the
No, 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 no.
and the extra
No, 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 no.
and finished it with
Stay off the weed.
which prompts All-Star View's response.
Oh, D. Scott, you said it wrong. It's Craig Ogan.
Trash.
Bum knee trash. Bum knee trash.
Oh boy.
Wait, who's more injury prone when you think about it? Greg Oden or Anthony Davis?
Both.
Good answer.
I'll settle that.
That's on
Both.
Yeah.
You know what they
This
need
discussion is brought to you.
You know what they
Oh, go
need
ahead,
to
sorry.
tell LeBron. You know what they need to tell LeBron James.
What?
You're fired.
Wait, how many years does he have left on his contract? Is the question.
Who cares? Just tell him
You're fired.
and be done with it.
Okay. All right. You know.
Oh, good. They're not gonna
here's
go over the debt ceiling. Okay.
Oh,
You're
okay.
fired.
It's just political theater when you think about it. At the end of the day, it's not like what happened like in 2012 or back in 96,
Yeah,
97.
everybody knows the corporation ain't gonna let them do that shit.
Oh, hell no,
They're not gonna let them fuck.
that.
The world ain't gonna let them fuck up their money like that. Ain't gonna let the Republicans fuck up their money.
No, they're not. Okay.
No, they'll come back. But it's just. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
One more bronze sexual piece, and then I'm gonna go lay it down for the night.
This moment of bronze sexual stupidity is brought to you by Hooked on Bronix. When you start talking like an idiotic bronze sexual, Hooked on Bronix can set you right. Call 1-800.
Oh my God,
Yo,
that's so wrong. Hook on.
Wait, don't
Hook
forget.
on
JP,
Bronix.
now approve all this. Don Bronix can set you right. Call 1-800. Yo, Kang. Ray,
Hey.
Bronix.
now approve all this.
Hey, don't forget the Bron Joy Juice.
I already played that one.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I already
My bad,
played.
I missed that.
You know what's bad though?
What?
I have to send you guys. Well, Naima, you've seen the video commercial already for Hooked on Bronix. AB needs to see it. I have to send it to him.
Yeah. I've seen it on the show plenty of times.
Yeah.
Especially on on Wednesdays. So
AB needs to see it, because all I'm going to tell you is that last part of it with the guy looking in the camera.
1 second.
Hey, Snowman, before you leave, I gotta ask a question.
Yes, sir.
How's the missus doing, by the way?
Better. We just put in a lot of. She had. I helped her move her office from one building to another today, and we're both just like really exhausted.
Okay.
That's
my email in the back chat.
Okay. The reason I'm bringing this up because the reason I'm bringing it up is because like what you mentioned, her medical condition and such.
Mm-hmm.
Because my mother didn't have bone spurs, but the thing was for her is she had like varicose vein. She was dealing with deep vein thrombosis and such, and varicose veins in her leg.
Yes.
And my mom is 5'5", and it got so bad that going down up and down flights of stairs could be a challenge for her. Because it's not to mention, and and at her height, given her height and the weight that she had put on, it was troublesome. But but a few years later, after we all left the house, the kids that is, because we're all grown now.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of less stress. She started making some changes. It was just me and my dad, her and my dad. Sorry, it was just her and my dad, and her knee issues started to reduce as well. I also got a great aunt. I got a great aunt through mutual family, family connections. She had some knee problems herself, but I think it was like through knee surgery that she was able to overcome her problem.
Yeah.
God rest her.
That's good.
May she live a long life, or God rest her soul. Because I'm not sure what happened to her, but
AB, you now have the commercial.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Man,
You fool!
Hopefully. Anyway, just to give Jody my best and make you guys
I
find the
will.
right physician, the right GP, the right specialist who can give you the right answers to what to
We
do.
will. We will.
But
Thank you, brother.
like I
Appreciate it.
said, 5'3", her size and everything, because like you mentioned, she also has some other
Yeah.
other issues.
Yeah.
So that may
We'll get it. We're gonna get it together. We're gonna get it
All
together.
right.
Hey, thanks a
All
lot,
the best.
guys.
You have a good evening. See you Monday.
Yeah, I got it. I got it, Snowman. Have a good night.
Yeah. Hey B,
So,
how you been, man? How's everything? How's everything in Indianapolis?
yeah, I just moved and been getting settled into my new apartment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How's everything? Go
I had to
ahead.
wait for my
Sorry.
internet to get. I had to wait for my internet to fully get on because it took them a while to actually hook my high speed internet up.
Okay. What is it? 4G, 5G you got?
I think 5G.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I live in a small town, and when I moved here, this is back 2011. I got they everything was fiber optics. They already had the fiber optics, everything set up. So we just had
Oh,
to like
really?
have the bot. Yeah, they had everything set up here because there was just like one company, and they had like two cable operators. Well, they ended up resorting with one, and that one cable operator also provides my internet. And
Okay.
so,
Nice.
yeah, well, it was a good arrangement, but the cable company, I had to like I could just get like a TV package with them. I just settled for internets, and it was like a few years ago they kind of upgraded everything to 5G. So without me having to do any reinstallments or anything like that, I just checked on the website, and on my file and on my profile it said you got 4 and 5G. So I've been having fun with it for the most part. But this is
Okay.
Scandinavia, so it is what it is. I'm just surprised you guys things are just taking so long over there to advance technologically speaking.
What BGS has a term for it. Old dinosaurs won't get the fuck out of the way.
Yes, 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 of course.
And it's
Okay,
and it's starting to get old, man. I'm like, would y'all just get the fuck? I don't like to wish death on people, but get the fuck out of the way. Your ideas are old, busted, that don't work.
geriatrics. That's the word you're looking for.
Geriatrics, yeah.
Mm. Oh, wait. Somebody who I've respected a lot is a podcaster named Dan Carlin.
Mm-hmm.
If you're familiar with hardcore history, he had a show also called Common Sense where he talks about the politics of the day, right? And he's like a independent, refers to himself as a political Martian, and he hates both. And he says, like, let's face it, folks, Republicans, Democrats, two wings on the same vulture, and it looks like a California condor who should have died when it got hit by a power line, but somehow survived multiple times. Too graphic for anybody?
Mm-hmm.
Too graphic? Was that description a little too graphic for anybody? No? All right. So I'm just thinking, like, look, there's just, I don't know, from state to state, you got to understand, like, the whole infrastructure thing, has a lot of red tape, a lot of bureaucracy that's in the way, and the permits, licensing, and everything. It's not as streamlined. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like sometimes you wonder what the hell. And it's like, fortunately, this like what you said earlier about the budget finally being passed, and they avoided the default. I mean, how many times are they gonna play this game?
Yeah, as many times as they can get away with it.
My question is it the donors?
Unfortunately,
Yes, basically.
pretty much.
So, yeah, I mean,
Most of your politicians are owned by somebody.
thank you, George Carlin, for explaining that to us all. It's a big club, and you're not in it, as he once described.
Yep.
I mean,
Unfortunately, it is a big club, and we're not in it.
it's a kleptocracy, as when Chris Hedges describes it as. But then again, some of us have come from places where you have oligarchic rule. Uh, some of us come from places that are like one party authoritarian,
Yeah.
and we've seen how that should happen. How many of us have seen what kind of mess the bureaucracy in some of those places can be. Hell, like in India, sometimes you got to grease a lot of palms just to get one thing, just to get one step in the right direction at times. I mean, there was I remember a Sierra Leonean filmmaker. He did like a documentary where he went to Kenya and he was like living among the people and tried to expose the corruption there and such.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting. It was kind of interesting what he did, but unfortunately they broadcast on CNN, so you got to take it with a huge grain of salt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you can't take anything at face value. Just like I remember, they had like these documentary series on CNN International. I used to watch. This is like in the late 2000s, and one was where like, you had a couple of documentary filmmakers go undercover in the eastern part of the DRC, and they went to a cobalt mine.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like asking the people like, how is that being, and they were like uncovering how the conditions of some of the mines were and how they were able to smuggle it out of the country and export it to the outside world and such. It just shows you just like what people will do just to get ahead in this world and who they got to exploit.
Yeah, unfortunately, our politicians are exploiting us right now, and it's pissing me off.
They're exploiting y'all, dividing y'all, and just
Yep.
and at the end of the day, we got to live with the consequences of those decisions they make. Well, y'all,
Yep. We do.
here where I'm at, you got to worry about, it's a multi-party, parliamentary style form of government. So everybody's getting scrutinized one way or another, even at the local level. Because at the local level, how many people are involved in politics at their local level? Because everybody's so focused on at the federal level, but nobody talks not or might be focused at the state level, but at the county or local level, how focused are most people?
Not really focused.
That's the question.
I admit that.
Because that's the first person that affects you in your day-to-day existence. It's your mayor and the city council there. Secondly, it's the governor and the state legislative, as well as the Supreme Courts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and this is what happens when you have like a politically a society that's not well versed in local politics or national politics at this level. Because
Yeah.
because like I remember, was it like we had discussion on Mr. Z's channel, like how, and I remember what was it, PK mentioned this is what happens when you introduce civics, and I'm like, dude, consider who's controlling the education system. Do you think they're just gonna let us have civics? Like you're gonna let y'all have civics like that?
Shit. I won't hold my breath.
Since you gotta go shit, I gotta go motherfucker.
Mm.
What's the name of the actor from The Wire whose trademark is that phrase shit? What's his name?
I don't remember.
Hang on, let me check him out because I remember he was in the Five Bloods. That last movie that Chadwick Boseman did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in that movie, and I didn't know he was left-handed too. Because in the movie, because in that movie, when he was handling his rifle, he was doing it southpaw. Yeah. Five Bloods. Oh, the Five Bloods. I spelled it wrong. Isaiah Whitlock Jr. That's his name. And it's interesting, you brought you met, you quoted Isaiah Whitlock because that phrase itself was part of a Netflix series called where is it? It's on a Netflix series called The History of Swear Words.
History of swear words.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. Hosted by Nicolas Cage, and Isaiah Whitlock is on episode 2 when they talk about the word shit.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting.
So you got I'm surprised and that kept me sane after oh shit. Here's the funny thing about the series. The day it came out,
You hear about these
January
knuckleheads?
5th. No. The history of cursing, the history of swear words. Its original release date was January 5th, 2021. And what happened the following day?
Uh, don't know. I'm doing something else, neighbor.
Oh, the Capitol. Remember the Capitol? The Capitol. What happened at the Capitol on January 6th?
Yeah.
Okay, so the day before that, that's when this Netflix series, The History of Swear Words, came out.
Okay.
That was the original series. That's the original release date. But anyway, so we're looking into. It's kind of comical, kind of ridiculous. Nicolas Cage being the host. But it is what it is. But yeah.
Yeah. We got to talk about this knucklehead for a minute. We got to talk about. Oh, how can I put this? We have to talk about. I actually got a gift for just for him. I got a gift just for this knucklehead. We got to talk about the
Mm-hmm.
Panda African. Don't know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Dr. Umar Johnson.
What has he done this time?
Uh, he came out with a TikTok talking about black people when they need to stop sending their kids to college and get into the trades because of AI. AI ain't gonna take all the jobs, so we need to get a skill with hands and we need to do stuff with our hands and blah 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 blah. I'll play the video just a minute. Give me a second.
Oh my god! Please go ahead.
But yeah.
Fair use, folks. Oh,
I gotta
AB,
look
can
it
I
up
make
on
a
TikTok
suggestion
first.
also? Yeah, can I make a
Yeah.
suggestion also? You know how Charles always has that explicit sticker at the corner of his screen whenever he does a live?
Oh, parental advisory.
Yes, the parental advisory sticker. For explicit for yeah. It'd be great if you have that on yours as well, just in case, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah. Let's see. Umar Johnson College. But yeah, we're gonna. I'm gonna play it just a minute. Let me make sure I got the right one. Oh, come on.
Let's not get frustrated. Stay calm, collected, and focus on
Mm-hmm.
what it is. If plan A doesn't work, try plan B.
Yep.
Mm.
I'm about to try Plan B. Let's see. Reload it.
people should get in the trades because of AI. And shit. I mean, people are panicking about AI.
Yikes.
Unfortunately, people, like I say, far too many of us are reactive, not proactive.
Yep.
But then again, how many people have the foresight? No offense.
Not many. Unfortunately, not many at all.
Or
All
how
right.
many
Let
people
me.
have been heating? Oh, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Oh, wait a minute. That's part of the problem. I haven't logged in. Got to log in first.
Oh, you on TikTok?
Yeah, I just cleaned out my browsing history, so I just have to log in and stuff again.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that's one thing. People need
Sometimes,
to clear out their browser.
sometimes you got to clear that shit out. Make sure stuff runs properly.
Mm-hmm. Was
So
every
it'll be
once a week I gotta. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you got to clean that shit out every now and again. All right, let's try this again.
Now we got 2 phones and a tablet, and I clear out this, and I have to go into storage and clear out, the cache
mhm.
every once in a while. In fact, I got to do it right now. Thanks for reminding me.
Yep. Oh, here we go.
Mhm.
One second. Let me share my screen. Let's go to percent.
I'm just gonna mute up in the meantime.
Oh, it's not very long.
It's from now.
Well,
You have to
out of
make sure
respect.
you are majoring in a profession
wait a minute.
that can only be done with.
Sorry, I gotta redo this.
No problem.
Let's try this again. Yeah, share screen. There we go.
Black people better stop sending their kids to college and start sending them to trade school, because with the artificial intelligence takeover, any job that a robot can do won't be around 10, 20 years from now. You have to make sure.
So your bright idea is to not get into AI. I'm just saying.
What
You
else they
are
say?
majoring in a profession that can only be done with human hands. You follow me?
You can do AI with the human hands, Dr. Umar. I'm just saying.
Yeah. The trades can only be done with human hands. Black
AI can be done with human hands. It's called machine learning, Dr. Umar. I'm just saying. But yeah, I did not agree with that statement.
To quote Chris Bass, what in the all types of blue hell?
Yep. But that's your Panda African, everybody. That's your Panda African's thought on the situation. You go to trade school. AI taking over. Instead of learning what AI is, learning what machine learning is, learning what Mid Journey is, instead of learning what Chat GPT is, we go to trade school.
Why can't we combine the two? Is my question.
That's what we need to do. Do both, so we can
Yeah,
help our brother. So we can help our brothers keep their jobs.
keep the jobs. We all work together as like a unit. You know, because you're gonna need, because yes, there's still, I mean, trade schools can still put, because like remember, my pops wasn't, my dad, God bless him, was an engineer.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't shit on the, but he doesn't shit on the architects. He doesn't shit on the foreman, the accountants, anybody at the construction company. He doesn't shit on it. He doesn't. He understands everybody has their position in this project. Any project they got, everybody has a role to play in this.
Yep.
Whether you front office, finance, if you on the job sites. One thing I remember with my father is this, and the reason I call myself a hard hat baby is because of him. He always had a hard hat in the car. because every now and then he had to be on the job site just to see what's going on. He had to communicate because he had to make sure everything was sorted out. He had to talk to the whoever's in charge, the foreman at the construction site, talk to everybody, making sure the supplies are there, the contractors, communicate with some of the people with the front office, the architects, and they all had to be there to make sure everything was working all right, as well as when they had to be in the office and handle certain calls, make sure that they go over certain things with the finance and legal office and everything. So my thing is like, yeah, should there be people in trade? Yeah, but they took out a lot of things out of high school. For example, they took out learning.
Mm.
I mean, I remember we talked about this with in the Colosseum on Mr. Z's hangout a couple of times. Definitely on BGS's hangouts back in the day.
Yeah.
I know it's only been a few years ago, but a few years back, we used to talk about this. And I remember when chopping with AL Evans in his day, they had shop, they had the garage and everything.
I hope
There
he's
was home
okay
economics.
because he hasn't
Huh?
been sounding he's been sounding depressed last night. I hope he's okay.
AL?
Yeah. He's been sounding kind of depressing, and I've been praying for him.
Has anybody got his phone number? Call on and check on him, see how he's doing and everything.
I
Does
don't
anybody
have
have
his
his
phone
contact?
number. I don't have his phone. I've been a little worried about him because he's been
You already
kind of
no
scaring me.
yeah. Your concerns are valid. Your concerns are valid at sorry, AB.
Because he's been
Because
scaring me the last few times he's been on. I'm like, is everything all right, man?
I remember when he talked about there's that he mentioned the 12 gauge and everything. I said, please don't do that, man. Don't scare me like that. We still need you, man. Because I remember what was it that one time what was it, a couple years back? You remember T Hassan? We on T Hassan's on Dr. T's show. There was that one episode where they dedicated to a fellow brother in the manosphere who took his own life.
Oh, Forrest Windu.
Forrest Windu.
Yeah, I didn't know him too well, but yeah, that was really sad. He was married and everything. That was
You never know
really
what's
sad.
going. You never know what's going through people's minds. I mean, what drives a person to that? I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I battled all those thoughts every day. The only thing that keeps me alive is my OCD. And I've been like damn near close, but like anxiety attack kind of stopped me from doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to fight those thoughts that every now and then just like can take a toll. It just takes a lot out of me. Unfortunately, I always like try to pick up the phone and have somebody to call and let them know I'm not doing okay, and they got to talk me down, figuratively, talk me down from the ledge figuratively.
Mm-hmm.
So,
by the way, those you just coming in, like, share, and subscribe. Hit the Cash App and support the show.
oh, sorry, I forgot to hit the like button. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. But yeah, I've been moving all weekend, last 2 weeks, and getting settled in. Fortunately, they got a weight room here, so I can do a workout. I can do a proper workout every other day when I'm out on
Wait,
dialysis.
what's your height and weight, first of all?
About 5'8" and about 217.
Okay, not too bad, not too bad. But if you can like drop down to 200 at least, that'd be cool, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, what's your body type?
I've been a big dude all my life.
Heavy set.
Yeah, I've been as high as 320.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like Big Kev is like 5'9", and he was like he's still kind of baby Huey right now.
Yeah, I've been as high as 320. What up? The link is
What
there if you
up,
want to
man?
come up. If anybody wants to come up, but yeah, I've been as high as 320, and I can still move though. Wasn't like I wasn't like you be seeing on these shows the obese people to be having fat hanging off their knees and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at that stuff. I was like, oh hell no, I gotta do some kind of activity or something. I ain't about to have fat hanging off my knee and stuff like that, off my kneecaps and shit. I was like, what the?
That sounds like some kind of disorder, some kind of medical condition, like
Yeah,
elephant leg or something like that. Yeah. Like
yeah,
I
they
remember
had
my
to
mom
have
had to like, yeah.
where they be having to have crates and stuff to pick them up and stuff. I'm like, nope, I'm not trying to be there. I did my walking regimen today.
That's why I got rid of my TV pat. That my TV, my. That's why I only have internet. If I want to watch something, I use streaming service. Thankfully, most of the cable channels or cable networks here have streaming. So I can get a
Mm-hmm.
monthly deal on that. So, and thank God they accept PayPal. But the reason I'm just glad I don't have TLC. I don't have to watch TLC because those reality shows would make me sick to my stomach. Like that, my 400 or 600 pound life and shit. I'm like, I don't need to watch that shit. Or Hoarders, that scared the hell out of me.
Oh gosh, don't get me started on hoarders. I know
No,
I ain't the best. Look, I know I ain't the best house cleaner, but gee, whiz, how you? I don't understand how those people live like that. They be having shit piled up. Literally, they be having shit piled up in the house. Dog shit, cat shit.
yeah,
Be having piles of food. Garbage and food piled up in the house. I'm like, no, that stuff need to go out.
yeah. I got some of those folks have
And
OCD. That's
look, I'm
exactly.
not trying to be a hypocrite about this. I openly admit I am not the best house cleaner, but gee whiz,
No.
especially
At
that.
one point, I've my apartment looks like a tornado been through it, and it took
Yeah,
me everything it could just to like because my mental health issues being what it is. It takes me everything it takes me everything just to get one room clean at a time. Because
yeah.
sometimes I overwork myself to do like 3, 4 at once just to feel better about this shit. But I remember one time it's like my place was a complete disaster because like I just like I snapped and like destroyed a lot of furniture.
Okay.
So I had to get a front. Oh no, this is like when my shit was real bad. So I was like I destroyed like a lot of furniture, and the only thing I didn't destroy was like this low level deck, right, which I had my TV, my video game consoles on,
Hmm.
and
Let's have a
and the
little.
sofa.
Yeah, let's have a little fun
Huh?
here. Your
All right,
thoughts
let's go.
on this? Your thoughts on the rested gold digger face? Well, those of
This
you who
one,
don't know,
there's okay. Go ahead.
that's Ebony K. Williams. And yeah, I got
There's
that off of.
something
Go ahead.
there because when she explained how she broke it off with her supposed fiance,
Yeah,
there's something in there. There, like like Mrs. Z's lady said, she described her as a narcissist. I said I wouldn't be surprised because she speaks like from a place of entitlement. But if I
yeah,
was like
pretty
to watch a
much.
few clips of, if I watch a few clips of hers and she started showing some of those character traits, I would be like, and if I was able to look into her background, I'd be like, yeah, that could be it. But you can't just base it just on based on one clip. Just like speaking of which, what's her face? Was
Cool.
it was it the one who's got short hair now? Real Talk with Yanny, I think it is.
Oh yeah, her. Uh,
She
I don't
might.
really.
Here's what I could say about this individual.
Hmm.
Looking at her, the way her mannerisms, her face, her everything, she looks attractive, right? Even with the short hair, but the way
Hmm.
she talks and everything. it reminds, and her facial features, and everything reminds me of Jennifer Lewis.
Okay.
And Jennifer Lewis is bipolar.
That's how some
I
of these
said
chicks
Jennifer
come
Lewis.
off.
I said Jennifer Lewis, folks, not Jennifer Hudson. Understand the difference. Jennifer Lewis, she was like one of the aunts, Aunt Helen from Fresh Prince, because she's been open about her bipolar, and she's type 1 bipolar, by the way.
Type 1 bipolar, huh?
Yeah, type 2, that would be like late Phyllis Hyman.
Wow.
Like, yeah, there's 2 types. Type 1 is like your classic, manic depressive. It's like when they get manic, they get manic.
Mm-hmm.
Type 2, the manic is not like is a lot more milder, not as frequent, from what I understand. But when she gets she gets the depressive episodes, it's like really depressive. But the whole thing's on a spectrum. I didn't know. One person who a lot of people forget was manic depressive or bipolar was supposedly Jimi Hendrix. After all, he had a song about it.
Really? That's interesting.
If you listen to, you remember the first album of the Jimi Hendrix Experience? Are you experienced that album? They had a song called Manic Depression. I'm thinking, what the hell would you know about manic depression unless you experienced that shit? But then again, that would probably explain why he was an angry drunk as well. Because when he was drinking, when he'd be drinking, he'd be an angry drunk. I'm like, ooh. But then again, a lot of people back in the days, they try to self-medicate with that shit. That's why I'm glad I've been. I mean, then again, some people, they have other things to self-medicate with. Sometimes they self-medicate with food, sex.
Yeah.
I drink a lot of water. I drink a lot of water just to keep my kidneys in shape, my bladder in shape, and
yeah, do that. Don't want to end up with having to go to dialysis every 2 days like I do.
Oh man, that scares me. I remember like when I was in 5th grade. I remember my 5th grade teacher. He was out for about a few weeks because he had to undergo kidney stone removal.
Mm-hmm.
He was a good looking. This was an interesting cat because not gonna give out his name, but he taught my brother's 3rd grade, my younger brother's 3rd grade class the year prior, and he had an interesting way of trying to teach us about life. He made it a point because most of the teachers were women. He was like one of the few male teachers, and this is a white dude, first of all, for folks. White guy, boomer. Oh,
give me a second. Let's see.
I see you, fam. Your camera's on.
I know.
Yeah.
That's where I want it. Give me. Oh, there we go. Y'all see this right here? 3 shots a day. 3 shots a day.
Yo.
Yep.
Yo, I remember Freeway from State Property. He had some kind of I remember because he had a kidney issue, right?
Yep.
He was on dialysis for a while. He had to he changed his lifestyle, right? But he also had to undergo some kind of surgery, and he had the surgical scar under one of his arms. Something like that. He had some scars like that. And but unfortunately, he couldn't maintain it, and he ended up going back to back to those old bad habits, And he's from Philly, so they love the Philly cheesesteaks and everything.
Yeah.
So
Hey, what's good?
What's good, Chaos?
Well, Chaos.
Yeah, that's good. Man, I wish I was up here for the other brother. I think it's Snowman. Might be right or wrong.
Yeah.
He has a very much infatuation about LeBron James. Surprisingly, he don't like that dude, LeBron.
And what else
It's
is new?
nothing personal. It's
Yeah.
nothing personal. It's about he's basically he's been very critical of LeBron because, and I can honestly say myself, I mean, like I look at LeBron James, I'm like, what's the appeal?
Okay.
How is he the good? You know, I mean, just because he's had like he's the all-time scoring, he's the all-time scorer now. In fact, he's like what? He's reached 8,000 points. Is it now?
Something like that. I don't keep up with LeBron.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I mean,
everybody
go ahead.
would assume that if anybody's going to break Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's roughly 40-year record, was someone that's going to come straight out of high school in the NBA, because the time in the health, because he maintained good health and he scored at a certain rate, no one was going to really break that record. Just like how someone, I guess, had the same record of what's the name, I don't know if it's Baylor or yeah, Oscar Robertson on triple double. It took almost
The Big
nearly
O?
60 years for another player to have the same average that season. So to find somebody that
And
broke a
consistency.
scoring record, and everybody thought it was going to be either between Kobe Bryant or LeBron James, but Kobe broke down in the mid 2010s. You know, and I think he would have eventually broke it, but I think for 20 years him playing the NBA, I think he would have had that empire extra points the way how he was scoring a year. Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe didn't. I mean, injuries will catch up with you, but I think it's like at the same time, it's like it's like I don't think because like I think Shaq said that's one of his biggest regrets was not surpassing Kareem, but what does
Nah,
what is
I could see Shaq doing it.
individual act? Yeah, I know, but at the end of the day, what is what what significance does individual accolades play if you're not winning championships in a team? What is a team sport? First of all,
Well, my
what kind
question
of
to ask to all the people that's in the panel: how many championships do you project LeBron James should have won in 20 years in the NBA?
I don't know. At least 5, 6.
Yeah, if there's no number placed on, say, the projection of how many
What up,
championships he
Judge?
should win, I don't expect no
What
high
up, Judge?
expectations. Personally, I mean, to win one champion is enough, but when you win close to 4 or 5, I mean, that's an accomplishment in itself.
Okay.
Very few players today I can think about in the last 20 years that has or more than 5 championships. The only person I know that had more than 6 that was a real great player was Michael Jordan. And he went to finals 6
which is why
times.
we call Michael Jordan the king.
Yeah, he's the GOAT. No other team or no players go to the finals 6 times and win. Every year he goes to the finals.
More importantly, he changed the game.
Not Michael Jordan. What's the name? Bill Russell, because he's the all-time.
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, 13 rings.
Yeah, actually 11 straight championships.
11 straight championships with the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. As Snowman would say, what long? Yeah, I'm saying, what is the long-lasting impact a player has had in the league? For example, Kareem. He showed that a big man can be one of the greatest scorers of all time, and he has what is practically the most indefensible shots, the sky hook. Jordan, his impact on the game is still long lasting. Still, I mean, people still say everybody wants to be like Mike, and he's also got the fadeaway. Name one thing about LeBron. How has LeBron impacted the game overall? What long-lasting impact does he play in the game?
Go ahead. I got 2 things.
Come on, bring it to Cleveland, my dude.
Okay, well, this is what I'll tell you like this is. When you say Kareem, Jordan, Kobe, you can name other elite players that played with him.
Level competition.
Right.
And the level
I'll say it
excellence.
like this is LeBron makes mediocre players better.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing that LeBron is like this. LeBron, just give an example. Jordan just did all the
Judge,
work
you're from
himself.
Ohio, right? You're from
Yes, I am.
Ohio, right? Yeah, so
Yeah.
you would know.
Cleveland born and raised.
I look. I know more about the plays and simple like this. And remember, I'll just give an example. I'm not a Jordan hater, but I watched Jordan play because I was a Cavs fan even before LeBron came to Cavs. Jordan, I mean, destroyed. The reason why Cavs never had a chat because we could never get by Chicago. Chicago always bounced us out, and we had very good teams. Chicago was always in our way. I said, but the reason things that the things that Chicago had is Chicago was
this is true.
Right. Chicago had one of the best coaches that, think about it. During that time with Jordan,
Phil Jackson.
one of the best coaches who arguably in the game of basketball, Phil Jackson.
And the triangle offense. Let's not forget that.
Right. Okay, now you have, just give an example. LeBron, when Jordan was, before Jordan came to the NBA, even
wait a
his
minute,
first couple.
Judge, before y'all hit the Cash App and support the show. Go ahead, Judge.
Okay. All right, before Jordan came to the NBA, you didn't know who Jordan was. You learned Jordan after about 4 years in. Okay,
wait a minute. Didn't he make an impact?
No,
hold
he
on
did
a second,
not.
Judge. I'm sorry. What about his time at North Carolina?
No, he was not. Just give an example. I'm letting you know.
Okay.
He was nobody. There's a reason why Jordan was not. Anybody who follows Jordan and want to be real, he was not. Okay, this is the difference. Okay, like here you go like this. Say it's three of us on this panel, right? Mm-hmm. And say say that this is the difference. Say no. We're gonna say this. Chaos is two of us on the panel, me and Abe. Say Abe is Jordan, I'm LeBron, right? Just say that.
Right.
And say instead of basketball players, we are we are house robbers. We gonna come break your house and steal all everything, right? Yeah. Okay, now when Jordan was first in the league, you didn't know who the hell he was. Jordan made his name during his NBA season. So, like, say we gonna rob Chaos. But, we house rob Jordan. Abe is sitting up here as Jordan. He's working on his house robbing skills. He develops them in the burglary skills after we know who Abe is and everything. After we don't know who he is. So it's a surprise when he steps out of there. LeBron has been in the limelight since he was in high school, and everybody wanted to be the one who shut him down. LeBron has faced more pressure than even other players say, than any basketball player ever.
I agree, and he met all expectation.
And to live up to those expectations.
Yep,
it's funny, right? This is the big. It's like this is. Say I'm coming in there to steal your money. Is it easier for me to sneak in there and become a dominant force then, or would it be easy? You say, yeah, man, Dre is coming. We already know that nigga coming. Who got the harder road? The person who you snuck in there or whatever. But you already knew I was coming since high school. And I mean, like, literally, even when he was on the Cavs back then in the beginning, everyone knew we're going to double and triple team LeBron. Mm-hmm. And they were still beating, and he was still carried Cleveland to the final. Now, they got beat, but to carry a nobody, like you step in there and take them to the finals? I mean, like, no offense, when you sit up here, all the jokes about Cleveland, you took Cleveland to a young kid come in and take Cleveland to the finals. I mean, you got so many games where you played like one time it's like 30 games in a row. You played all 48 minutes. I mean, and everyone knows you are the only scorer on the team, and you're still able to do that. At least, at least Jordan had help. Okay, now the number two thing that LeBron does is LeBron is a good enough team player to where he knows how other people can like, hey, look, okay, I'm not playing with other superstars like me, but my dude over here, he always makes shots from this spot, this spot, this spot, this spot, and this spot. So I'm gonna make sure.
Judge,
I'm gonna make sure.
Wait a minute, Judge. Wait a minute now. Eventually, LeBron did have to get some help when he went to Miami and had Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh.
Okay, right. Definitely. Listen. I'm just gonna let you know like this. You can win games like that. The reason why Jordan didn't win no championships by himself. That's the reason why the Pistons used to beat the shit out of Jordan, and that's the reason why when Dennis Rodman came to Chicago, the rule was, and even asked him, Jordan was not allowed to even speak to Jordan because Dennis Rodman hated him that much. Because Dennis Rodman is one of the best. No, not Scotty. Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman is one of the best defensive players in the history of basketball.
No, Dre, that's not what I'm saying, Dre. That's not what I'm saying, Dre. It was Scotty and Dennis were not speaking to each other.
Oh,
and when they asked, because remember, it was that one show.
He didn't like Jordan either, though.
Yeah, no, of course, he was with the Pistons.
Right,
but then again,
he was with Bad Boy Pistons.
He went to, but before that, he went to San Antonio. But before coming to Chicago, he was in San Antonio with Dave Robinson. Things were not clicking over there. That's where, and that's where that's when he started, reinventing himself, dyeing his hair and everything. Because but the thing was but him and David Robinson, they just couldn't click for some reason because David, because you see Rodman and his lifestyle compared to like somebody who's straight late and is a serviceman, first of all, and is a Navy reservist, first of all. The David Robinson, that's what they call him, the Admiral.
Well,
it didn't work out.
Listen, you have to realize you realize that Rodman is kind of like if you said a personality like Judge Dre is kind of like I got a personality like Rodman. As you see, Rodman, it was one of those people back then to where you realize, hey, we cool. But Rodman, think about it. For Rodman to come out and do all that crazy shit, be gay and all that other crap, when it was frowned upon, and you knew niggas would talk shit. But Rodman was one of those ones. You might call You might call me a fag, but I'm gonna knock you out.
Namer, you take over for a minute. I'll be right back.
But you understand what I'm saying? Am I right?
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But remember,
wait. For a man like that, go ahead.
But what I'm trying to say is, Dre, remember when he was still in Detroit. Remember that one time when Scotty went for a layup and Rodman shoved him into the post, and and Scotty, he just sat there. He didn't complain. He just stood up and took it and didn't sell. And then and they said Scotty never forgave him for that. And hold on. And they asked Dennis, would you ever bear the hatchet with Scotty? He said, maybe when we win the championship, we'll talk. We'll probably bear the hatchet. And they had an unspoken agreement, it's cool. We don't give it. I don't give a damn. But you know what?
They was roughing each other up that game too. If you go back and watch, one of the things is this: I watch plays, right? And I watch plays, but the problem with highlights is this: sometimes you need to go back and watch 10 minutes before that play happened, and you'll see other shit where you be like, "Oh, you knew that was coming." See, this is I try to tell people all the time. I'm an analyzer, and every time I get more information, I pay. Right. I pay attention to that. That's one reason why, when I was an auditor, I used to find people say, "Oh, how you know?" Well, I got another piece of information that we didn't know, and then I looked at this, and this, and I told her, I said, "We thought this, but I hate to say we were totally wrong." I said, "We saw the effect. We didn't see the cause. We saw the effect, and we responded to the effect. But no offense, the effect that we saw was because of this cause."
Excuse me. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and we vibing we're on the right path. But then again, you were an auditor?
I was an auditor. Yeah, I'm not. I know. I did that for 4.5 years.
Yeah, I was bookkeeping for like about 3, 4 for
Yeah,
about
yeah, I
4 or
did.
5
I was an
myself.
auditor. Just give an example, and then I remember
Yeah,
when I was, they would say, and then after
yeah,
a while, we had to spot how to stop loss and all
yeah,
that stuff because they would hire us independent companies,
yeah,
and they say, "Well,
yeah.
Dre,
Hold on a second. Hold on a
how do
second,
you?"
Dre. Hold on a second. Dre, hold on a second. First of all, to Cafe 760, salute to you. Thank you for coming in. Hope you enjoyed the show. But and continue, Dre. Sorry.
Yeah, and I said
We
one
just
of
have
the
to
things that
acknowledge you,
people
man.
say would say, "How do you know?" Like they
Okay.
said, "God damn, you can walk in and you just spot the
Welcome back,
thieves and
Izzy.
you point them out, and you would do all this."
Mm-hmm.
And they say, "Well, how
Uh-huh.
would you know?" And then I just told them, "Well, I said, you want the God's honest truth?" One day I told them because I used to be a thief, and they say, "What?
They
You don't
take the
got
Yeah,
nothing
you
on your
told us.
record?" I said, "Because the good thieves never get caught." And that's why I
yeah,
told you. That's why I used to tell
yeah.
people all the time. Oh, I know how I know a scammer when I see it. I know,
Uh-huh.
like basically like, that's one of the reasons why my children, they don't like me to this date when it comes to that. Because they can't but because they realize you couldn't pull no
They can't
games
push
on
their
me.
past.
Right. And they would
Hell
always
no.
say, "Dad's the human lie detector." And it was like they can't say that dad treated you bad. It was just that like certain things you could get away with, it just don't fly with me.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever notice when somebody comes tell me a story, I never go jumping, even if it's people I trust. You notice I don't go jumping on people's back, jumping on people's side, because it's like if
Nope.
I'm like this, well, that guy said if everything happened like you say, it sounds bad. But you
Hmm.
know, like you see, I don't go fighting people's battles for them. You know, like if you
Hell
ever
no.
notice, like it's YouTubers that I liked, and have you ever seen me take any YouTuber side and try to do that? Now I might agree with a talking point, but I never take for nobody's side on that. I can
Hell
tell
no.
you, I say, well, I know that the person did this because this happened. Now, if you can say, well, yeah, I did do that, but I did that because that person did this. See, you know, I like to walk it back and see, because I used to tell my daughter all the time, "Oh, he hit you?" And everybody would get off, "Oh, well, wait a minute, what did you do first?" "Oh, well, no, you deserve to be hit. It's just what it is." And, oh, no, I mean, it ain't like the motherfucker just walked up and hit you. You caused yourself to be hit. What the fuck
What
do you expect?
happened?
Right,
What happened? What
right,
led to what you want to get all the facts
right.
like a
Before I
like a
act.
detective.
Right, right.
You want to get all the clues to find out what exactly
Well,
happened, piece everything
well,
together like the forensics.
Well, this is what I've done, and I've learned to this. I've learned how to get the facts out of people, even when I can only have access to one of the persons. Because see, this is I tell people all the time. I go ahead and ask the question. I can tell by how you answer that question, because that's the beautiful thing about the auditor and having to talk to so many. Every day it's like every day is a different book, different story, and you got to figure out what's going on. It was like kind of like the best way to describe it is kind of like Murder She Wrote. You ever remember back in the day where every day
Angela
it's a different
Lansbury?
right, and
Yeah.
it's like every day, and by the end of the day, and yeah, I tell her, oh, I know exactly. I tell her, ask
Oh
this
man, my
question.
mom loved that show.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I used to say, ask this question. And
Mm-hmm.
then before they end, oh, never mind. You don't have to say nothing else. I already know. And people say, what? And I'm like, you didn't even say nothing. I already know. I said, why is that? I asked a question. And this is the problem. If it was a truthful answer, it would have taken, I can tell if it takes you a half a second long just to answer. Like even my children
Well, you
know.
got to read
Like
bodies.
my son and my daughter, they got to the point to where my youngest son, when I would start questioning him, he would just, what he would do is like lock on a target and would not move, would not say nothing. I would not make a, like literally, because he found out that I could read up, I could read you. And then he was like, I remember I used to sometimes listen to him afterwards, after, you know, because the beautiful thing about having multiple kids, so they talk to each other afterwards. And sometimes I heard that conversation. I'm like, how the fuck did dad know? And I've heard him say, how did you know? I told him, I said, well, no
Well,
offense. I said, y'all are my genes. I said, I remember I told you dad used to do dirt. I said, just because dad never got caught. I said, because I told him all the time, the best people who do dirt don't get caught.
the
I
smart
told you,
ones
I
never
said,
get caught.
no, I just give an example. I told you about how much money I stole and how much money we never got caught. I even admitted it, like, and think about it. And that's why I tell, like, one of the things I've always told you people, never come out, and you notice why I don't defend nobody. Never come out defending people. that you, even if you love these motherfuckers to it, don't mean shit. You know why? Because when I was stealing, it was all these people came out and said, hell no, it ain't Drake. It was only one person who said, his name was Godfrey Freeman. He said, it's Drake. But I never had to defend myself because I had all these dumbass motherfuckers who were just riding my coattail and they defended me. I never had to say a damn word. And that's why I tell people
Wait.
never.
Godfrey Freeman. That
Godfrey
was his
Freeman.
name.
That's why I gave him. He's a security expert now. That's why I told you. If Godfrey Freeman walks into your store and he says fire this person or whatever, you notice I give him credit by his name. If the man told you, hey, I think it's this person, just fire that motherfucker immediately. Because Godfrey Freeman, he had this gift like me. He walked in and within 3 or 4 days, I already knew. I said, oh, this nigga's on to us. But this is the beautiful thing about being as a person, a manipulator and all like that. I knew that Godfrey Freeman would be the one who would catch me. So I took plans and actions to make it seem like Godfrey had a bias against me before he had proof to come out against me. Remember, like I said, it was a movie called Enemy of the State. And when he was doing that, he said, when the dude had the video, he said, I want everybody to think he's lying before he opened his mouth. And that's exactly what I did. Because when that movie came out, my boy called me, who used to steal with me. He's like, man, when I heard that dude say that line, I thought about us back in the day. I'm like, yes. Because I was like, right. Because that's exactly what I did to Godfrey. I discredited it, man, before he even opened his mouth. Go ahead.
Okay. Those of you just coming in, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, and support the show. Just switch the topic up here a little bit. Your thoughts on Tina Turner passing away?
Didn't care. Didn't care.
I'll be honest with you. It was her time. She was 83, man.
Right.
It was her time to go.
Right.
Although
I mean, no offense, we ain't no spring chickens. We right around the corner.
Shit, I turned 40 about a few months back, so I'm like, hey, it is what it is.
I just turned 42.
Congratulations.
I'm the oldest one here?
Yeah, I guess so. We don't know how old Chaos is because
he's younger than me. I know that. Chaos is in his 30s. I think he's even younger than that.
Chaos,
you there?
Chaos, you there?
Somebody stepped away. He'd have said something about now.
Yeah.
I don't get it. First of all, go ahead. Sorry.
Just for these SBE brothers, notice I haven't talked about a certain white woman. I wonder, since SBE says we worship at the feet of a certain white woman. Notice I haven't said her name. Gee, I wonder who that could be.
Just ugly things.
I'm gonna say this about this individual. I'm gonna refer
to her as Pippi Longstockings, as Art New Star would
say.
No.
Nah. That looked like Gollum. That looked like Gollum, or Gollum's the granddaughter, some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
I ain't gonna lie, man. That is an ugly bitch. Yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. The reason why they can't do nothing about it. I mean, like, the women can go hard on her because, I mean, she ain't nothing to look at. Look. If they were like, what you? But here's the question. Like this is, if they be like, okay,
she's 6 feet
Dre,
tall and she got an ass.
No, she don't got no damn ass. No.
Yes, she do. Yes, she do, Judge.
Her face is hideous.
Nah, she got an ass, Judge.
No.
I'm sorry.
She got an ass, but the thing is, the rest of the body doesn't match.
I mean, like, literally. Okay, here's the question, dude. Like, if they said just pearly things or your hand in some lotion, you would have to consider the hand. I mean, because the girl, she has nothing you be like, she is nothing to look at. I mean, that woman is nothing. I mean, and no offense, everybody knows that. And even she knows that.
She admits herself she's a plain Jane. What else is new?
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, but no, that's the reason. And I tell people all the
But
time.
playing
I
it's a
said,
game too.
okay, let me sum it up for you. The reason why everybody is upset with just pearly things and all like that, and like I'm just gonna tell you like this, as a person who grew up with white people, then dealt with white people, just give an example. I even say this: I dealt with a lot of racist white people. And I'll still say this: I would still rather deal with, unfortunately, the racist white people than my brothers and sisters every day. And I hate to say that. Listen,
There's some
listen.
of them, yeah.
I'll go. I can tell you why. But this is the thing: is this? This is the problem with this is white people. White people have learned to conduct themselves in the real world better than we do when it comes to each other. Even when dealing with, it would say we got to deal with people we hate. They conduct themselves a lot better than we do. And it's easier in a civilized world, it's easier to put up with that and all like this. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. Say you go to a black owned business, right? And say we go to a racist white person business. Now, the racist white person business, they might have spit on your food. They might have done something else. But what it is, they will do when it's time to handle business, they will handle business in a better way. Where they'll say like this is, oh, we're sorry, even though they don't mean that shit, they'll this, that, and kiss your ass and may talk about you while you leave. But at least for that 30 seconds, they will be cordial to you while you're spending money. I said, and the problem with black people is this. Black people will come, you give them your money, they will treat you like shit. You say, hey, man, you know, that's really, you shouldn't talk to me. Well, that's the problem. They get attitude with you, almost want to fight you and not conduct business well. And that's why I tell people, as a businessman myself and my own business, I've dealt with people. I would hate to say I would rather go to a white-owned racist business than most of my brothers, because half of us can't conduct business right. And this is the problem with us, with us being raised by parents with no rules. That's kind of stemmed on, and any type of criticism. Hey, look, you know, you didn't really have to talk to me like that. That was like, you say something like that, and these people want to go to almost kill you. And this is the problem. There's a higher aptitude for violence and somebody getting hurt, because all you got to do is say something back, where most of them, they're not going to fight. I've dealt with racist white people. They don't fight unless they got superior numbers and they know they're going to win 100% of the time. And I'm saying not one or two, they got to have like 7 motherfuckers that's going to jump on you, because the average black person will knock 2, 3 of them out, and they don't do that. I used to tell you, I went to an all-white school when I was younger. It was only like 3 of us in the whole school. And in the beginning, it was like I was upset. And then my stepfather told me, "No, man, start knocking them boys out." I remember I started beating them white, and I mean literally it'd be 2, 3 of them jumping on. I'm knocking them, just beating the shit out of them. That's maybe one reason why I like to fight till this day. And I'm like, oh, 1-on-1? Oh, that's easy. And I tell people all the time, and literally, they don't do nothing unless they got super numbers. That's it's just what it is. So at least you don't have to worry about anything coming to violence as much. Now they got their quirky thing. They go, you know, they the type that walk up there and sit and pray with you all day and then blow you away out in the parking lot, you know, all that crazy type of crap. But I would definitely say that I'll put up with that there. You know, they handle things in a civilized world a lot better than we do. And unfortunately, and I hate to say that, that's one thing that I wish that black people would work on. Like I tell people all the time, I say, how to conduct themselves and everything. I said, see, this is the difference. Say a black man opens up a restaurant, right? And say he's successful enough to open a second location. That black man will act like he is such on a high horse and start treating other black people like shit. And if you say, hey, man, I own 2 restaurants, but look, bro, I'm letting you know you're kind of treating your customers bad. We don't like this, that. You don't need to be telling me out. And it's like where at least McDonald's was smart enough to kiss their customers' ass until they got 1 billion fucking restaurants. And then now they treat you like shit, but now you've gotten into a habit of going there. So you don't care about the bad service. And that's why I said that's why black businesses never become franchises. Because in the beginning, that first 10 years, you got to kiss ass to get in that position.
Ray, hold up a second. On the flip side, there's a flip side to that coin. You know what I'm saying? On the flip side, some of the people who like if you open a business in your neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of the people who aren't gonna support you, they should be the first ones to be paying. But they always want you to give them the hookup and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but this is the problem. You got, unfortunately, the problem with too is black people. You just got to tell them no.
Yeah.
See, and that's this is the problem. That's one of, like I said, this is the. I mean, the road,
Hold on, wait a minute,
where
Judge.
you trying to
Judge, wait a
go.
minute. Judge, wait a minute. Thank you, Julian, for the cash app. Continue.
Yeah, I said, where you got to go is you got to realize we trying to get to the same place. Our roads may be different. But sometimes it's like some things you need to do to conduct yourself in business terms, because I'm going to start another channel too, and I'm going to be talking about that. It's going to be about talking about Northeastern Ohio and talk about business. And I ain't going to lie, because I'm going to focus on a lot of business. Like you heard I came up with, I try not to go to NREs, and I call NREs is nigger run establishments. And, not to hate that, but it's just the problem is
establishments, huh?
nigger run establishment. And I tell people, well, what's the NRE? And I'll tell, it's not black, it's niggas. It's the difference between black and niggas. I said, because the problem is this.
Rock for that
Right. Oh, definitely. It definitely is. Because I tell people all the time, I said, sometimes once you get too many of our people in there, your shit goes downhill. And I hate to, look, I hate to say that, but look, I've seen like, it's very hard for a big staff company with a lot of us to do that, because this is the problem is we've indoctrinated some of the shit into how we conduct ourselves. Like we will allow our women to say and do anything in a place of business that has you got rules and guidelines you need to follow. When you're working with other people, you have rules and guidelines you need to follow.
Yep.
It's a reason why, like, remember, I work in the home construction field working on houses. It's a reason why I'm in here with other males that got just as much strength as me. It's rules and guidelines I need to follow. I need to show a certain level of respect so that this dude doesn't clock me upside the head. We got plenty of weapons. We have plenty of weapons laying around, plenty of ways to hurt an individual. You understand what I'm saying? Where you can't have that nonchalant, I do what the fuck I want, I say what the fuck I want, and you better not do that type of shit in any type of business. And that's one problem with our people, especially. We think that we don't want to follow no fucking rules, no fucking structure, and do what the fuck we want in a business. And that's the reason why our businesses will never be able to compete with theirs. Because a lot of us look, this like that woman who walked into think about it. The black man said, hey, we got a dress code, this, that, and the other. What did she do? Walk in there butt naked. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. You see that the man's trying to conduct a business, and instead of people sitting up there, instead of you would say, well, wait a minute, man, the place got rules, don't do this. No, what do we do? We try to destroy the place because the place got rules. And you're like, what? We're going to try to destroy the business because the business has a dress code? Oh, well, fuck that. We ain't going to eat there. We should boycott this place. Why are we boycotting? Because they have a dress code and I can't walk in there butt naked. I mean, when you really think about the logic in that dumb shit, that I hate to say, the white man don't never need to do any damn thing, because we've already been.
Dre, hold a second, Dre. That's not logic. That's illogic. It's illogical.
Right. Yeah, it is.
But no, I'm saying is this: the white man don't need to do anything to hurt us, because we ain't gonna never grow past a certain point anyway. We knock each other down. Like, you can't even think about it. There's people out here who think about it. You don't even agree with them. We have a different opinion. We have a difference of opinion, and it's a problem. Yeah. A difference of an opinion is a problem to know. But look, we do scorch earth, nuclear type shit. Right.
Judge, I hear what you're saying. Because let me explain. Let me give you an example. There's certain cats up in this space I'm no longer subscribed to.
What?
I love them. They my peoples and shit. But then again, I realize, we ain't vibing, and can't see eye to eye and shit. And I realized, you know what? Just to keep the peace, I'm just like, I'm like, you go handle your shit. I'll just leave you be, and I'm just gonna be over right here because I ain't gonna try to waste time trying to make you see eye to eye when I know it's not. There's no point in it.
But it's a big difference from look, and see what you did. That's actually what more white people do that don't like each other. Instead of see how you said,
Yeah.
look, to keep the peace.
I'm not. But then
I'm gonna
again,
go.
let's not forget.
Listen.
Let's not.
You just
No, no, no,
talked
no,
your
no, no.
point.
Wait. No, hear me out.
You
Here,
just
I
made a
forgot to
point
mention.
right there. You made a message
Yeah,
right
Judge.
there. To keep the
Right.
peace, you walked away and you do your thing. I do
Right.
my thing. That's smart.
Exactly. But yeah, but here you're forgetting something, Drake. You're forgetting one important part. What am I?
Oh, yeah.
What am I? I'm not ADOS. I'm not ADOS.
Yeah.
So I'm an outsider. Even though I'm black like everybody else, I'm African. I'm an outsider at the end of the day.
Right.
So I gotta handle things a different way. But then again, where I'm from, we got ratchets and dysfunctional people far worse than some of the shit y'all got.
Yeah,
so I understand the importance of walking away.
Well, this is the problem. And over there, it's
So I
the
appreciate what you said about
environment
that.
is
I understand
inclusive
what you
to
mean
that.
about white people. But I understand what you
Right.
said about comparing me to white people shit. But it's
Right.
not, I'm not.
No, I'm just saying this. You have like how they do. Well, a lot of white people they hate each other. There's some white people that hate other white people because they cool with black. But this is the thing. White people, you don't see white people destroying other white people's businesses just because they are cool with black people.
You got to be ratchet as hell to be on that.
Right. Where think about it. Black people will destroy other black people's business because you have a different political agenda. Like, can you imagine? I mean, or you wait, or because you don't believe in an idea that they believe in. You say, "Oh, okay, look, I ain't trying to hurt you." Look, it's like saying this. I think we should go down the street on the left side. No, I think we should go down the street on the right side. You say, well, okay, you do your thing, I do mine. No, well, you know what? And so the next day, the people on the right be like, no, we need to go over there and burn down the people that walk down the left side of the street. Well, what are they doing? They just going down the left side of the street, so we should destroy their shit. That's the type of mentality that a lot of us have.
And where's that coming from?
And
where do you guys learn that from?
I'm not gonna lie. It's learned by. I'm not gonna lie. It's learned by the powers that be, who control mainstream media. They push a narrative which is easily sold to us, and this is the problem. They push a narrative. They put the stuff out there, but you got to be responsible for yourself when you act it. So if they have a hand in it, you have to realize what they're doing. I understand that. Like I tell people all the time, the drugs that kill the most people are the legal ones. Sugar, caffeine, nicotine kill more people than all those other drugs can buy. They can cause more injury to your body. Yeah, and alcohol, but I'm right. They cause more
just a
injury.
Minute, Judge, just a minute. 1 second, I gotta do something here. Cam, who are you?
Where did AB go?
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing.
Who are you?
Cam?
Cam, yeah, I'm a C# developer. I know AI. We didn't talk multiple times.
Oh, okay. All right.
Next time you worry, just put yourself at the big screen if you're worried about him showing something on the screen. You did it wrong.
Ain't like that one time what happened with Roger.
He's good.
I'm just saying that I think that's what he was trying to do when he came in. He was trying to make it so that in case he was a troll.
Yeah. Remember that one time what happened with Roger?
That's why. Sorry, Cam. I had to ask because we got a lot of trolls.
Nah, we spoke multiple times. We didn't talk about AI. We talked about just programming, and I'm here with that type of energy. I ain't trying to stop the show in any capacity.
Did you watch Byrd?
You said what?
Did you watch Byrd?
I don't know what that is. What do you mean?
Microsoft built their programming conference last week.
I didn't watch Microsoft build, but I heard enough about it where basically they're just shoving AI and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a Microsoft cafe here. It's called Carnegie Food Hub. Basically, it's like one of those kitchens. No, for real, it's one of those kitchens where like you can rent space and make your restaurant there. Everything's like automated. They got robots that bring the food from the kitchen to there and put it in lockers. Like when you walk up there, you do everything through your phone. Like you hold your phone up to this tablet and it sees it on the screen and it tells you, and then the locker pops open with your food. Yeah.
But I don't look at AI like
Oh,
that.
I think I've done something like that.
They got like
Actually.
literally, and you would think you'd be like, what? Because I'm like, who owns this place? And they said Microsoft. And like, yeah, he's like, my check say Microsoft. Yeah. I'm like, wow.
Let me give y'all something. Let me tell y'all. Let me give y'all something that's going on up over here where I'm at. Past few years, small town I live in, when they renovated a couple of supermarkets here, some of the couple of supermarket chains here, they got one of those self check-ins. They still have the cash registers.
But yeah, it's automated.
Yeah, but you got the automated. But one of them, like, was a couple of those chains. They're part of what you call some kind of a program, some kind of benefits program. They're part of that one conglomerate collective of that. But there's another one. But hold on. But there's this other supermarket. It's called Coop, which is a mispronunciation of the Norwegian. That's a mispronunciation by the Scandinavians for the word co-op. So I had to pay like annually a certain amount, a couple hundred for membership, which means like for every time I purchase anything from there, I don't have to pay with cash. Instead, what I have to do is I just open the app from their app, and I scan it over something, and I get like a discount and whatnot for membership.
Yeah.
But that's the self checkouts they got. Self checkouts. So
yeah, here in Cleveland, they're actually going. Yeah, they're going away from the self checkouts here. No, here in Cleveland, actually, like just give an example. Home Depot used to have a whole lot of self checkouts. They got rid of them.
What happened? We're moving to the next level of that.
Yeah, because I hate to say, some stores are getting rid of the self checkout because it's too much theft.
People steal. It's not even like theft. Yeah. It's like, first off, you're not wrong. So I'm not about to say that what you just said is incorrect. It's like, so say like you got a person who's not stealing, but we know like you come every 5 weeks, every 4 weeks, every 2 weeks, and we know exactly what you buy. We just have an algorithm. Like that's kind of how the AI works. We're just like, they say how much money you gonna spend.
No, it's not that. They say like literally, like our store said, and they say, "Oh no, it's because of the theft." They tell you, "Oh, because of the theft." Like literally, back in the day, we had self checkout. They don't have none of that. No, they like two of our Home Depots got rid of no automated checkout, no more, none of that, all gone.
So here's the deal. Like I just didn't. I'm not. My whole point is I'm not even arguing with you. Like what you just said is valid, but what I'm saying is on the other side of that is like we're tracking people who aren't stealing, and we're making programs who can record who's coming in, and like say you come in every 2 weeks. You build roofs. That's all you do. Like every other week you make like you do 2, 3, 4 roofs. We know you're gonna spend $1,500 every week because you need to be materials. As soon as you walk in the door, we already know like based off your face recognition, you're gonna spend $1,500. We got
they're doing this now. They're not really like, it's not like they have your order ready before you get there. But what they're doing is listen. All right, let me finish, and I'll tell you what they're doing is they're using that to control their inventory. Okay, this guy normally spends this much here, and he comes and buys these items. So what we're going to do is boost the inventory. They're using that to control their inventory on not on theft, but they're using on what they order, so that what they have on hand.
Nope, that's
you know what I mean. So basically, instead of last mile, instead of just in time they're using it to augment the just in time delivery. Augment it, right?
And it's very effective nowadays.
Yes,
I remember
definitely
when it first started. Probably like 2005 was the first time I saw self checkout, and I remember a guy who was in the fraternity down the street. He was a friend of mine who played on intramural sports, and he said, "Man, I just got the deal of my lifetime. I went to this, I think it was Food Line. He's like, I just got like 15 steaks, 5 pounds of potatoes, and all I did was scan a pound of broccoli. And that 15, 20 years ago, you could do that, and nobody.
You can't do it now. Ooh, no.
Yeah, because
What's so bad
Amazon
is
has
they actually coming to
scan
get you at your home. They coming to
Yeah.
get you at your home. Yeah.
Yeah, because that could be
They
petty
sending it out to your
larceny.
house. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be theft. And I don't. I mean, like, look, if you can get away with it, get away with it. But like, I say, make enough money that you don't need to do that. 'Cause
Right.
if you're gonna do
pay the
that,
It's kinda
crackheads.
weird.
You pay the crackheads to do it.
yeah. Like at worst, I think one
Right.
time I'd got like sometimes I'll just bring up the organic or non-organic if it's just easier.
Right.
But like I am not trying to get
No.
hemmed up about a bunch of bullshit because I want to
Whoever
get
said send the crackheads to do it, that is real talk.
No, I tell people, well, this is the reason why. I'm gonna just go like as a person who used to do dirt, and I told people, I said, like I told them, like even back because he's like, well, Dave, if you used to do that, you realize all the problem with the child support. I said, man, I could have paid the child support off in 6 months if I went back to doing crime, but I made a promise to my son that I wouldn't do that. And I kept that promise to him, even though he was not even born then. But I made a promise on my son that I wouldn't steal anymore. But I'm like, literally, I told people, I said, with the fact is this, it would be organized crime. You know, like I tell people, watch black people. And I tell black people, if you're going to do crime, don't be stealing and robbing, do organized. Less chance of getting caught. The first time you get caught is always a slap on the wrist. I tell people, I said, do with the crime like the white people do. I tell people that stop killing each other, stop robbing people, stop going up in people's houses. Organized crime.
Judge, you already said you done with that life, and that's behind you, and we're gonna leave it there. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, we're gonna leave it there. But I just told the young people to stop. Like one, you shouldn't be doing it in the first place. But it's just the fact is, if okay, fine. If you want to sit up here and say these people want to over indict us on the petty, like it's people that are sitting in jail for having dope on them that longer than Amber Gagger got for going up killing Bokum John in his own house.
Hey, that's a whole different
That's
conversation.
like when you sit up here and say, "What the fuck?"
I ain't gonna argue with you. That's a different conversation.
Yep. You know,
I always wanted to ask about that case actually. Just
I mean, it's people sitting up there. It's people that have stole like food because they were homeless people, and they got longer.
I mean, that's Les Miserables. Les Miserables is about that. A man tried to steal a loaf of bread and wound up busting up rocks for 20 years.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about with the AI stuff. Is more or less like.
Well, AI. You bet not. You'd be stupid to steal now because this is the problem.
No. We're not there yet. Like here's the deal. You're not wrong. So I'm not about to throw you under the bus like that. But like one thing about AI that a lot of people don't know is because a lot of black people don't use it to like train up the model. It can't detect black people. It's a weird thing. It's not forever thing, but it's a right now thing. Like people are using
that's
why. Go ahead.
That's why earlier I played the video with Umar Johnson talking about black folk don't need to go to college, and I'm like, no, you're wrong about that. We need more people in AI.
Yeah, we do.
So here, AB and me are on two different pages. I'm not even disagreeing with AB and me. AB is talking about like people studying it. I want more black people to study it. But like I'm talking about with stealing, for lack of a better phrase, because it's like so using a real world example, with the whole back in the day, a lot of black women never went back to get there's a disease I can't remember that you could get in college there's a vaccine for it.
HPV.
HPV, thank you. A lot of black women didn't get the HPV. A lot of they didn't go to clinical trials. So when they did like the research, it only worked for white women. The same shit low key happened with AI when it came to black people in whole, because a lot of black people didn't just jump up and like throw themselves in front of the trials. We cannot detect black people. It's
not good at recognizing black facial features. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Exactly.
I know.
I'm not telling people to lean on it. I'm not telling people to lean on it. What I'm saying is like that's a thing right now. And
I recommend just buy stolen shit. Don't steal yourself. There's too many crackheads out there. There's too many of them out there doing it. You can just buy it. But the closest thing you get to it, You know, like plain and simple, and how people, because some people out here sitting there, I would never buy anything stolen. I'm just gonna tell you, if you bought, hey, look, if your ass shop on Amazon and you bought something and all this suppliers 9 times selling it all cheaper than all the other suppliers, it's either stolen or fake.
Dre.
It's stolen or fake. I tell people all the time,
$30 worth of
stolen
whatever.
or fake.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
If
I
the
bought it
deal
off
is
Amazon.
right, if the deal is right, I ain't
Right.
asking no questions.
Well, I tell people all the time, like, how they selling this? So if this in this store, all the other stores selling. As I said, because it was probably the ones that fell off the truck.
I'm Greek, and I can't say the ladies who helped me, but when I was in college, a lady said, I just so happened to have some food stamps that just fell out the back of my car. I said, you know what? I just so happened to have $200 that fell out the back of my car.
Apparently,
we don't meet each other in the middle.
Apparently, with this new debt ceiling deal, they're going to have some more work requirements for food stamps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's bound to happen.
Well, the work requirements, this is what they're gonna do. Every time they do the work requirements, if you ever notice, they always impose it on the men first.
Yep, they have to.
Basically, that's why the reason why a lot more women are on food stamps that are homeless than men is because on the men, this is the thing. When you go in there to apply for food stamps, you notice it's all women. On top of that, so they're gonna make sure that you got the hardest road to get there. Because half of them got a lot of bias against you anyway, just because you are a man. And then you still got the stereotype over your head that a man don't work, he don't eat. You know, that was think about it. Ain't no saying back in the day if a woman don't it ain't no saying like a woman don't give sex, she don't eat. You know.
Okay,
like I'll say this, man. A lot more men's work is required for the society to run. And I have I was having dinner with some relatives tonight. One's blue collar, one's white collar. The man's blue collar, right? And his work is absolutely required for the society to run. And I won't say what specifically he does, but it's a very skilled trade. And they were having an argument about like the fact that as you get older, if you're a man, you can still work. If you're a woman, you can't work because they see you as a nag. I'm like, no, it's not that. It's that typically the stuff that you do is not necessarily required. It's a difference between being like a skilled electrician who actually has to, put power lines up versus being a tenured professor and let's say a soft science like political science, where you're both very skilled at what you do. And it is important for people to understand what governance and how to operate a government is, and like how to be what civil society requires. But you need power in order to power the lines, power the electricity, pump the sewage. Like a lot of things have to function at the base level in order for you to do your job. And so she didn't quite get it, but she conceded it. I think she got it, but she didn't want to hear that. But a lot more men understand that, and a lot of women get it, but they don't want to believe it.
Here's one thing I got to say about blue collar work, though.
What is it?
Blue collar work is needed.
No.
Listen, it's needed, not wanted. Remember, see that right? A need is always there. A want is not.
That's not where I'm going, Dre.
No,
That's
I'm
not
just
where I'm
letting
going.
you know.
All right. I know you ain't. I know you an asshole and everything. So I get it.
Because I'll tell you, if trash collection,
calm down.
If trash collection stopped for 10 days. Think of how many people would start getting horribly ill, especially in America, where a lot of people are already overweight or
I'm hearing an echo.
Like,
is it me?
I'm hearing an echo.
Hearing
somebody have.
Hold on. Let's just run through it. Do you hear echo with me talking?
Me. No,
me.
Don't mind
Me.
It might be name.
Hello?
Now I hear it.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with mine. Hang on, let me
I had to turn around and come back, leave and come back.
Yeah, I have
all
my windows are closed except for StreamYard.
I'm on the cell
phone, how about now?
That's all I'm using. Still hear it.
Okay.
How about now?
Still hear it. Leave and come back.
No.
I still hear it.
Hang on a second.
Hey, I'm gonna mute up and then tell me if you hear it.
Okay.
Hello?
Nope, don't hear it now.
Better.
Yeah, it was
okay, I'm good.
Muted. Yeah,
much better.
Yeah.
No, I just unplugged my headset and plugged it back in. But what I wanted to say was, I'm sorry, Jules, I just had to interrupt you here. But
I was gonna say,
I think the problem with
oh, I'm sorry. Let me finish this name real quick, and then I'll pass it off to you. AB, regarding the debt ceiling, I normally don't recommend a bunch of podcasts, but there's one that I've been following for the past 7 years. Very good analysis on just what Congress does, and it's this woman in like California who does. She it's called Congressional Dish, and she basically goes through like the big bills that go through Congress. Obviously, the debt is going to be one. I would recommend anyone who wants to just see like the machinations, how this stuff gets up. And she has interviews with people who also are interested in it. There's other people who do these type of things, but this is the one I typically support. Very good, nuts and bolts stuff. Very interesting. Adds her color commentary to it a little bit, but not a crazy amount. But you have to see like how they make the bread move, because if the debt ceiling, if the U.S. decides that they're not going to start paying back the interest on the loans, much less the loans themselves, you're going to see a world collapse. They're going to have to come to a deal.
Yeah, they
Who
are.
comes first? That's going to be up to it. But I recommend that podcast just because it covers these types of bills that come up all the time, like NDAA, telecom acts, like very good stuff. And it comes from a high level and starts breaking it down, and great show notes where you can see like the clips from the C-SPAN interviews. Instead of watching the whole 7 hours, you can watch the 3 to 5 minutes, and you can, go back a couple minutes to see the whole context of it.
Do you know anybody that has like a lot of that clipped up? Like, I hear what you just said, so I'm not dismissing none of that, but it's more or less like you just said, they got
Bullet
this.
points.
Yeah,
Right.
Exactly.
Bullet points. Oh, the cliff notes, as they say.
Yeah, the notes are the best part because she has her commentary. It's like, you'll say a 2-hour episode. You'll go through like, here's what I'm laying out. Here's the bill. Here's the people who signed on roughly. Here's a couple of outliers that you wouldn't have expected. And then here's some interesting things that you wouldn't have seen. And then you can go in. I mean, obviously all this stuff is on GovTrack, but she kind of condenses it, adds a bunch of notes, adds the testimony, committee minutes. That's the type of stuff that like, I think most people, if they read it, would be very interested. And I'll tell you this, if you want to get really good at making planning for the future, you should be familiar with this in your city council minutes, because then you can find out like where sweetheart deals are getting played out, where, if you're like, let's say
real estate agent.
Art. If you're like art and you live in Raleigh, you might find out the city council is going to have like a new IT tech hub not in Chapel Hill. You know what I mean? It'll be somewhere else. And you're like, oh, I got to buy some real estate over there. I'll buy some land over there.
As a person who's doing
really
that, I'm not here's I'm not disagreeing with what you just said. I'm actually listening because I'm actually doing what you just said. I'm an HOA member in my sector. I'm a part of the community. But like what you just said, as far as like my local community, because I want to, like what you just said, I want to reinforce it and like do the shit that you just said.
Yeah.
Hey, you said you on the HOA? Are you on the board members, or are you just in a HOA? I was about to say, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just joking, but you know.
No. I respect that energy. Like I joined the no. I'm not even mad. Like I joined the HOA
but
board.
You know what I mean by that? It's a joke.
No, exactly.
But you know,
No. I ain't even mad. Like I joined it because when COVID was popping, a lot of people in my neighborhood did not have the money to like pay dues. And I was there to tell them we're not going to raise dues year after year because people can barely afford their livelihood, their mortgage, whatever they got going on. That's why I joined it. Here's the deal. I'm in tech. I was eating. I was making money. But my thing is, I know like where I came from. So like I didn't forget that. So just because
where'd you come from?
The trap. Like what you talking about? What else you want me to say?
Oh shit! The trap.
My lullaby was a AK-47. Like what else you want to know?
He said, you knew how to cook the work in the pot and make it snap back before like elastic, right?
That is not how I live my life. But yes, if I needed to, I could do it.
Right.
Cam, I got a question.
Right.
Cam.
Yes.
Your lullaby, was it in East German or Chinese or Russian?
No.
I know because I'm from that military. I'm from those militaries where we work with that shit. I'm sorry about that, but it is what it is.
I'm in the Midwest.
What I want to say earlier,
Kansas City.
Kalashnikovs, yeah.
He's talking about did you have a Kalashnikov? What type of gun, basically?
Oh yeah,
No, what model? What model was
What
it?
model gun?
He
Right,
said
I got
you
it.
have
what
both.
model?
First
Because
off, you gotta have both. You gotta have the Kalashnikov because niggas don't respect you. Have the Kalashnikov, but you gotta have AR if you're trying to actually aim at people.
Right. We're
We're gonna leave it at that.
I knew exactly where he was going with that.
We're gonna leave it at that. We ain't gonna say nothing
Learn
else. But
to
if you want to
pronounce
get
it
shit
right,
done, you got
comrade.
AR.
What is you doing?
Right.
But if you
Of
want to
course, you
front,
know
you
we
got
do it
a
better with the
Kalashnikov.
Dragunov.
You speak
Kalashnikov.
Russian.
Oh, quick sports announcement. There's gonna be a game 7.
Yeah, I know.
With
I
Boston, Miami.
heard about it. Now, what's so bad? Hey, that's proof that it's not rigged. It's not because they're going to the game 7. But I said that's proof that it's not rigged because you realize if
Wait.
it would have been the Lakers
We're
in
talking
Boston.
about Celtics and
Yes.
You're talking about Celtics and
Celtics and they're going
No,
to
you
game
said
7.
it wrong, AB. Wait. Hold on a second. Snowman was here earlier. AB, you said it wrong. In the words of Cold Sport, it's just you got game 7. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But think
Check
about
out Snowman in the morning, folks.
That's proof that it ain't rigged because you realize basketball's ratings have been actually low. The best thing that would have helped them is having another Boston and Lakers finals.
Hell no. Right now,
big on
would have
basketball. I
helped the
figured the
numbers.
Lakers were gonna make it past where they did. I didn't think Denver was gonna shut them down like that.
Denver, I ain't gonna lie. I think the fact is this: in 80 didn't show up. And LeBron, no offense, LeBron, you got 20 years in and too many minutes. I'm sorry, bro. You good, LeBron, and I'm a LeBron fan, but you got 20 years in and too many minutes. I mean, this is the problem. You got LeBron carried too much. And I told everybody, I said, unfortunately, bro, I don't think they're coming back. He's like, you a big lie. I said, but it's the problem. If you told me to bet on this game, I'd bet against them. I said, I would have bet you. I said, after they lost the second one, I said, they're going to get swept. And people was like, you say LeBron? Yeah, they're going to get swept. I said, why is that? I said, because AD's not going to show up. LeBron's going to try to do everything, and they're just going to tire the fuck out of him. And I said, I'm going to tell you how you know LeBron is tired. I said, this is how you're going to know he's tired. I said, because they're going to get steals off of him, and he's going to miss shots that he normally would make.
They're going to wear him out.
He did exactly that. I said, because he's tired. He doesn't realize it. He may not realize it that he's tired, but that's really what it is. No offense.
He ain't feeling his
LeBron,
age,
you're a
but
little
what I
old.
want to say is, let me put it this way. First of all, a lot of people, of course, the NBA's ratings have been low, especially since everybody's focused on the NHL because they had an insane. They just saw like the Western Conference there get swept. Where the Eastern Conference they saw like the Hurricanes get swept by the Panthers 4-0, and on the Western side, the Golden Knights, they were just one game away from sweeping the Stars, but the Stars were able to win one back in overtime. And a lot of those games have been in overtime, so people have been focused on that. Other folks have been just focused on Major League Baseball and shit.
No,
So,
the NBA's had. I'm talking about overall ratings, not just this playoffs. NBA ratings have been down. That's the reason why but listen, that's the reason why when the women were complaining, talking about they want more money and all this other bullshit, NBA as a whole ratings are down. People are not watching NBA games no more.
That's a different argument. When they was arguing about they want more money, they weren't coming from a standpoint of like arguing in negotiation like that. They were not coming saying we're bringing X amount of viewers to the plate. We need more money. They were just saying
we want more money.
That's not how that works.
Well, listen.
I'll give you another example. I'll give you another example of that. Let me give you another example of that. Hold on. So hold up, Dre. Let me give you another example of that. Because somebody grew up playing soccer and everything. If anybody remembers the U.S. women's national team was like complaining about equal pay and shit.
I've been there.
And nobody, and nobody was asking why and they were like, well, we've won 3 gold medals, we won 3 women's World Cups. What more do we got to do? And
that's what my mentor told me. He said so. He said so.
Hold on. Wait up, hold up. But my thing was,
you gotta say, wait, listen, bro. How many times? It's like you say it like you waste like 10 seconds each time you say something. You repeat it like 4 times.
Okay, come on, let's keep the show moving. Come on.
I'm messing with you, bro.
My question,
I'm messing with you.
Yeah. Yeah, we know how you are. But my thing is,
I'm
my
an
question
asshole.
was, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm a dick, so it is. What is what? But anyway, my question was, as somebody who understands the business aspect of soccer, my question was, how much money are we talking about here exactly?
We talking
How
billions,
much
bro.
money?
If you want to answer, I'm
No,
gonna just say it straight on the flip. Like, no. When it comes to this conversation, we talking about sports. We're talking billions minimum. So
For
yeah,
soccer,
but for
when
the
a person comes to
national
you,
soccer's $1 trillion enterprise.
Trillion.
If you
we're
really
talking
$1
look
trillion
at it,
when you're talking
yes.
American soccer. When you're talking
no,
American
no.
soccer,
If
you're
you're talking
talking
about
billions. When you're talking
yeah,
global
American
soccer,
soccer,
yeah, you're talking trillions. I'm not going to
because
argue with you.
Yes.
it's
Like,
the
yeah,
most popular sport in the world,
on the
and
Yeah, but
planet.
Yeah.
every
But
eyeball,
equal,
like 60% of, well, let's say 60 to 70% of the eyeballs on the planet are on soccer in the sporting
yeah,
world, right?
Mhm.
And so if
yeah.
you have a team, or if you have the eyeballs, or you advertise on that, you get a lot of attention from doing that. America has just never
Especially you got the
committed
major
itself to
league.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The MLS is not what it is. The MLS is not what it is like in, like some of the South American leagues
yeah,
or the
we don't
European
develop,
league or even
we
the
just
Asian
don't
league.
develop, we choose not to develop talent in that level. And
Mhm.
what that basically means is we don't put a lot of black people into soccer. Like
And that's
like
the exactly.
LeBron could have been one of the best goalies in soccer in history, because he's 6'8". He's very spry. Like Hakeem was a
You got
great goalie in soccer, but he lived in America and became a basketball player.
Right.
You know,
Hey,
you
yeah,
just adjust to where you are.
You spilling secrets. I'm over here teaching my son how to play soccer on the
Mhm.
low. Like
Mhm.
I'm like,
what,
yo, if
what
it don't
position?
work for you, you
Right.
got school to
And
fall
what's
back on.
Yeah.
right?
Imagine
And
What
Allen
position?
Iverson
What position,
on the
Cam?
soccer pitch.
What position?
Imagine how
Yeah.
I
good
don't
that
know shit
person would
about
be
soccer.
on
Oh
But
wait,
that
wait.
here's the
field.
deal.
Bro, there's nobody coming
I'm
out of
putting him in the
Brazil
game. He's
or
better than
Spain
Asians,
or
and that's where
Argentina.
we leaving it at.
Man,
Yeah.
you could
Jules,
put
hold
all
on a
those
second.
guys in an ice cooler and just let it ride.
Yeah.
You
But
put a
here's what I
soccer
can say
field in
about
every
that.
hood, in every suburb,
Uh-huh.
you would get
Mhm.
camps of just guys ready
Or
to go
mixture.
at it. And like capitalism
But
has its
here's
problems, but
yeah.
it does reward the people who succeed. And
But
Exactly.
people who
here's what
see
I'm trying
that,
to get
there
at.
is a reward, you would have an
Yeah.
immense talent
Jules.
pool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But here's what I'm getting at here, folks. Here's what I'm getting at. You and anybody who's a professional who plays in the professional league will tell you, you don't really get paid that much for playing for the national team. I mean, they pay you a certain amount. But most players, especially the men's teams, like especially in Europe, they were okay with the equal pay things because
Mhm.
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it didn't affect their bottom lines because the teams they play for in the professional leagues, that's
Mhm.
who cuts the checks, not the
Okay.
national team. If they get paid
But
by the
this,
national
Yeah.
team,
So
I
is it
think
a
you're just
club
failing
thing?
to realize something, though. If you create, this is
Mhm.
the problem. Like he's right. I'm not even gonna lie. That's actually it's a great thing to right here that it should be added. You want black people to do? We need to put soccer fields in the black community. Period. Already
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah,
I
we
said
gonna
Because
move
because
there
them.
used to
why?
be,
Why?
there's
Well, listen,
still
listen.
boxing gyms all over the place.
Right. I said what that'll do is this. I said you say, well, people don't get paid that much in soccer. Once a lot of black people start going, there will be.
Yo,
Because
you know what's
unfortunately,
funny?
black people set the look. Once black say if a lot of black kids start growing up playing soccer, you will see tons of that creates. This is the thing. When black people, we set trends. That's us all
Judge,
day.
you're not wrong.
AB,
Right.
AB,
Judge,
can you
you
pull
Can
got
up
you
a
so
picture?
many
imagine people?
You're
Right,
not
right.
wrong. All
You
the
got
AB,
them.
basketball courts, all the
You got them
basketball
new
courts in
soccer
my
cleats,
hood, all
man.
the
You got them new
one at a
basketball courts
soccer.
in
time,
my
one at a
hood.
time, one at a time, one at a time. Hey,
Go ahead,
AB,
man.
can you pull up a picture of the French national team and the Spanish national team
yes.
and the English national team? A lot of
Give me the
To
melanin
Judge's
Moroccan one,
point,
football.
YS. Give me the
to Judge's
Moroccan one
point,
too.
to Judge's point, as far as like in the hood,
Uh-huh.
all the basketball
Uh-huh.
teams and where I grew up, all of those
Mhm.
spots got shut down and they got replaced with soccer fields. And let me tell you, just because Spanish people came in, don't mean that the niggas left.
All right.
No. And a lot of Spanish kids
And we
don't
figuring it out. We
necessarily play.
figuring it out. And we figuring it
I
out.
know, I
Mhm.
know.
And
Right.
they eating. And they eating
At
for
the
real,
same
for real.
at the same yeah,
And on top of that, giving them scholarships.
at the same time, a lot of those Latinos aren't just there to play soccer. A lot of them play baseball too. Let's not forget that. Who do you think is
Yeah, but
dominating the MLB nowadays? It's not black people. That's not
I'm from
black
a
people.
town where the Negro Baseball Museum is located and started. So like we do baseball here. And I'm not gonna argue
I
with you.
know.
You're not wrong. But at the end of the day,
Uh-huh.
like when it comes to that spot, like if you had a basketball, like you grew up, you 4 to 5, and a basketball place got removed and they put a soccer spot there, you just gonna learn soccer. You're not gonna learn
Yeah.
baseball, even if it's the national spot for baseball.
right,
You just gonna learn
Yeah.
soccer, and that's what's
right.
happening. It's like if you're gonna replace it with this, then we're gonna eat and we're gonna transition and figure it out. And the problem is, it's just like I don't want to go home. Here's the deal. We all know the Roger Report. We all know where we at. We ain't gotta like do that background. So these black boys is just like, okay, I just don't want to go home. So I got to do this. I can't play basketball. I'm gonna learn soccer, and they are figuring it out really fast. Really
It's just over here. We're gonna have fun. My friend playing soccer. I'm gonna go take a look at it.
Bam.
And
And they
then
learning
surprised how
and they
many
learning
Europeans-
Spanish on top of it. On top of
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm seeing it
And
with
on
my
top of
own
that, when you think
eyes.
about it, that will come in handy for a lot of them if they learn to speak Spanish. Because, like, they say some of them end up going like overseas to Europe and shit. Like they play like in Spain, or if they go to Italy or Portugal or something like that. But it's like But let's not forget, you got plenty of black players in Europe right now. Many of them are either coming from Africa or they're second, third generation Europeans of African descent. And a lot of those guys like if you can to Jules's point earlier when he mentioned a picture of like the British or the the French national team, for example, a lot of their players are second, third generation immigrants. But then again, there's a lot more of them who took advantage of the whole dual citizenship thing, and a lot of them ended up representing the countries of origin. So you got like if you go like look at Algeria's national team, most of those players second, third generation French. Morocco, a lot of them are second, third generation Dutch, Belgian, French, Spanish. They even got a couple of Canadian, German citizens on their teams.
Whoever just said there's a comment that you just added in your comment section where it said black boys need to play tennis. So I'm gonna use a black man. I'm not gonna argue. Here's the deal. I'm not even gonna disagree with that. But there's a black book made by a black man because this is a black sector called the Organizational Game Revealed. I'm gonna repeat it. The Organizational Game Revealed, made by a black man, helped me get all the money that I got today in my life. So I'm going to say it twice. The Organizational Game Revealed. But the problem is,
Can you type in the back chat, please?
I will. Not a problem. I'm gonna finish this statement, then I'm gonna type it in the back chat. But the problem is with that is when it comes to tennis, when it comes to golf, when it comes to other like games like that, you have to have an end. You cannot just be I grew up very poor. So I wouldn't just be able to walk up and just say, I want to play tennis and just walk in the room. I needed an advocate. Somebody has to advocate for you to get into that space, especially when you're poor, especially when you look dirty like I did, because I was very dirty. They will not let you even if you got the money, they will not let you on the tennis court. I'm speaking from experience. That just won't happen. So what ends up happening is when you want to do stuff like that, sometimes it just boils down to luck. So that's why I always advocate for people to read that book. So it's like for me, that book is for more or less like people like you got kids, you're like me, you're doing good, you're doing okay, and you was like, I want my son or my daughter to do X. You read this book, and then you can kind of get the game. And you kind of go from there. So I'm gonna type that book in the back chat.
Just a minute. 20 people watching. Y'all hit the Cash App, support the show. Continue.
Hit the ass app and support the show.
Cash App.
It's a Judge Dre tax. It's Judge Dre tax. That's why. Sometimes we have the BGS tax, but in this case, it's a Judge Dre tax.
And the problem is, it's in affiliation, just because, you got the BGS tax, but like the knowledge of BGS and drop, it comes with us. It comes. Here we are. He done raised us up. I can't speak for y'all. I'm only speaking for myself.
Yeah.
I'm eating. He let the game down. I heard it. I'm eating. I'm doing good. I'm telling you how to spit out the meat and chew the bones. And I'm telling you where the bones are.
What'd you eat today?
What did I eat today? I ate fucking good. Shit, I ate fucking delicious.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
let's not go there.
What Cam's saying about sports like tennis and whatnot, you got to get accepted to a tennis academy and whatnot.
Yes,
they got academies for those sports. I mean,
this is too. Look, wait, listen. There's to people who can't don't get discouraged if you can't dance. Hate to say something. A lot of people you wouldn't believe you can just get in just hanging around tennis people. I mean, hang around.
Just right. We're not even knocking that. We're not knocking that. We on the same page, bro. We on the same page. As an elder,
right.
You are right,
hang
sir.
around
You
them.
are right.
Right. I tell people all the time, look, make friends with people who play tennis. You may not be able to get the right. Sometimes, hey man, we need an extra person. Why don't you come, make friends?
He's right. You right.
Hey, Cam.
Yes.
I just dropped some information. Confirm it in the back chat.
Hold on.
Let me know if that looks accurate.
Hold on. Let me double check.
Make friends. Network is more important than anything.
Here's another sport I'm thinking that we should also consider into. Now, not rugby because it's too close to football and CTE being what it is, but unlike baseball, since there should be kids, then we need more black kids in baseball. But what about cricket? Because you got a lot of brothers from especially brothers from the West Indies background and whatnot. If you guys, if you guys could bring plenty of them.
Nema, can I respond to that?
I'll say, by all means.
Cricket's really only played in Commonwealth nations. So there are a lot of them. I think, 40 of them?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to get an audience, but soccer is really the goal.
And I would say
tennis is not the goal unless you can afford to do like what Richard Williams was able to do, which is basically trade a lot because your children are that exceptional and you're able to sacrifice a lot to make your children that exceptional. Because tennis is a very precise sport. And if you look back at the history of black tennis in America, the ATA stuff, Althea Gibson was Serena before Serena. And Althea Gibson her father wanted to toughen her up for like the racist crowds back then. And these were like real racist. This is like in the 50s and 60s. And she used to box her father on the rooftop in their apartment complex. And so just think about that. You're just taking punches and trading punches with your dad.
Right.
As a teenager.
How about Arthur Ashe back in the 70s and whatnot?
Yeah.
60s and 70s.
Yeah. And Arthur Ashe comes from an upper class black family, meaning they had money to teach him how to play that game, because you can be very athletic and be very good at it, but tennis is a game of like inches. It's much more complex than just getting it over the net. It's not just the mind, though. It is a game of like knowing the angle.
It's a lot of variables in tennis. Where soccer, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of young black kids can come into soccer and dominate anyway because they have superior stamina. So trust me,
it's not just that. It's technique. You gotta have pace.
But look, the stamina will help them get in the door quicker. Like stamina in tennis and stamina, and if you think about it, having stamina in tennis does not go as far as having it in soccer. Those motherfuckers
I'm about to push back on that. I'm about to push back on that.
I gotta push back on that.
Run.
Yeah.
Those fields are huge, dude. And you need the stamina to get there, get the ball there, and be able to move at that in there. Ooh, no.
Here's the deal. Here's why I'm pushing back on that. These are different sports for different reasons. So here, once again, like I just fell out. I came back into the chat. Once again, in the back chat, I just reinforced that the book that the person who said, "Is this the book that I asked for?" It is. You got the right author. The Organizational Game Revealed. The point that I'm getting at is when you're playing these sports, you're playing for different reasons. So when we're talking sports, when we're talking tennis, you're talking golf, you're talking whatever it is, you're not playing for the same reason. So what we're talking about is when we're playing golf, I'm not playing to be exerted. I'm not playing to be exhausted. Like I'm going to have enough energy to talk. So let me give you a real life example. So here I am. This is
wait, Cam. Can you say the name of the book and the name of the author real quick?
The Organizational Game Revealed and Harry J. Coleman. It's going to be a dark blue background with a pyramid on it. And I put it in the background.
I'm looking at it right now.
Do you see it? It's by a black man.
I'm looking. Yeah, Harvey J. Coleman, Empowering Yourself.
And let me give you. And it's going to tell you some stuff that you might not want to hear. I'm not going to justify anything that he says, but it works.
Those are the best books. I tell people all the time, look. Like one of the things is this. Because I'm like, for me to be like this, and you've seen, I tell people, like sometimes when I get upset, and I say, okay, am I coming up this thing? Is that an emotional response? Is that a response rooted in emotional, or is that a response rooted just because I want to be an ass? And I tell people all the time. Usually, if it's I tell my son. Usually, a response you rooted in emotionally is usually an incorrect one. And I tell her that's words to live by. That was one of the things I told my son. A response or any action rooted in emotion is usually an incorrect one.
Dre, that's why I like you. Like, I've been seeing you in a lot of different places and a lot of different conferences and a lot of different talks. You always say some shit that used to piss me off, but then I had to like humble myself, chew on the meat, spit out the bones, and you were low key right. So yes. Yes.
Like I said, Wisconsin. I tell people all the time. I said, when you get into say something pisses you off, sometimes the best thing to do is to not do nothing. And people say, what? You just let that person get it off? Yeah. But sometimes I hate to say the best course of action is no action.
Dre, you don't know that you have helped my family out because I've literally taken words that you have said verbatim and said it to my kids, said it to my wife, and said it to my brother and my. First off, I don't care about all my family. Like,
look, I got 4, so I got a good practice.
I'm gonna just say it like this: I love my family, but I don't care about everybody. I'm not trying to save everybody. I'm not trying to protect everybody. I'm not about to sit here and turn this into a Roger report. At the end of the day, it's just like the people around me are the people around me. And when I speak, it's what I speak. And if you don't want to hear it, you don't want to hear it. And if you don't want to hear it, I push you away. Period. Go away. And I force you to leave me. And that's the energy that I'm getting. And so when I say, like, when I promote these books that I'm promoting, I'm not telling you that it's what you want to hear, because I'm not about to tell you how you about to make the next LeBron James. I'm not about to tell you how you about to make the next tennis star. But at the end of the day, it's like, when I'm a software engineer, point blank, period. And everybody who has kids, they play soccer, they play tennis, they play soccer or whatever it is. But it's never none of the sports that I grew up with. And the sports that I know that my son can dominate in, it's all of them. So when I'm teaching my son how to do it now, and he be shitting on these niggas, period, shitting on them. He's not even trying. And that's what I'm saying.
Can I ask a question?
Please go ahead.
Regarding your son, when it comes to soccer, what position is he playing? And secondly,
I'm learning. That's the problem. I'm learning. I don't know.
What's his primary? Which foot? Oh, hold on. My other second question is more important. Is he left-footed or right-footed? What's his dominant foot?
He's left-footed, but to talk to this conversation more importantly, I care more about his martial arts skills because I put him in martial arts. So I do him in shit. I'm just like, do shit.
What martial arts is he taking?
All right.
He's doing no gi, no. So you have two type of martial arts. Yes, jujitsu.
No gi,
gi. Yeah, I don't like gi jujitsu because there's a reason why I don't like it. It's no gi.
Yeah, okay. No gi. Okay, you got a no gi, but what about for striking or something like that?
He's 4, bro. Like, we are doing our best.
Okay. I mean, you know what? All right. One thing I can say. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, look at there's a good clip on the Johnny Carson Tonight Show of a young Tiger Woods who was 4 years old, and he was hitting golf balls. That's when it starts. That's when you teach those kids how to do that type of stuff, and it gets they train themselves into it.
But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And my vibe is like, when I was his age, I was learning how to do fuck shit. I don't want to teach him how to do fuck shit. I'm teaching him how to do something that's better than when I was learning.
Right.
And he's eating it up. And he's knocking it. And what I'm telling, and here's the reason why I'm like, here's the deal. Maybe we don't figure it out. Maybe I don't get it right. But the energy that I'm telling every other ADOS black person, and here's the deal. I'm not even like big on the ADOS thing. I'm big on the black thing. Diaspora shit. Every black person, black male who's over his family, who's really on his shit, there's no competition, bro. Like, there's no competition. Like, I don't care if you fucking from the continent, if you're from the Caribbean, like when you put your kid in this shit, we knocking it fucking out the park, bro. There's nobody else doing that shit. My son fucking sucks at soccer, and he's whooping ass.
Right. Well, because I know offense. This is the thing. This is why I tell people all the time. I said, now I'm just gonna let you know. I would love for society to go to shit, and this whole world. Listen. This whole world collapse. I'm talking about no food, no fam, nothing. I mean, fighting in the streets, all of that shit. Listen. Shut up, and let me finish. And I'll tell you why. The reason why, if society fell to zero, no money, no food, you just whatever you got, we'll come out on top when it's all over with. I
By
hate
the
to
way,
say, that will do. Look. Society crumbling right now, and we starting over from zero right now with nothing, no lights, no power, Black people will come out on top.
Black men, I'm gonna put a hard asterisk on this on that, because like as a
Black
person who's
men,
been
black men, Chinese men, and maybe Mexicans. It won't be white. It won't be white. But
my experience is saying something different. I ain't gonna argue with you because your experience tells you something different. But
my experience
them people ain't my
is
experience.
look. This is the problem. My experience is if it happens, say tomorrow. Now, if it happened in about another 10 years from now, it's too late, because the problem is not enough of us intelligent black men left who are either in the capable hands to will have capable strength to right the wrong. But if it started tomorrow, we can do it. If it started 10 years from now, because we're just going down a road we're getting almost too far. And that's going to be our Achilles heel. That's going to kill us.
Brother, I'm only pushing back just because my lived experience is different. Because, here's the deal. Like, I grew up in a conocracy, so like I'm not about to make no justifications for no bullshit. But black men have put me, like, I'm eating good. My family's eating good. My children are eating good. I have a 3-year-old son who can read on a 4th grade level, and we all in this space know what that means. Thank you.
My 4-year-old cousin.
I tried hard.
Look, my 4-year-old cousin can do multiplication.
But the point is, in this space, we know that black boys don't read. That's the point that I'm trying to get at. What I'm saying is, I've overcome that, and what I'm getting at is, because of this space, because of the energy that I've gotten from this field, I'm telling you right now, it is no competition.
Well, this is the thing you don't. This is the thing you don't. Listen,
he be donating. So
just remember me. I'm an auditor. I'm a numbers man. And the reason why this space is nice, the space is nice that I'll say like this. The space is nice because it shows you there's other black smart men out there. But the problem too, I say, what the space also shows you is this. The space also shows you.
We got an elder here.
Okay, go ahead. Well, once you say something, but what the space also shows you.
Yeah. What does the space also show?
The space also shows you.
You're an elder. I need you to finish.
No. Go ahead and finish, man. We family here. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Dre knows.
I said what the space also shows you. What the space also shows you is that our numbers are increasing, but they're nowhere near where they need to be.
I'm not even arguing with Dre. But Dre, please let me say this one thing.
Hold on, wait a minute, Cam.
Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do.
Since BGS is here, BGS taxes is in effect.
I knew that was happening. I don't blame you.
Hey, something before we
I get my money, BGS. I'm trying to say.
Heard that. Hold on, Cameron. You can get a chance to talk. We're here all night, man.
Sir. I done read all the bullshit and told me to do. When you say jump, I say how high. Like, I'm not bringing that energy. Don't come in.
No. You got something to say. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Cam. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because using the energy that BGS said, and frankly, not just you, AB, because we on the same page. Because when you talk about that Microsoft shit, we be on the same page. But what I'm getting at is, when we talk about what we just been talking about, especially like black boys, I'm always pushed back on. I'm on the fucking board of the school and the department that I'm in. I don't want to say the city.
Yeah,
all the stuff that I'm doing. Nobody gives a fuck about the boys. And I thought it was a racial thing. It's not a racial thing. But of course, I'm always capping for black boys, period. Like, I mean, whether it's ADOS or, diaspora, I'm a very diaspora type of brother. Like, first off, I'm ADOS, and then I fall back to diaspora. But they don't give a fuck about either one. They don't give a fuck about boys, and then they don't give a fuck about white boys. It's crazy.
You formed a white gynocracy. If you look what a gynocracy is, basically.
Sir, I watched all your videos. You are not wrong. Yes, what you said, here's the thing, BGS. When what you're about to say, because I'm not. We're not.
No, go ahead. We're gonna go ahead. No,
I be in the motherfucking meetings saying the shit that you say.
Yeah.
and it be pissing them off. It pisses everybody off because here's the deal. I might read a fourth of the books that you read or talk about, but I still read the books because you got to read the books. It's for anybody else here, you cannot just repeat BGS shit because I did that at one point. It doesn't work. You got to read the books. You got to have a fucking standpoint. You got to have a fucking backbone.
10 to 20 pages a day. You'll get that book done in, well, except for American Slave Coast. You'll get them done within 3 weeks or so.
And it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks because if you're a software developer like me, you still got to read the shit that you got to read as a developer, which is indirectly not nothing to do what you got to do. But like, let me be transparent. So what I was talking about is I came in, I'm like, hey, yo, here's a value that I'm putting on the table. And I would say what I'm putting on the table. And I would always put an asterisk. If I'm not getting this amount of black boys in this thing, I'm not going to bring this energy to the table. So I'm like, I can bring, so I hate when people say things that are vague. I'm like, I'm going to bring a TILS program to the table. Excuse me, I had to burp.
I'll say one thing, there's a way as a software engineer, especially, you could help out certain black men who are at least past the K through 12 phase and get them some experience. And I'll put it in the back chat who you could talk to, but he's divisive in this space, but he's actually doing it and helping a lot of young men getting some things done.
If it helps people,
and when I put his name, you'll ask how.
Yeah. But what Cameron is saying, he's trying to break. He's trying to break a tradition of excluding black boys. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's trying. He's trying to get some momentum. So he's actually doing what he's supposed to do right now.
Yeah. So that's part of the thing.
Cam, are you reading Boys and Men by Richard Reed?
I've already read. Here's the deal. Yeah, AB, me and you, we on the same page. We come from the same background, bro. Like, yes, I ain't gonna say I read that book, but I read a lot of books from similar backgrounds. So I do need to pick that book up. But like, as far as like the Negro and American Family, you know, whether it be anything from E. Franklin Frazier or, you know, anything from W. Du Bois. I went to a school named after W. Du Bois. So I was reading that shit when I was like 14. So it's like a lot of the stuff that like I had to process, you know, it's already was there. So it's like when I came to the table, it's just like, I don't care what you know, when like how Big Gesture said, like this gynocracy thing. Let me be very specific, white gynocracy thing. I can see it. I'm just like, hey, I'm going to take my ball and walk away from the table. If I don't see black male boys or black, whether it's ADOS, people from the Caribbean, people from the fucking diaspora, I don't care. If I don't see black boys eating from this shit, I'm gonna take my ball and walk away from the table. Nobody's gonna get anything from this. And here I am bringing like, you know, big ass contracts with this shit. And it's forcing people to have the conversation. And it's just interesting to see people like do the Dougie, do the dance. Like, oh no, we don't want you to. No, you need to bring me 4 or 5 black boys. I don't care if they're retarded. I don't care if they can't read. I will fix that. I will take time out of my day, work with them. But if they're not there, I'm not there.
I appreciate you doing that too, man. I appreciate you doing that because this is the thing. A lot of times that doesn't happen, especially with us. And I tell people like all the time, like if you see one of the things I tell people, like y'all see me stop when I've been driving, and I always stop and help somebody. I only stop and help me. I'm not gonna lie. Remember I told you that. Yeah. I don't. And I told him, this is the deal. Yeah. Oh, man, thank you, brother. No, nigga, you owe me. And I tell him immediately. I said, what? I said, no, nigga, you owe me. And they think, what? I want some money? No, this is the rule. Next time you see a black man, you stop and help him. If you don't, not a black female, a black man, that promise me that. That's my thing.
I say the same thing.
Let me add something. I call it the broke down car situation. It's much easier to if you see somebody with a broken down car and they're just sitting in that car, you're not going to offer to help them. But if you see somebody with a broken down car and they're pushing it, you're much more likely going to help them push it.
And they're making an effort,
yeah. Yeah, real quick. Wait a minute, real quick.
Speak of mine.
We got money.
Thank you, for the Cash App. Continue.
What I was gonna say is like I was just in a car accident like maybe 4 weeks ago, right? And let me be very transparent. only black men stopped and helped, and like they didn't help me because I got insurance and all that shit, so like I didn't need to help. But like only black men stopped and said, "Hey, bro, are you okay? Are you straight?" No, and let me be transparent. One Asian bitch did stop, but I figured she wanted the dick. But like, hey, outside of that,
well, I'm not gonna lie. I ran out of gas about 2 weeks ago because I got a habit for not paying attention. I ran out of gas. Actually, it was black women there. They didn't help me. It was 2 old white women that helped me. I had a gas can. I'm like, can you? She's like, oh yeah, I will. She went around there, and I'm like, so we sat there, and I took them. I said, well, look, since you went and get the gas for me, let me take you guys to lunch. I sat down with these 2 older white women, and I mean, one had to be like 60-something years old. The other one was like late 40s, and I'm like, and I told her, I said, what's so bad is black people looked at it. Oh no, I can't help you. Especially, I see a lot with the young black kids. Because young black kids, they need to be like the 20-year-olds. They're not helping older black people. I've noticed that. We got to get them back on track.
That's your era. That's
I know.
Because I'm just telling you, I was just in a wreck, and everybody who stopped and asked me if I needed help, if I needed to sue, if I needed to stop, and first off. It was like, yo, first time from the hood, BGS, like, to remove yourself from this conversation. Like, it was like, if you need to do some gangster shit, and I'm just like, nope, don't need to do no gangster shit. We ain't got to shoot nobody. We ain't got to do nothing. But it was all black men. And he was just like, and I just said, hey, yo, I'm so stressed. I just need a shot. And let me tell you, he pulled out alcohol from the back of his trunk and gave it to me. That's the only thing I needed. I just needed a shot. And everything else was handled. But like, it was young black men, it was older black men, but the key thing was it was all black men and one Asian chick.
But listen, black men will be more likely to help you anyway, because they live a closer life experience to you, and they know already. They ain't nobody stopping.
Mr. Dre, I was only pushing back because you made it an age thing, and what I was saying was.
But what I'm saying is a lot of the younger black men. Not saying all, but a lot of them are not really on code like that. It's a reason why. No, it's a reason. Right. It's a reason why. Like in Baltimore, was that Baltimore? Yeah, Baltimore, where the 3 kids ran up there and shot that boy on the bus. I mean, they really on that. You can't talk. Yeah, they tried to, right? But remember, they already killed the 24-year-old sister the day, like 2 days afterward or 2 days before. But it's like
shit,
yeah, right. I like literally, they are really too gung ho with that. Like, I could have started kicking ass, but we was not that bad. Like, think about it, they bowling out, they pushing teachers out the way, pushing adults out the way to kill people. I mean, like, we would thought we would wait, get you coming out to school. They fuck the teacher, push her ass out the way and run in there and kill. Like, you at least thought you was protected around adults.
Drake. Like, only reason why I'm gonna push back on that just a little bit, as a person who's a millennial who grew up I was born in 1991, so just so we got transparency. And if you fucked over a person when it came to drugs, we would come to your school and fuck you over in front of everybody. And that's just kind of the
classroom and get you in math class. We ain't coming in your class. We'll get you to come out in the locker room.
That's why I'm pushing back. Like, we would do that in front of. When I say we, I'm only saying millennials. I'm not saying me personally.
One at a time, y'all. You guys get talking one.
Oh wow!
You got to take turns, okay?
Y'all are really bold. I say, but you understand what I'm saying, BGS.
No, that was right. We are. We millennials were bold.
One at a time, y'all. Yeah, one at a time.
The audio experience is for the listeners.
No, yeah. Go ahead. You were speaking. Go ahead, Cameron. Finish.
The point that I was getting at is when it came to this drug stuff, because I don't like talking about drug stuff. I'm a whole tech person. I got a whole tech career. I do a lot of consultancy, so it's really bad on my image if people like pull this stuff up. But like because Dre, your voice is loud. I listen to you. I know other people listen to you. The point that I'm getting at is when it comes to this, if you messed up in my era, we made a point to, like, here's the deal. The cartel nowadays, we ain't talking about that. They on something else. That is not what we're talking about. But like, we're talking about 2009, 2013. Yes, we would pull up on you in front of other people to make an example of you. But like, we're not talking about that stuff that they doing now in 2020. Like, it's disrespectful nowadays. And I think that's what and I might be making an assumption. I might be wrong, so I'm willing to accept that. But like the cartel shit that's happening nowadays, I'm not talking about that. But 2013, 2015, yes, people will pull up on you, do it in front of your mama, whatever it is. But like there was rules, but everybody knew what the rules was. I would say around 2020, 2017, that's when the rules started to break down. Where me as a person who understood the rules, even though I wasn't a part of the game, if you did some shit and I'm just like, you broke the rules, other people will be looking at me like, why is that happening? And I'm just like, oh my God, like this is what do you mean? Like you ain't supposed to do that. But you know, how you said, like things just change. And I'm a land my plane on that.
So that situation in Baltimore was crazy. They came on a bus to kill a boy, and they boys themselves. They was they said it was
gun jammed up. What didn't it happen where they didn't?
Yeah, they arrested a 14-year-old girl too. Apparently, she was the leader in all this.
Yeah, that was actually PG County, which is not Baltimore, and that's like a upper middle class area where people brag about.
Wealthy.
Yeah. Well, there's parts of it that are very wealthy and parts of it that are not. But I know a lot of people that used to live in PG County who moved down to Calvert County or Charles County or whatever, because it's getting a lot more hood.
Yeah.
And they're kind of figuring out that NIMBYism is something that people practice for.
I don't know if they caught that.
The thing is, if they drive my, the thing is, if they gentrify DC, guess what? People have to move.
Right.
Yeah. They got to go
Great.
out. Yeah.
Can you mute up, please?
Oh, okay. But yeah.
And that's the thing that's always existed in it. That's always existed in every community, but the Black community has very thin lines between class, especially between let's say the lower, middle, upper middle, and then when you get to upper class, you don't even see them, like they just disappear. It's like they're just ghosts in the wind.
Do. Yeah, they do, but
because
they have to keep strict lines. They have to shun family from it.
Yeah, like someone like Harold Ford, like or is it Harold, the guy who ran for senator right before Barack got into president? That guy comes from a long line of Black like wealth and influence, but you don't see him around in the Tennessee area. They're on their compound, they got their land, they got their properties. There's a bunch of families like a couple thousand families like that. But
they integrate they integrate with white and other families at that wealth strata
to a degree, but they mostly socialize amongst themselves. They don't like.
But the thing is, when they mix as far as business and other kind of stuff, they actually integrate with other groups that are at that level. Okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of Black folks who owns like parking garages, dry cleaners, like stuff that you don't think about that's part of the infrastructure of America. And they'll have like 15 parking garages in Baltimore or like 20 dry cleaners in DC. You know what I mean? They'll have stuff that's like very useful and gets a lot of recurring revenue, but they don't step their heads out, but they'll fund stuff on an occasion and, you know, they'll make good graces. But in the business world, there's very few people they can really work with. And they wind up working with white folks a lot of times.
I got a slight pushback on that last statement because what I'm learning is, and I really hate to talk about this just because of my personal lived experiences, but when you come from a family who's about that action, they train you. They train we train, because here's the deal. They train me the same way they train me up. I'm training my niece, where it's just like, you don't want to fall backwards. You don't want to fall recursively into the situation. Like, we sold crack, we sold dope, so you don't have to do this. So a lot of the people who actually did that shit, so I can't speak for everybody, but like, let me say it like this: for fake gangsters or people who want to actually, you know, pretend to be about that action. No. Like my son, and I'm gonna just use this one example, and I'm not gonna use anything deeper. He throws up C. He's 3. He doesn't know no better, so we're not upset at him. He threw up the C, and everybody in my family just like, hey, yo, don't do that. No.
They checked him,
Yep, because like, you have a future. You can do better. No, don't do this. Crippin will be here if you don't. If everything else fails, you can always be a Crip. But do not do that now.
Well, one of the things is too, I'm not even gonna lie. Just like I tell you, like I do this, like everyone knows that. Like if you're my friend on Facebook, you know I love my little cousin the most. one of the things is this: we make sure you're not even allowed to be my little cousin's friends if we don't approve of you. I mean, it's just like literally, it's just that much to keep. I know we can't don't approve. You can't
Protect them
even
from bad
be approved to
influence.
be his friend, right? Because basically like that, no, because I feel like this is the thing. If he never sees that in life, that I hate to say I think that's the best way. You can't even be his friend. Why? No, you can't even hang around. No,
You gonna get, but the problem is you gonna get that.
yeah,
You
we
gonna
gonna
get
get
that, Dre.
unfortunately, but this is the thing is, remember, like I told you, I think I lost my son because this is the mistake I made, and that's why I believe I saw my son turn off. I went back to one day. It was I met a female, I met a grandmother, I met a grandmother, I met a grandma, not female, I met a grandmother. She was real cool, old fashioned, this, that, and the other. I'm like, oh man, it's good. And she said, oh yeah, my daughter, she's moving here. She's got a son about your age. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, this, that, and the other. And we had talked for like 3 or 4 days in a row. I'm like, well, I'm gonna let my son meet your grandson. So I'm thinking because the grandmother was Christian, all like this.
She is
son
now.
was ghetto as fuck.
Yeah,
The
she is
two
now.
kids met. Now I'm fucked. Now I'm like, good. The two kids met that day. They
like
became good friends, and I was like, fuck. Because I'm like, I thought he was a nice church going boy.
Yeah,
I'm sitting there thinking, and I'm like, I introduced you to a fucking hoodlum, and that's exactly when he started. Because my son never did none of that shit, and I would sit up there and think about he started straying more, start doing shit he was never doing.
BGS.
But
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna let you know now. Brace yourself.
What?
What's the problem?
Look at the chat.
Okay.
What's wrong? I can't see the chat.
Nothing.
Some money. What's the problem? Like,
you see what I'm
talking?
talking.
Hit the cash app.
Why does he want to come into our link? You know,
No. Let him up. Let him up. I want to know why the hell he's here.
Who is this?
Man of Tomorrow? What? Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
why?
All right. He's got about 30
come
seconds
up.
before I bounce because he's blocked on my side. That's why I can't see him.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute because I want to just
not
be.
Y'all let y'all talk. Go ahead.
Because he's blocked.
Y'all
He's
go
blocked.
ahead. Y'all go ahead. I'm muting up.
Was if you want to let him up,
Dre, AB, if you let him up, I'm not gonna mute, but like I'm gonna sit here and talk to you the same way I was talking to BGS. First off, let me just say this, BGS, motherfucking Dre, y'all have the shit that y'all dealt with through the 70s, 60s, whatever the fuck y'all I don't mean that disrespectfully, like the area that y'all came through. Thank you. Keep talking that shit because the things that y'all have taught me is what's keeping me alive, what kept my son alive, which helped me get through we're talking about the 4th industrial revolution. I'm moving through that shit and I'm eating and I'm moving through it.
And it's here already. The thing is, people wonder when it's gonna come. It's here already. And this is
BGS. You're not wrong. I'm not even fighting you, bro. I'm here and I'm saying I'm moving through it. I'm bobbing and weaving. I'm bobbing and fucking weaving because every week when I see a live on your shit, I'm listening, I'm taking notes, and I'm going back and I'm doing that shit.
That's why I did that video about AI and jobs. Okay, because this is what the fucking experts are saying. The people actually on the inside. This shit is already here, and they did not release it properly. That's what he's trying to tell you. Okay,
man, I be listening to the devils, the shit that you be saying. Yo, go. You say, hey, don't listen to me. Go to the motherfucking da 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 da. And I did it. I went to the devils. I listen to that shit every other year. Thank you, appreciate it. Because my English isn't good.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But the point I'm getting at is like I'm not dismissing what you're saying. So like when somebody pulls up and they're asking questions and they're trying to like have a dispute. Here's the deal. I'm going to listen to them. I'm not even going to come at them as a person on the side of like. First off, I'm on your side, but maybe they know some shit that I don't know. Here's the deal.
The thing is, I have a problem with it. That doesn't mean you have to have one. Okay.
No. Like, I'm an old BGS nigga. Like, I was here 2015.
Okay.
What you said, you might not remember. You said, "Hey, I do the Socrates shit," and you was like, "How Socrates does his college, how Socrates does his school," where it's just like, bring your fucking exactly. Thank you. And so pull up if you got some good shit. I'm gonna take what you got. I'm gonna take everything that you got that's good. And I'm gonna take it and build up the black community. But if you got some dumb shit, I'm not gonna listen to you at all.
Well, go ahead and let him do his thing. Go ahead and let him do his thing. They want to
can I ask a
talk. Let them
question?
talk.
Yeah, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Actually, I want to ask
Yeah.
a question as well. Okay. Go ahead, Jules. You ask first.
Yeah, I saw the Patreon. Did you move the lives behind the new wall?
No.
The $20 joint.
No.
I had the same problem.
The only things behind the new wall, which is $20 wall, is basically the lessons on the
esoteric stuff.
astrology. Yeah,
okay.
esoteric stuff. The rest of stuff is still regular
I
Patreon.
thought,
Yeah. Everything's should still be up.
To make sure.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that because I still got to listen to the Jack Rasmussen stuff. I haven't listened to that yet.
Jack Rapp. Yeah, there's progressive that are willing to tell the truth, regardless, and he's one of the few. There are some people on the right, like Richard Martin is actually on the right. Believe it or not, he's not a left.
Oh, he
he's
is.
on the right.
He is.
You don't think he's classical liberal?
Classical liberals are actually on the right. Those are classical liberal neoliberals actually on the right. Okay, according to the United States, but worldwide they're on the left.
But Mr. Martin, first and foremost, gentlemen, is quite conservative, as his vernacular expresses.
Yeah,
and while we're at it, but what I want to say,
because I can't even talk to him about COVID stuff, right? Because COVID and vaccines and stuff like that, it got to the point where, man, I understand you don't like it. I understand you got an issue with it, but 2 years of this being on every show, come on, man, gotta let it go.
Yeah. Fair point. My question to you, sir, is that more like a theory, but like what you said, it's here. The fourth industrial revolution is here.
Yeah, it's here. It's here.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we have not been prepared for it, or we have been not been adjusted into it. Or we're caught with a fence.
Europe is really feeling it, man. But the thing is, what happened is that number one, there was resistance to it because people didn't trust it, and they didn't tell the whole truth about why they actually wanted to actually run the programs that they ran, right? Because they're not going to tell you that 80% of people are actually going to get left behind. Got to deal with they have to sell it with some kind of happy, cheery stuff. People didn't take it seriously, but now they're falling behind, right? Because a lot of stuff was actually supposed to be implemented by 2025. Okay, like self-driving cars and trucks. Okay, Congress did not want to move on that. That's how come we don't have them. Okay,
we figuring this out in tech right now. I'm just backing BGS up, like as a person who does domain-driven design, as a software engineer, we are figuring out where to put people, and this is hard as fuck. And we don't want to fire everybody because you don't want to lose the talent.
Yeah, you don't want to lose talent, but the thing is, it's what we don't I'm gonna ask you guys a question. You probably can figure out what the answer is, right? What is capitalism's opium?
Labor. It's labor.
Profits.
Money.
Okay? Profits is the opium of capitalism. That come they moved most of your goddamn jobs to China because China knew exactly what their opium was. We're gonna give it for like 30% of what it can actually make it for in China.
And BGS, that's why I disagree with
50% profits. They can't resist that. They can't let go of that. Go ahead.
They give an offer they couldn't refuse.
You hooked on that opium, man. We know what your opium is. That's why they keep feeding it to them. Yeah.
No. 100% uncut variety.
Yeah.
Especially
all your technology. That's like people. One guy was trying to tell me that
you got that hard white on them, huh?
that China was going to fail because of the chip technology. I said China paid IBM for the memoir processors that you have in your Apple device. Okay,
the M1 chips.
That's IBM technology, right? AMD and IBM technology that China paid for. Okay, they paid for. They're making 7-nanometer chips right across the bay. Okay. They know that TSM. There's like 5 TSMC factories in China. Okay, all they need to do is switch it over. Okay,
and
they have the tech already.
To BGS's point, what I was getting at was it's more or less like you got to have enough figureheads. You got to have enough at least people on the sheet. Like when you write your shit up and give it to the government or whoever the fuck cashes the check, you have at least enough American people. And what I'm getting at is, here's how you be the people on the American balance sheet so you don't get fired, because it's gonna happen eventually. So the best way to not get fired is to learn how to just work with tools that are
You got
So
to
like,
you got to stay ahead of the curve. That's all you can do.
it's there's no way avoiding it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I'm speaking from experience. Like I made one thing that I can say is, R.I.P. Kevin Samuels. He was the bro. I'm about to see him give him all the blessings. You will never hear nothing come out of my mouth that says anything negative from him, because the shit that he was talking about, I was with Kevin Samuels in 2014 when nobody gave a fuck about him. Like, don't get me wrong, he grew up, he did everything he needs to do. I'm not gonna take no shit from him. But in 2014, nobody gave a fuck about Kevin Samuels. But he was talking to us. And when I say us, black men, and he was the person who taught me how to make six figures, personally. And I took his lessons, I ate that shit up, and I spread it around like the fucking gospel. So not just me, not just me. Like, I got other people eating. So like, when people say like, why are you paying this random YouTuber blah 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 money? I'm over here. I'm telling 5 or 6 other black men how they can eat, and they was doing it, and they put their family on. So yeah, I might have spent the money, but like when we drinking, when we having fun, when we barbecuing, I'm feeding 5 families, and that's what happened.
Speaking of which,
go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting. Speaking of which, everybody eating good, but let's make sure that we all eating right as well. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean by
that?
Diet.
But I mean, watch your health. Make sure you get your medical shit straightened out. All that paperwork makes. In fact, here's the thing: we all should be doing. I know it's going to sound controversial, since a lot of people don't know their family history, their family medical history. A lot of people might have to go through have to consult with a GP, a geneticist, and get some genetic screening so they can find out if they have a predisposition for any kind of form of cancers or other medical conditions or whatnot, so they can be prepared for in case shit happens. So, and as well as taking preventative steps, preventative measures and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not even about to disagree with nothing that you just said, but I'm gonna just personally, as a millennial, I'm gonna say it like this: as a millennial from 1991, that shit will not resonate with most people from my demographic. And let me say it like this:
I'm an 82 millennial, so I hear what you're saying.
And here's the deal: we're not fighting. I don't want to have an argument. I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, we're not fighting.
First, I'm gonna go. I got a doctor. I'm on the shit that you're talking about. But I'm just telling you, as a just nigga in these streets doing what we talking about. That's not what these niggas want to hear. They just want to hear how to eat. They trying to hear how to survive.
Well, unfortunately, they're not worried about you telling them all when they're hungry today.
I mean, some people. I mean, some people. Right, a lot of brothers who like right now struggling and whatnot. They're just trying to survive because they're under so much pressure. A lot of them are just living from day to day, and they don't even care about what's going on, what goes on tomorrow, because they're thinking, what I gotta, how am I gonna worry about tomorrow when I can't even think about what am I gonna do today? I don't even know where my next meal is in some cases. I don't know how I'm gonna get. I'm gonna take care of this, that, and third sometimes. Some people are just so disheartened. Too many people are just too, like I said earlier in the chat with AB. Too many people are far too reactive and not proactive.
No, you need people like us, bro. Like, let me stop you there. Like, you need people like us. Like, so here's what I'm processing what you just saying. You talking to me. You're not talking to the people beneath me, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. So like, when you speak, I'm hearing you out. I'm gonna go get a doctor. I'm gonna go do some shit. I'm gonna get my shit checked out. I'm gonna get my prostate checked out. And the people beneath me will be like, nigga, that's gay. I'm like, no, nigga, I want my prostate checked so I don't die from colon cancer. And
It's
like,
really
what?
once a year. Once a year, you should get the full screen from like a medical professional. But like every day, you can do certain things. Like you check the sensitive areas, your armpits, your groin area. Like the legs under the hanging portions. I don't want to get Art kicked off. Around the back area.
Keep talking. I'm listening.
No, you want to check. You want to check for lumps. You want to check for lesions. And
moles.
Then moles, because contrary to popular belief, Black people can get skin cancer. It's very rare, but it does happen.
But no, to your point, what I'm getting at is, go ahead.
And then
I've got,
and then when you get like to let's say 40 plus, you start getting checked the insides. your the prostate exams, the colorectal stuff.
What age would you recommend getting a
colonics? You go to the ENT.
Colonoscopy.
Yeah, the
what age would you
colonoscopy.
recommend? What age would you recommend that?
I mean, 40 is
right now.
35 to all right. So I went to get it
35,
done.
40.
He sounds medical. I don't know if he's
no. Here's an interesting thing that I found out. When they used to set it at 45 for everyone, right? What they found out was that black men tend to get colon cancer earlier than everyone. What they wound up doing, what they wound up doing, yes, diet is a part of it. What they wound up doing though was they said white men should get checked at 40. They didn't say black men should get checked at 40 as well. They just moved it down for white men, not for black men. So if you want to have it done as a black man, you have to get it pushed aside, push forward by knowing your family medical history. I know it, fortunately.
That was pretty
but
flip
not a
how
lot
they
of black
worded that.
not a lot of black men
Are you
know their
in the medical
medical
industry? I'm not dismissing any of you gents. I'm just asking just so I can like put a weight to what you're saying.
Let me say something about that. About the colonoscopy. I mean, the first one I ever got, I was like 28, first of all.
Jesus.
And I
was 14.
I had to get, but for me, if you got to get one, let me tell you something, Cameron. It's not uncomfortable, but
no,
they are going to put you on the side.
I was 14, bro.
Okay.
We on the same page.
Okay. I was like, I'll be honest with you. I was not uncomfortable. I was not uncomfortable when I had mine. In fact, I was just watching the monitor, and for some reason, I looked at them and said, "Yo, can somebody give me a textbook, please?" I was completely conscious.
That's because you're used
No
to laying on
anesthesia,
your
nothing.
stomach. No, I'm just
No anesthesia, nothing.
Because they gave
No
me
anesthesia, nothing.
Whoa, were you in like Guatemala or Peru?
No,
this is up in Norway. This is in Norway, here in Norway.
Oh, okay. Because like in America, it's a little bit different. They'll give you like the stuff to clear you out from the inside out.
Yeah, they had me. No, they had me take that like 36 hours before that. 36,
yeah,
at least
because I did.
36
And
hours
it
before that.
does clear you out, man. You want to get to a six pack if you don't have
the Pico Pet will clear you out.
He said a 6
Oh
pack.
yeah.
He ain't lying.
You will be on the bowl. I'm going to tell you that you'll be on the bowl.
They give you a freak on once every weekend too.
I'm doing that right now. Like I'm juicing.
Yeah.
I got a Jack LaLanne popping in the kitchen right now. Don't ask me about it.
Because it's about like you take care of the inside, take care of the outside. Cut back on the and I'll say this: the person who got it the quickest was the guy. He's in the broader men's content, but he's like, look, if it doesn't come off a tree, out of the ground, or off an animal's back, you shouldn't eat it.
This is hard, man, because kids love chicken nuggets, bro.
Cameron,
kids love chicken nuggets. I'm listening.
But you're not a child. You're not a child.
I got kids though. I ain't arguing that part. Like I can.
You got to find healthier alternatives for that. You got to find healthier alternatives for that. And while we're at it, besides like I said,
stop. Like I'm listening to you, but what do you mean by that?
Chicken breast with some nice spices.
Just a minute, gentlemen. Just a minute. 40 watching. Hit the like button, hit the Cash App, and support the show. Go ahead.
All right. What I want to say was
BGS tax in effect. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit you. Hold on. First off. AB, I'm gonna hit you with some Cash App on the back end, but we talking right now, so I don't want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Last time I tried to stop, I fucked up and got kicked off. So but I'm gonna give you some money. I ain't gonna do you hang. I ain't gonna do you hang like that.
I hear you. Go ahead. Keep going.
But what I want to say is, what you were just saying, what anybody's telling me is like, give me more specific examples because I'm not dismissing things that y'all saying. I just need to know how to implement them better.
All right. But what I will say before that is like, besides like I said, genetic screening, get some blood work done because you know, like you don't know, because like you know, how many people even know, you know, like I said, how many people even check, you know, their blood sugar levels, it's you know, and other things because. Type 2 diabetes is nothing to fuck with, and let's not forget how many kids are getting diagnosed with type 1 diabetes.
Real shit. Yeah. These Apple Watches are getting better. These Apple products, like I'm not even being capping. The shit that's current generation technology, fuck it, just throw it to the side. But the new joints coming out, they're just gonna start checking blood pressure. The things that we're talking about, they are actually asking like, can this check your sugar level? Can this check your heart rate level? Can this check your fucking blood pressure? And I here's the deal. I hate to say it like this, but I'm a fucking Apple stan. Yes.
Look at yourself in the mirror. Like, I mean, you should do this like once a week, roughly. Look at yourself in the mirror. Look for like dark patches on your skin, around your eyes, teeth. Like really check yourself out. And a lot of people say like when women go in the shower, they should check themselves out in the mammaries, and they do. Hopefully they do.
Ask your woman how to
But
do the
men
breast
should do
exam
that.
check because
Yeah, like
sorry.
breast cancer in men is very rare, but you should definitely look at your body and how it's performing, because when there's discolorations, that's a very easy sign to see like, oh, this person has liver or kidney or pancreas. There's a bunch of stuff that can build up over time. So really look at your body, examine it. I mean, fresh out of the shower, that's the best you're going to get it. Because then you're going to be like clean. You're going to know what everything looks like, feels like, and you can detect anything early that's not normally there.
First off, and I thank you what you just said, because I'm fortunate and I'm blessed because I'm in the tech industry, so I'm around a lot of healthy people. So like now I'm doing a lot of fasting, I'm doing a lot of juicing, and I'm doing a lot of cutting back on bullshit food because I eat that. And like I just said, like I'm feeding my kids nuggets. Is it the best shit? No, but does it put them to sleep? Fucking yes, because I got bills to pay. But at the end of the day, like I don't wanna,
Yeah, that's what you messed up, Jobber. Sorry,
I'm gonna
Cam,
tell you
that's what
this.
you kind
I'm
of
gonna
messed
tell you.
up. But
it's messed up. But like we being honest with each other. You want me to lie to you, or you want me to keep it a $1.50?
Look, I give you a good alternative, and you ain't gonna believe this. Somebody like me, all the Pepsi I drink and shit. What I did is
Oh boy.
like my cousin been going to Costco and they got some big old like lettuce, like we can get the salads, like it's like a huge thing of salad. It's like $4. I've been eating them.
Yep.
And I mean, I don't know, like just get you a thing of salad dressing, and I just put it on there. I take a couple bites, like little. I take a couple bites, and then when I'm done, I just throw it back in the refrigerator. And by the end of the day, I done ate like a thing about almost a foot wide, 7 inches deep of salad.
Just great. You
And
talking
I ain't
about
gonna lie,
an adult
bro.
though? You talking about an adult?
Yeah,
Like,
Costco
I
has
mean,
quality.
we're talking about babies here.
It was so
We're
bad
talking about little
that
kids.
my cousin was looking at me. She's like, I ain't gonna get none of that. And she's like, go on and keep eating it though, because she said at least it's better than that Pepsi you always eating.
I'm not
Drinking
gonna
and
argue
all
with
that.
Hey,
you, Trey.
BGS, real quick, BGS.
Yeah.
I have something special just for the knuckleheads that want to call us SBE. Since they want to call us SBE, you notice we ain't talked about a certain white woman, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Pippi Longstocking, yeah.
Yeah. You don't notice we've been on the stream almost 4 hours and we haven't
She's the
talked
leader
about a
of the
certain
Manifest.
white woman.
She's the leader.
But
She's
but
the
really,
leader.
She looks like
but
Gollum.
we bow down to this woman, right?
Bow down to the woman king. Huh?
She's,
Oh,
I don't know what you're
BS on
talking
that
about.
movie.
She is the leader of this space.
Yeah.
I'll give her.
I'll
give her credit for.
Come on,
I
come
still,
on now.
I still
One
give.
at a time. One at a time.
I still give.
By the
her
way,
credit for,
One time.
go ahead, Nema.
excuse me, Jules, if I may interrupt for a moment, please. When you mentioned
it's
about
okay.
one thing you gotta understand regarding men with breast cancer. Yes, it's a lot rare in comparison to women, but here's the flip side of it. When men get diagnosed with male breast cancer, it's always the metastatic malignant form. We never get the benign form. It's always the metastatic malignant form, and that shit spreads faster on men because if you look at the male pectoral compared to the woman's breast, instead of spreading the marrow. Oh yeah, because it spreads quicker through muscle tissue than it does through fat tissue. Because look at the composition of a woman's breast.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
So as a person who doesn't have it and praises God that he doesn't have it, so for a black man who gets it, what should he do? Like I'm asking you so you can teach us.
Well, here's the thing. Remember what happened to Richard Roundtree, who is a male breast cancer survivor. And this is back in '93, so you were like a toddler at the time, Cameron. So when he got it, only thing they could do for him was a double mastectomy, and he went through about a year of radiation therapy. Peter Criss, who's a former drummer of the group of Kiss, he went through a 2-year battle between 06 and 08, and they were able to through radiation, and he was able to save his pectorals. So, and that's just in 08. So in your case, considering the technological advancement in treatments, your chances of
What words should when I walk into a doctor?
it.
What would you want me to say? Like what? Like as a person who knows what you're talking about, as a person who doesn't know who he's talking about, what should I say to a doctor so they know that I'm not fucking around?
Well, first of all, I would first of all ask, first of all, you have to talk with your woman, learn about the whole how to check yourself for, breast cancer and shit. All right.
Okay.
Because she's gonna show you how to do it. All right. And
let's just
you're
assume
gonna have to
we
have
ain't got no woman because other men are gonna listen to this. I hear you. I'm not
Right.
knocking that.
So, so basically, you want to check around where the lymph nodes are, and you want to check for masses that are larger than really a pea.
Armpit.
Underneath the armpit and
you want
like in the tissue. Like
in
what are we talking
underneath
about?
the armpit, underneath that, the back of your pectoral muscle that's under your armpit.
Be
You want to
descriptive
feel
so
back
other people
there,
can hear you.
The lat.
right?
Yeah.
And then you want to feel underneath all of that stuff too. Like you really want to like feel around for where your lymph nodes are basically pumping out where the poison is going.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
That's why I say like outside of the shower, that's one of the few times most men are naked all day, right? So just check around in the shower, outside of the shower.
Ooh, YouTube doing you
whatever.
dirty.
And you'll
Say
be able
that
to
again. Say
really
that
know
again.
things
Say
should
that
be and
again.
how they should be.
No. Say that again. YouTube
Real
did
quick,
you dirty.
real quick. Thank you, Julian, for the cash app. Continue.
Please say what you just said again from the beginning because YouTube was hitting you with that sucker shit.
Me?
You bored out for a second. That's why when you were talking, that's what he means. In lay terms.
I didn't realize.
You didn't hear.
Yeah. Check the places. Yeah, check the places where the lymph nodes are. Really, underneath in the armpits, the pectoral muscles. Like when you push you can push your thumbs behind them. When you
Nope,
push
I'm stupid. Explain that a little bit better, please.
Do you know where your pectoral muscles connect to your shoulders?
I do, but please say if I was stupid.
Yeah, so like your pectorals connect to your shoulders, but there's like a way you can feel underneath them, especially in the left and right flanks.
The folded muscle in your armpits.
Yeah,
the folded muscle
feel
on your armpit.
feel underneath it, feel behind it. You can
both sides,
apply light pressure
front and back.
And if you feel anything larger than size of a grain of sand, really,
a grain of sand, that's deep.
Yeah, but normally it will appear like the size of a pea or like a grape, and that is when you need to go see someone who's a specialist in the medical profession. You can feel like your groin area, especially like in between your thighs, right underneath the grapes that drop, like up close, and you can feel up there because most people don't check themselves.
You can say scrotum. Scrotum.
Well, yeah, but you never know how YouTube is.
Well, my question to you is, so, okay, I'm a person and I found some shit that I don't want to find, unfortunately. And as a software engineer, it's like, I know words that will make people take me seriously. It's like, okay, this is going to make your customer lose money, revenue, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like it's the same thing in the medical field. Like if I came to a nurse and that said, I feel a lump, blah, 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 they might take me seriously or they might not take me seriously. What's the words that I need?
There's a suspicious lump. There's a lump. There's a suspicious lump I felt here recently. I just make sure it's not a cyst or anything serious.
Yeah. Because a cyst you'll feel serious. A cyst is a different thing because you'll get a cyst checked out because you never know. But they'll normally say 95% of the time it can be cured by antibiotics, and then that 5% of the time you're talking about radiation and chemotherapy, right? But a lot of times you'll have infections in certain places and your body is fighting them off and it'll do certain stuff, and that's when your lymph nodes will flare up around your armpits, your neck, your groin. You never know what it is, right? Because if you're very sexually active, groin. If you're very into chewing tobacco, neck in what do you call
mouth
it?
And throat.
Yeah, ear, nose, and throat. And so go see your internist or your general physician. And
because I'm very spoiled because I'm around BGS and I do talk to fucking PhDs and like no cap. Like when I speak to other PhDs, we're not talking to the medical stuff that you're talking about. So I'm not dismissing anything that you just said. They take me seriously, like when I speak, like when I say certain words, they just be like, "Oh, you know what the fuck I'm talking about." So what I'm asking,
you know how to you're basically you're looking for the right vernacular to convey the point. I get it. Oh, okay.
Because I
you
want
just
them to
said
know
like
that I know what the fuck I'm talking about to a certain
yes.
degree.
Well, you can say like, well, recently I've just recently I've been like checking myself,
Mm-hmm.
and I noticed these like, and I noticed a lump here that's really
Or
suspicious.
these
I just want to make sure it's nothing.
abnormalities
No,
in my body.
abnormal. Wait,
I can't pronounce it right. Say it for me.
well, that's what I'm getting at. That's what
Yeah.
I'm getting at. Abnormalities. I said I felt something that's kind of abnormal or very suspicious, and I just want to make sure it's nothing serious. All right,
I've
I
been
don't know
checking this for weeks, months, years. I do this every day, and this is not
Yeah.
normal. I want what I want to like exactly like when I walk in the room, I want to say, "Hey, doc, this shit ain't normal." And if he tries to downplay it, I want to fucking hit him over the head because I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah. Hey, would it be how difficult is it? Let me ask you all a question. Over there in the States, how difficult is it for you guys to like change their GP, change their
What do you
general
mean?
practitioner or something like that? You if this doctor's not if this doctor you're not vibing with, can you switch to another doctor?
Do you want the real answer? Do you want the answer I'm gonna give you? Because it's not the answer everybody else is
Give me
gonna
the
give
answer.
you.
Give me the answer.
I
Give it
walk
to me
up.
straight.
I fucking
Yeah.
walk into the person. I walk in. I say, "Who's paying the bills in this bitch? Who owns the hospital?" Like I'm talking like this. I'm talking hostile. Like, who owns the hospital? Who's making fucking money in this bitch? And I walk into that bitch and I call my contacts.
It all depends on.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll say that. I'll
that's a bigger
say this.
question. But you're large.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because where I'm
No,
from, where I'm at right now, you can do that like
Dre, you
twice a
got it.
year. Change.
No, I
Go
said,
ahead, Dre.
well, what I've noticed is this. Just give an example. I got a friend of mine. Matter of fact, I should text him now, especially because we're talking about men's health. They just had a big health thing here, talking about it was all on the radio. Had the people come down here. Okay, now you got a history in your family members and cousins who have had like kidney transplants and all like that. I will say so. He goes down here, does this, gives a test, blood work comes back all fucked up. Like he's got like I even like he read it all off to me where you know me, it's not houses shit, so I don't take it down. But like some of the levels, like his brother knows a lot because his brother now had 2 kidney transplants and survived. So he's like his brother was telling him, he's like, well, this level right here is supposed to be like under 50 is bad. Under 5, you get once you hit 5, that's heart attack. You're like literally. He said you hit 5, his level's at a 6. He said under 50 is bad already, and he said this level's at a 6. So they did your blood work, did all this. They call him back and say you need to come into the office and you need to talk to us. He's like, man, just tell me over the phone. No, we can't do that shit. So they scheduled a date for him to come. On a date that he's supposed to go, listen, they canceled to go to show you what they do to black men. They cancel his appointment.
What?
And they're talking about, well, wait a minute. Now, you've just think about it. His brother was telling him, dude, this level here is 6.
What's
5,
up?
you got a heart attack. That's heart attack.
El
They
presidente.
canceled his appointment. He canceled his appointment. And
As
do
a
you
black
realize
man,
these niggas have not rescheduled him yet?
you gotta have
And I'm
people
like, wait
in
a
your
minute.
corner and checking on you.
But his brother,
Okay,
but this is what I'm
Ray?
trying to say is he's calling, and they have not they won't tell him his information. So I understand that's the bad thing is if you don't have the money and in a predicament like you're a computer person, you got good insurance.
Now it's
Like my
not just
dude,
that. It's not just that. Like using this example,
but
like my brother, his dad, he makes money, but he's a factory worker. And so what we all did was, it's like as soon as we found out that my brother's dad was in a situation, I'm trying not to be very specific because my wife is on track. But at the end of the day, it's like when we found out some shit happened, I stopped what I was doing. Everybody stopped what they was doing. We all went to the hospital. And the point that I'm trying to get at to push the point that we're talking about is everybody saw the pressure that we was pushing. Like, hey, yo, who's the doctor? Who's doing what? Who's looking at what? Who's changing this diaper? Who's doing this? If they not doing that shit, and we got nurses in our family, so we don't have the proper vernacular. So we was just like, hey, yo, you, honey, thank you. Appreciate it, because I'm a little drunk.
Proper
But the point
vernacular.
is,
You didn't have the right for terms, right to terminology.
exactly. So we was asking her, it was like, what should she be doing? Is she doing that shit right? And she was like, she ain't doing that shit right. And so she would tell us, like, yo, how should I be upset? Like, I'm about to be upset. How should I go at her hard? And she was like, you need to say this, this, and this. And we would do that. And that's the only reason why we was getting the feedback that we was getting at. But that's why I asked you, because I'm good. Like, don't get me wrong, I got medical people in my family, but I want other people who are listening to the feedback and the replay to hear it, and that's why I asked you those questions.
I like
Well,
to
I'll say
say
this:
one
as a
thing.
black man, you really have to press hard. And unfortunately, as a black man, it basically like this is nothing. As a black man, that's why I say nothing's ever given to you. You got to take it. You got to go in with either when it comes to
Can a
the
brother?
hospital, you got to go
Can a
that way.
brother from the inner?
Yeah, I generally agree with you.
Well, all women, Jules, let Sergeant Faulkner go. Go ahead.
El
Can a brother
Presidente,
from
please.
the
Our
brother
favorite
from
door
the?
kicker.
Let the
Can a
colonel go.
brother?
Go ahead.
Can a brother with the dark lightsaber get in?
Ooh, how dark is
Come
that
on
lightsaber?
in.
You talking red? You talking like purple? What you
Scarlet red,
talking?
crimson red, burgundy
I'm
red.
talking jet black like my heart.
Oh man, that
This one's.
motherfucker Bird's out.
I
He's from
like to I
Baltimore.
like to show a few things. I like to show a few things for BGS's entertainment to show how bougie of a nigga I am. I'm gonna start with this one. I'm gonna start with this one. Number one.
You ain't shit. You ain't
Oh
shit.
hell no.
Charles,
You ain't shit.
hold on a
You
second,
from
hold on a second,
Baltimore.
hold on a second. Excuse me.
That's not very Baltimorean of you, man.
Charles,
What are you what are
excuse
you
me.
talking? What are
Hold
you
up.
talking about? That is Baltimorean.
No,
He's probably gonna run up on a school
with the
bus in a
peaky
minute.
blue hair? No, no,
You
no.
hear me?
Charles,
No. Hear me? He gonna run up on a school
Charles.
bus in a minute.
Yeah. Hold a second.
Oh
Oh,
damn! Look
okay.
at him.
Charles,
Here's the
Charles,
brick
you
ass.
got
Oh shit!
no,
You
fam,
okay? Turn the label
bro.
around. Okay. Oh shit.
All right.
Okay. XO.
Of
All
course, you
right.
got the good shit.
Yeah.
Klasky.
And if
Hey,
you look at my,
big brother,
if you,
your chin. You got something on your chin, fam. Get a napkin. Oh no, it's great. Oh, that's the salt. Oh, that's the salt. Okay, that's the salt on the pepper. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just the salt. All right, my bad.
He's an old nigga, officially an old Negro now.
not till I
He's from Baltimore.
No, actually, not till I die.
He's from Baltimore. That's
And here's exhibit. Yeah, I'm from Baltimore, so that makes me 20 times better than Cleveland. Anyway,
Oh, shit, here we go.
But oh yeah, BGS, I gotta
Yes,
show
sir.
you some other stuff.
Okay.
Here's my ashtray.
Okay. The ashtray. Where's your ashtray?
What
Okay.
you can
Oh shit. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right.
And
Okay.
Oh, that's a gift to the Navy.
Very
solid.
I like the brass knuckles, bud.
And also to let you know something, I just moved. Well, I moved 3 months ago, but I haven't had a chance to decorate the house. Shout out to
Okay.
Art New Style for the artwork.
All right.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, nice red
All right.
velvet right there. That's nice.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, was that Frankie Beverly?
Very nice.
Now you know
Is that
Frankie
picture
Beverly.
Frankie Beverly?
You know it's Frankie Beverly.
That's
You know that.
Frankie. That's Frankie. Before we let
Very nice.
Frankie.
That's George Juice.
And
And that's Patrice Rush.
Okay.
That's one of those things I would.
And I
pay
see
for.
Obama
by the
over
way,
there.
I'm hanging this back in my bedroom.
Oh yeah.
Oh, by the way, it's trophies. In case. And just to make you laugh, here you go.
Funko Pops.
And
Funko
waiting for the shelf, huh?
Hey.
Oh no, they're right there. That's a permanent fixture. And,
Oh, is
and
it?
here's some literature for all the readers.
Literature, of course.
Solid.
Very top class literature you have there, Charles. I must say.
I can't show you what's on the chair because we're not one of those
All right.
shows that can show
All right.
firearms.
Okay.
Hey,
I
fair
don't
enough.
think you
Fair
shouldn't
enough.
say that firearm.
Thank you very much,
You say,
Charles.
look, just say bang.
The Mossberg is in the. Damn, the Mossberg is in my room. So is the 300
Charles,
black
I'll
guy.
say you're the only person who probably has more firepower on this chat than I do. I'll give you that.
He's making his own rounds.
Hey, by the way, Cameron.
I'm too lazy to do that right now.
Yo, Cam.
I'll put it to you this way.
Hold up.
I could put a 300 blackout 50 yards through a target's head very easily. I mean, it's not much because it's a rifle round, but when you could do the same thing with a 12 gauge slug and put two in the head and then two in the chest, that impresses people for some reason. Oh yeah,
I'm not to argue with Charles. I know he got that firepower.
And I remember when I was in Colorado, they were like, "Oh, I thought he could shoot," and I had cut my hand very badly because the beaver tail did not come fully out. They didn't put they gave me a Glock 19, which has a shorter handle, and the beaver tail, which protects your hand from the slide, wasn't out. So it sliced my hand, and you could
How
actually
bad?
to the point.
Ouch.
To the
You
point
couldn't
where
ask
they
for
saw
nothing
blood.
different.
To the point where they saw blood dripping.
Oh, okay.
You couldn't ask for
messed
nothing
up my.
different. You couldn't just replace it when nothing. I'm assuming that's just what they forced you with.
All I did was tape up my hand and reshot because the fucking cut fucked me up. You know, the first time they're like, "Well, you shot a 43." Then the second time I shot a 90.
Okay.
So it was like nothing. Everybody was like, "Oh," and they were like, "Well, you know, I see you shoot at the range. Yeah, you shot me, so you shoot a 90." I was like, "Check yourself, white boy." And then I said, I even told him, I was like, "Look, see, their range requirements are reversed with the police, where you start short and you go long. We started at the 25, and I put 2 rounds in his chest that only had like half an inch distance from each other."
Hey Charles, real quick, let's do drinking. I gotta give you your praise real quick. Like, so you used to say black men need to go get they practice shooting guns and shit. I took that shit hard and I did it. And so I used to so what I did was, because in my city ain't a lot of black men teaching people how to shoot guns, unfortunately, because I looked for black men first. So I went to the SWAT team and I found that I'm like, who kicking in doors, who shooting people, who doing what they gotta do to teach me how to shoot. It was SWAT people. Bam, I went there, I got the lessons. And so, but I was still talking the shit that you would talk on your chat. And they didn't like it. It was hilarious because I was practicing my gun shit. And so I would go there and they'd be like, "Hey, you need to double grip, you need to pull forward and bend your elbow." And I'm just like, I don't need to hear that shit, bro. I know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just here so you can sign my paperwork. And I would shoot and hit my targets, and they'd just be like, "Damn, he's on his shit." And I'm just like, of course I'm on my shit. I heard a motherfucking door kicker teach me how to do this shit. I might not have seen him do it.
Shout out to the door kickers.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to the door.
But yeah,
For all you religious people, I used to say it so many times. Blessed are the door kickers.
Yeah, I'm just
For they are the
Cameron,
ones who bring forth justice.
Exactly. But here's the
Cameron
deal.
wanted to go
Keep
Biggie on
talking your
that one.
shit.
Kicking the
Keep
door,
talking
waving
your
the
shit.
four-poles.
See, I would love to have a firearms channel with Darren. Excuse me. I waited till 41 years old to develop seasonal allergies. What the fuck? But like my dad,
Every
I'm
7 years.
What do you expect?
I'm actually, well, then again, I probably flew past Cleveland and caught something. I don't know. Cleveland's the only town where no matter how high you fly in the atmosphere, that you still can catch an STD. Anyway.
I don't know what you're talking. Hey, listen. Just to let you know, East Cleveland got rid of that bad cop Pac-Man, so we already stepping up Cleveland, getting rid of Pac-Man. That dirty cop, he's probably known nationwide all the shit he done.
Charles, you need a gun. You need a gun channel. You need to put that shit on Patreon.
So
bro.
look,
you need a gun
sending him to
Patreon
Baltimore.
channel.
I don't even. I'm gonna tell you what's fad, right? I could talk about, and BGS. I had BGS on a couple of
I'm telling you, I
times.
got
With
money in my pocket. You need to have a gun Patreon channel, bro. We here for you. We gonna support you.
Hey, put up the money.
I never cap on I didn't donate to your channel multiple times, bro. I got AR-15s in my closet. I need you to tell me what to tell these white boys how to shoot that shit.
That's why I tell a lot of them, put up the money. Actually, I have rifles that made the white boys in Colorado jealous.
I bet.
When they were showing me their rifles, I said, "Oh, that's cute,
bro." Because no, Charles.
You ain't shit, Charles.
Because of the shit that you talked about in the past, I've unloaded, reloaded, and done shit, and they just be like, "Oh my god, are you military?" I'm not military. I don't pretend, I don't fake, I don't cap, I don't do none of that shit. And I always give homage to people who taught me. I'm just like, oh no. I just know people who have done shit. And that's why I say I respect my door kickers, da. And they just be like, you know them? I'm talking to fucking SWAT members who are jealous because I'm associated. I'm not even, you don't know me, Charles. You ain't never seen me before. But just because we've talked on a couple panels before, and you've said some shit that you said, and I've donated, and you've given the information, they are jealous. They are hating.
I
They are
appreciate that
mad.
somebody can learn. I appreciate any time a person can learn from me because you know the world tries to renounce your intellect, and
smart,
as a
bro.
black
Yeah.
man,
You
as a
smart.
black man, they try to
Very true.
abuse it, and it's like I'm like one of those people. Like I had to show out, put my dick on the table and say, "Look, I'm just as long now, bitch. I'm longer." And had to do that many times when it came to the proudness of intellectualism. And I'm not.
Charles, when I tell niggas I know how to shoot, I said the person who taught me how to shoot was in Fallujah. Or was the nigga who taught you how to shoot?
Yeah,
And they shut the fuck up.
And I've actually told a lot of the cats in Colorado, I must love AB just like I love art because I'll be telling all the good shit on their channels and not mine. And it's
speaking
like,
of which, since Charles is telling all the good shit, y'all hit the Cash App. BGS tax is in effect. Go ahead,
BGS
Charles.
tax. Don't make me
And
kick in the door.
Charles tax is in effect too. Go ahead.
There's a Charles tax in effect, not just because of the fact it's like you don't know how to shoot a gun, you don't know how to hold a gun, you don't know how to like all that shit, like the holding the elbow. It's a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit.
I remember when myself and shout out to BMT, we gave an excellent show on personal security and how things are conducted in a personal security or law enforcement status. And a lot of people did not take that gem. And it's like what George Foreman say about jazz. He says the same thing about boxing. I say the same thing about any intellectual prowess. The greater it is, the less it's appreciated. And
very true.
If I was on a white boys channel or had a predominantly white audience, we'd have had 1 million views off of that shit easily. Because of what we were explaining and the height and the level we were explaining. There were so many white guys who were trying to verify me. And I said, you know what? Since you're trying to find out who I am, I'm going to let you know who I am. Let me go to iScanner and show you what my DD214 looks like. Let me go to iScanner and tell you about the fucking Archon, which should have been a Bronze Star. I had 354 missions within the first 6 months.
Charles, you can charge $20 for your Patreon, whatever you're doing, just because I'm gonna tell you straight up. Here, this is a person like once again, you don't know me, BGS. He might remember me, and like he knows a lot of people, so like he might half-ass remember me. Like no disrespect on that, but the point that I'm getting at is, like I've sat down and I was talking to a motherfucking active member of the Army Special Forces. And we were chopping it up, and he was telling me, I can't say everything he told me, just obviously because we don't want to get dinged. But when I said some shit that I said, he said, "Hey, yo, are you military? Are you psyops?" I said, "No, I'm not psyops." But I didn't tell him how. But it was BGS. I was like, he told me to read these books. And then when it came to holding a gun and how to shoot the shit, it was you, Charles. So like when it comes to that shit, here I am using the information that both of y'all taught us. You can eat off of that, bro. You got it. I'm telling you right now. Like you can high level.
Certain keywords you're not supposed to know outside of the trade.
Certain books, like BGS. First off, because you already know the game. He was just kind of like hearts and minds and da 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 da. I said, "Hey yo, I gotta bring books to the books." He shut the shit down and bought me drinks and started looking me in the eye. And he said, "What do you know?" And I said, "Oh shit, I fucked up."
What do you know? Yeah. Where you been? And what do you know? How do you know this stuff? Right?
Yep. And he was like, "You know how to hold a gun. You know how to shoot a gun." And I was like, "Damn, Charles and PGS is fucking me up." But no, Charles, you got the juice, bro. Like right now, what you can do here, I'm gonna tell you right now, as a person who makes content for other people, I don't make it for myself because I make money off this shit. Figure out whatever works for you, bro. Start showing people how to hold guns, because here's the deal: most people don't know how to hold guns. Most people don't know how to shoot guns. Most people don't even know how to bend their fucking elbow to like handle the recoil on a fucking gun. You already talking about making 5 figures monthly recurring revenue just doing that basic shit, bro. You got it. You have the fucking cojones. You got the fucking background. Use it. Like don't. Here's the deal. Teach black people, but don't only teach black people. I don't give a fuck. Eat. Like, make all that money. Like, just do that shit. I learned it. I'm teaching other white boys that shit. I hate the fact that there's no other black people around me.
I normally don't show people my library, but here you go. One of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Well, god damn it, pal. What's up, Pilgrim?
Oh, I never seen that one. Okay.
Yeah.
The original John Wayne Handbook of Bushcraft.
But I mean, Charles, if I'm not making sense, bro, like, correct me. If I'm not making sense, bro, like, you didn't talk dumb people like me. Like, I'm not dumb now. Like, I ain't the best people.
I don't think people are dumb. Well,
people
you
are
are
dumb.
stupid.
You are nicer than me.
You're stupid if you stay that way. I expect a person to be stupid if they don't know. But this is what I tell people is that, one, when I was listening to a lot of the Marines in my corporate security management class, they're looking for their first job. I'm interviewing for my first major contract. And what happens is this. I'm trying to get my agency contract for Virginia so I can do BlairCon. And shout out to anybody who wants to support that dream. Help a nigga get the DC agency.
Come to my town. You can always secure. Like, you need to just follow it from town to town, bro. You will eat. Like, we don't have security in this town.
I'm like, hey, I'm trying to get my Virginia licensing for the agency, and I'm trying to get my DC. I want to be the king of DMV. And what
I
I
want you the king of
ultimately
YouTube. I don't want you to just be the king of DMV. I hate to cut you off like that. I want you to eat. I want you to do good. I like what you're doing, bro.
it.
And so that's the only reason why I'm cutting you off and pushing you. Like, on YouTube, whether it's this or whatever it is, cut it off. Teach people how to do several things: clean guns, hold guns, shoot guns at the basic level. You will make 5 figures doing that.
The first thing I'm gonna teach people, number one, respect the gun. What's my number one rule? A firearm is what? A tool.
A tool.
You can't disrespect the gun. You're right.
You see guys like Judge Dre, when he pulls out a power drill, a screwdriver, guess what? Can you kill a man with a screwdriver? Yes. It may be a little difficult than a gun because it's not made specifically to damage life or maim you, but you can do it. See, there's no difference. There are some people who are so lethal with bladed edge weapons that you won't even see it. You won't even feel it until somebody points it out. And when I look at firearms, if you don't mind me speaking about it openly and cavalierly on your channel, AB, the problem, what I see, I really need to start that Patreon.
Please do. Get that money, bro. Like, I'm gonna push you in that direction. Get that money.
I'm gonna give BGS a call sometime tomorrow to tell them, like, how do I get it kicked off on Patreon? Like, real good.
AB, hit me up so I can teach you about this AI stuff. Like, I know you ain't stupid. I ain't disrespecting you like that, but I know some shit you don't know. Like, and I'll teach you so you can get some money on the
my
side.
email's is actually in the back chat.
I'm gonna grab that.
I
don't like being front facing, so, like, I'll let you handle that if you don't mind.
I'll put my stuff here for those who want to contact me. And
Charles,
and
you need to teach people just how to handle guns, shoot guns, keep it basic, bro. Like, here's the deal. You know some shit that most people don't know. Don't teach them that. Just teach them the basic shit. Like, white people don't even be given all the secrets. You ain't got to do all of that. And you can. And that's here's the deal. You charge 4 or 5 figures for the good shit. You just teaching us the dumb shit that you can find on YouTube. Here's the deal. I'm not even mad if you do that. You just showing people how to grip. You showing people how to do their wrist, their elbow. You already know what I'm talking about, bro. You a motherfucking trained assassin. You already know the shit that I'm talking about is fucking low level. That's why you laughing. You teach him how to do that shit, you gonna make 5 figures month over month. I'm not even talking about low 5 figures. I'm talking about like 9,000 over and over and over. And you ain't even got to sell the fuck out. You ain't got to be on no I hate black people shit. You just teach niggas how to shoot guns, hold guns, what guns do this, how do. And here's the deal. You already know how it go. I'm the motherfucker who thought I could have motherfucking steel tip bullets and shit. Da, da, da. No. My homie who was military, just like you, Charles, he came through. He saw my setup. He said, "Hey, bro, this is horrible. You can't even do this." I didn't know that. I'm a fucking civilian. How the fuck am I gonna know that?
I'm gonna tell you what a lot of people need to really understand. When you get an AR, what is it for? An AR is no different than AB with a computer. What purpose do you have for it?
To scare white people.
It's very hard to scare white people with guns. That's like scaring a bear. That's like scaring a bear with a honey glazed fucking salmon. And what you really need to say, what you really need to contemplate is that do you have an AR that is going to be very compatible with one, the ammo that's very available.
Mm-hmm.
Two, are you capable of hunting with it?
Are we talking about hunting animals or humans? Because I'm hunting humans with my shit.
Well, animals.
Oh, if somebody breaking my house, I'm hunting humans.
I mean, you can hunt humans, but you also have to say, do I have a short barrel? Even though they don't like to talk about this, but there is a purpose of short barrel rifles.
This is why you need to make the money that you make. That's why I was telling you need to be. This is your Patreon shit right here. This is how you tell motherfuckers. You get it?
I'll give a little pokey bait for people out there.
All right.
There's a reason why I'm a fan of short barrel rifles. You may not get the distance, but if you're shooting for distance at that point, you might as well call them fucking artillery. One, you got to look at maneuverability. That's why I love my 40 caliber, 45 caliber. I had a debate with this Marine. Well, they said the 9mm, shoots the same way as the 45. I said, let me put it to you this way, right? There's a reason why ballistically so many law enforcement agencies, when they went to semi-automatics, got the fuck away from the 9mm. I said,
They sound just like that.
Kind of. And like I told him, I said, you put a 45 out there. It's got enough size and width and weight. Boom. Because it's slower, guess what I don't have to worry about? Over penetration. Meaning, if I hit the motherfucker, I don't have to worry about a subsonic round going out the other way of his ass. Especially if he's wearing something like denim, which will fill up a fucking hollow point, and it transforms it into a ball point. So
that's what my homie told me. My homie who's military said the same. Charles, this is why I keep forcing you to go back to charging people for this information. Like one of my best friends was a military officer, and he does not have the same experience that you have. So like I'm not about to put you on the same page, but like the nigga knows guns better than I do. And he looked at my setup and he said, "Hey, bro, you got over penetration. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do this. Blah blah blah." Charles, all I'm saying is the same shit he told me for free. You can charge money for this shit, bro. And I want to see you charge money for this shit. I want
Art, not Art. I mean, AB, if he could highlight Lord Lovesmith's comment.
Just a minute.
Take your time. I don't know.
But
the thing is, I just want to see you win, bro. That's it, bro. Like,
hey, I'm trying to be a winner. It always pays to be a winner.
This one right here.
Look.
Yeah. He says, Charles, I am thinking about leaving my IT, I guess, job to join the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department. I'm getting bored stiff at my desk and dealing with nerds and socially awkward people. Okay. Let me give you some game, but somebody's got to donate to my boy AB since he's representing. It's his turn for the Coliseum. I've already shared.
How much you want before you drop
Somebody put a good 20 on it. I mean,
I'll put 20 on it right now.
Another dude put
And
15 on it.
I didn't say
Another
somebody
dude
that said, "What do you said 20?" I'm gonna put it on there now.
put 20
Get
on
that
it.
game. I'm gonna do it right now.
I'm gonna
Just
give
get
you
that
some
game.
real good game, right?
All right.
All right. We're gonna and some fellas, somebody should give $1, somebody should give 5, somebody should give 10. He's already doing 20. If a brother feels like giving 50, you hit the brother with a 50. You're getting some real good game here. Okay. Y'all ready? Give me a woo in the chat and in the panel if you're ready.
Ooh, yeah.
All right, here's game. If you're in IT and you want to join the Los Angeles Sheriff Department, number one, I'm going to say this. Make sure you're in shape. That 6-month academy is going to wear your ass out. 2, make sure you have all your credentials and everything and all your certifications in IT up to date. 3, once you pass, make sure they know that you're an IT specialist. Because if I was the motherfucker recruiting you and I was your commanding officer, you're in cyber crimes. Cybersecurity is going to be one of the biggest things in the world. Security right now has made in 2022 $42 billion. 20 of that is in America. And it's expected, excuse me, in the next year or two to quadruple in the value. Okay? A friend of mine is going to school right now for cybersecurity. Do you know how valuable Blackline Security will be once he gets his certification in cybersecurity?
Nope. Tell us how.
Not only can we protect you physically, we can protect you digitally.
Ooh, how does that translate to your pockets though? How does that translate to you eating money?
I mean, I'm going to tell you the same thing my good friend Lamar Jackson said. Yesterday's price ain't today's price, nigga.
Ooh.
You should have got me. I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell my exes. You should have got me, and you should have kept me when I was cheap.
Hold on one second. AB.
Yeah.
Your email doesn't pop up on Cash App, bro. Like in the back chat, you need to give us some information so we can help you out.
My email doesn't pop up on Cash App. What do you mean?
I put it in the back chat, so just go ahead and look there.
I'm gonna tell you because you know a lot. And BJ has to tell you, I've been here for years, and if I was a phony motherfucker, somebody would have called me out on it. If anything, I've called many of people on their bullshit. So I'm giving you good.
Hell, we got you on camera in your squad car in uniform. How authentic does it get?
Remember what Cynthia G said. You're not even a cop.
Oh yeah.
You
turn on your camera. Does it look? What does it look like? with the radio, with the radio sitting on the side.
Matter of fact, you see this empty wall right here. The next time you see it, the next time I show it, you're gonna see all my accomplishments from day one of the Army to year now.
Okay.
And you're going to see the Padawans, and salute to the Padawan because he got sworn in as a special police officer at 19.
Congratulations to him.
Congrats.
Hella dope.
And guess who trained him to do it? And it was so funny. I don't know, but the Deadly Panther over there swinging his nunchucks is winking at me right now.
Yeah. Well, he's getting an expert teacher for cheap, and he doesn't realize that yet.
Charles, our problem is,
he knows.
My problem is, first off, this ain't a problem with you. First off, keep doing what the fuck you doing. You are an officer of the fucking law. You know, I always give you props. You don't know, but like on the sidelines, I do.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, because my energy is just more or less like, if you don't want to fucking go to college, if you don't want to get a trade, if you don't want to do this shit.
Close up for this one.
Do what you got to do. Oh, yeah. But the point is just like, what I be saying is,
What's
and
the
AB,
thing?
please check out that back channel so I can get you that money. But what I'm getting
Just
at
a minute,
is,
Cameron.
say your thing.
Cameron.
Do you?
understand, like, to quote Charles here, he likes to smoke his cigars, drink his liquor, and hang with his niggas.
You know, Gigi loves that shit, boy. He loves that shit.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta repeat that for the fools in the back. I got to repeat that for the fools in the back. I said Charles Faulkner Jr., aka Arthur Panthro, allegedly known as Whoremonger or Mongo,
Not
likes
alleged.
to
It's not alleged. Trust me. I put,
likes
you
to
know,
smoke.
I've been in more bids than Posturepedic. Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
guess who loves his loves his candy grams? Cousin Tito.
Candygram from
Oh
Mongo.
You
yeah,
know,
cousin
I can definitely see
when
that.
King and
I'm gonna tell
Mongo,
you,
King and
I'm gonna
Mongo.
tell you the look. I'm gonna tell you when I met cousin Tito. Shout out to Baltimore County, black owned, black female owned cigar shop with her nephew, Fire and Smoke. If you're ever in the Baltimore metropolitan area, go up there on Lock Raven and Taylor and tell them your boy off the fault that gave him a suggestion and said hello.
I'm
Support
gonna
the
say this
store.
shit. I expect some results when I say that too.
And tell them Officer Faulkner, Officer Charles. They'll nickname me Two Bags because I always bring 2 bags in there. One for liquor, one for smokes. And
My shit will be legal. I'm gonna be like, "Where's Charles Faulkner at? Like, I
Yeah,
need
that's
him
the
to
link
pull the
you.
fuck up."
it's
Cam, that's
funny.
the link you use to get my cash app.
All right, you put it in the back. I got you. Let me go ahead and get
And,
that.
and I'm gonna tell you what's funny. Anytime you impress cousin Tita with your stories, he's like,
Mm-hmm.
it was like Step Brothers. Yo, you want to go do karate in the backyard? Do we just become best friends?
Yeah, when was
Like
the
it
last
was
time
like
you had Tita on the show? When was the last time we had Tita on your hangout? Was it like on your birthday? Was it
it's been a minute now because man, I would
on your
love to
40th
have him
birthday?
back. Yeah, you
Cause
know what? I need a
uh-huh.
Patreon for some of the stories I would tell with cousin T-Tal because man, if we would have recorded the stories we told in the cigar shop,
Oh
good
shit.
God Almighty! And he said he actually saw my bag too, which is funny.
He I was talking to him last night, and he was talking about your bag. I talked to him. It was last night. It was actually on Rom's thing. It was that you talk about your bag in the cigar shop.
And the field general got numbers. I got to meet up with the field general as well. And be like,
Oh
man,
my god, that'd be too wild. That'd be too
Oh
wild.
yeah.
I gotta be on a,
Y'all in the
I
same
gotta be
y'all
on
in
one
the
of the.
same county, man. I don't know why y'all never
Yeah,
even hooked up.
it's funny because I would love to be on a panel talking to men about love and shit. And I said, look, I can tell you why, a lot of men never had I won't say success, but the luck of the draw. It's because one, you can't be a nice guy. You have to be a good man.
Yeah.
No, Charles.
There is a difference.
Break it down. Break it down for the replay people. Break it down.
Y'all need to
Replay
donate to
people.
my boy because see, this is how much I got love for the manosphere. I actually bring a lot of content I should save my show, but I don't mind putting it on my boy AB. See, a lot of y'all don't even know behind scenes. AB's helping me with a website for Black Lion. So it's a lot of y'all gotta help this man, give this man his props and his due. And support this man. Trust me. If you need a web design or you need some help, AB is God. God damn it. I'm selling this man. He's got the champ stamp of approval. Woo!
AB, ask me for my email address, and when you were building websites or if you need help, hit me up. I'm not a front-facing person. I'm not going to be front-facing, and I'm not going to do. But if you doing some shit and you need some help, I'm going to be here for you, if that makes sense.
All right. AB's a good guy. And we talk about all kinds of shit offline. And I'm going to explain to you about being a nice guy versus a good man. Give me a woo in the chat and the panel. Woo!
Oh yeah.
See, a nice guy will try to do everything to please a woman. A good man is going to do things for a woman, regardless if she likes it or not. He's not thinking about what she wants. He has to think about what the family needs.
Yes, best for her. Yeah.
What's best
See,
for everybody?
a good man is sometimes a man who has the ability to invoke violence. Y'all didn't hear me though.
I didn't stutter. No, Charles. What you just said is how I live my life, and it has helped me out in many aspects. It's not. Here's the deal. When I say this, Charles, I never wake up with the intent of being facetious or being violent or making somebody hurt or cry. But niggas know I will make them cry or hurt if they push me in a certain direction, which makes them correct themselves automatically, so I don't have to correct them. So thank you.
Yeah,
That's what you put in the energy.
Real quick, Charles. Thank you, Cameron, for the Cash App. Thank you, BGS, for the Cash App. Thank you, DH, for the Cash App, and thank you, CAB, for the Cash App. Thank you. Go ahead.
And I'm gonna tell you what being a good man is. A good man. Let me break down some pimp game. A nice guy has infatuation. A good man has dedication. Woo! I need to say that again for the niggas in the back.
Yes, you do.
Please do. Yes, you do.
A nice guy has infatuation. A good guy has dedication. I had to tell a female friend a couple of days ago. She's like, "You like always these gender roles." I said, "Do you think I'm the type of guy who? Well, you're the type of guy who you want a woman to do what you say."
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, and
yeah.
I said, so
follow my lead, damn it.
Like let me put it to you this way: do you want a man? If we're laying in the bed together, do you want a man to kill every goddamn thing that comes through that door trying to harm you and the family? Well, I mean, I'm a single woman who lives. I didn't ask you that shit. I asked you the question.
Charles, do you want your flowers? Do you want your flowers right now, or do you want your flowers later?
Hey, well, we still above ground.
So let me break it down just like this. So like, all right, I've been listening to you and BGS since like 2015, and here's my deal. I ain't had a father figure, blah blah blah, all the sorry bullshit, implement story there. But like, I was able to like figure it out and implement, the missing pieces there, and that's why I keep telling you, and that's why I'm pushing you, and that's why I'm very adamant about you like making this money when it comes to this gun shit. Just because hearing you on some half-ass, not even trying shit, I've learned how to do a lot of gun shit. So I know that you know your shit, so you can eat off of this shit. But not the point that I'm getting at.
I'm gonna put that in the bug in the ear, and I'm gonna give BGS permission to call and to bug me. Did you start your Patreon yet?
Please do.
Yeah.
But you ain't talking to me. I don't need it. I know how to shoot my shit. I
Oh,
know how to
I
shoot
know you don't
1,200
need it,
yards. But
I know
other
you
people
don't
do.
need-
Other people do.
And I'm gonna tell you what's funny, because I was once upon a time a nice guy. I had to talk to a 19-year-old guy, good guy. I signed off on his security guard certification and his private detective. He's trying to make a decision if him and his girlfriend should have a kid. And I said at 19. Well, she's well off and she has properties in her name. I said, what man goes off of fucking properties of a bitch?
Yep.
I said, dude, you thinking just like a goddamn woman. And his girl was
Is
on the
she gonna
line.
help you try to start a business or something like that? Is she gonna help
His
you?
girl was on the line with him.
Even if
And
she
I
did,
said,
bro,
dude,
it don't work like that.
You're 19. I'm 41. I'm old enough. I was 19 twice, nigga. Okay? Let's figure it out. Okay?
Ow.
Let's figure this shit out.
I'm only pushing Charles just because, like, I grew up with, like, my first gun was a Uzi. I ain't know what the fuck to do with a Uzi. I'm not Israel. I'm not an Israelite.
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck
Mossad.
to do with that shit. Yeah,
Most people
exactly.
aren't.
This nigga was working with the Mossad in the 80s and shit.
Exactly.
I'll,
But
I'll
luckily,
tell you, the biggest thing I found from my experience was a lot of men don't know what it is to take leadership or take accountability from a man, right? And my best experience was when I was in boarding school, and that was when I was surrounded by, let's say, 95+% men, and the men had a very specific space and responsibility for the boys. And the person who was the headmaster of the school said, our job is to raise boys into men. And he was a hard-nosed, he looked like somebody had put tapioca into a bunch of rice paper and just folded it up, and he was just crinkled and gravelly and old. He was a man who was not concerned about his looks, but he looked like he had lived a hard life. He was a World War II veteran, knew his shit,
Grizzled.
and he was about turning boys into men. And he did a good job of it. And women had a space in it, but the women's space was learn what the men have promised, and then the women can say, have you achieved this? Have you met this requirement? And the men will reinforce it. And there's different sets of it, from headmaster, dorm master, all the way down the line, prefect, all this stuff. And the women know that the men can do a lot of things, but they just ask, hey, did you do what you promised you would do? And the men would naturally know what to do. And I'll tell you, the best example my mother told me was she came up for one of our events that was there, and there were, let's say, 300 boys in a row, and we were 2x2, but you're like 16, 17 years old, you're goofing off with your buddies, even if you don't like the guys, you're still joking, farting, whatever boys do, right? And all of a sudden, I was a prefect, and one of the women who's head of I think she was head of the English department or history department, but she knew her shit. And she looked at me and said, Jules, it's time for us to go into the auditorium. And I told the other boys, it's time for us to go into the auditorium. And down the line it went. And everybody straightened up, tightened their ties, buttoned their jackets. We were ready to go. And we went in. And it wasn't like she was belting or screeching or everything, but she just saw everything just started from boom. A question was asked. Boy asked another boy, and it went down the road like a row of dominoes, and it just all occurred to occur.
I'm gonna tell you something very similar to that. I remember. I'm gonna show my age a little bit. Shut up, BGS.
We're around the same age. I think you might be.
I'm just 41,
maybe 2.
And it's like, I know because some of us have younger viewers and they give a shit for it, and I'm proud of it because whatever stripes and gray hairs and wrinkles you got, you earned them. And a lot of times when I was going to Mark of Excellence Christian Academy, shout out to my boy, friend for life. We actually had the same birthday, and our parents found out we had the same birthday. You know how black parents are. They like, shit, let's put our money together so we'll have to give them a party separately. Hell
cousins. Yeah, cousins.
And shout out to my boy, and I got to give him out. See, I am the wicked version of Dr. The Reverend Dr. Burrow Whipple, Morehouse graduate. He has his MBA and he has a doctorate in theological studies. I'm proud of that dude. And he's engaged to be married to a good Christian.
Nice.
And I can't wait to see him again personally. We've always stayed in contact on Facebook, especially our birthdays. I was like, well, happy birthday, doctor. He's like, well, happy birthday, son. So it's funny because you never hear the successes of black men.
Is he a cigar smoker?
He's a reverend.
Nah, Charles.
Oh, my bad.
I am the vice guy. He's the good guy. He's not a nice guy, but he's a good guy. Go ahead.
That's no. Like, no disrespect. That's the life I've lived. Minus the military shit. We got a lot of fucking similarities going on. Like I came up through a Catholic school, and I was a fucking heathen. So like them, like when they say Catholic preachers and teachers put hands on kids, oh, they beat the shit out of me.
Oh yeah, we got the paddle.
Oh yeah, they I didn't get the paddle. I got the fucking knuckles. Like
oh,
them bitches went in the back and prayed to Jesus and
you
hit
got
me.
the yardstick across the hands. You got the paddle. You like I'm gonna tell you. See, but when Art went to school, he got the yardstick up the rectum.
Oh shit!
Y'all don't know this. Art is a Black History moment. He's the first man to actually shit a brick. But it's okay because he could take it from either the rectum or the mouth, and guess what? He could make a yardstick disappear. But anyway, back to our daily schedule programming.
But to your point though, like it's crazy when it's like as a unofficial, like on paper. Let's just say on paper. Like when you're a hood nigga and you dealing with hood shit, and like you a military guy, so like you dealing with different shit. I'm not about to sit here and compare
I'm
situations.
from the hoods of Baltimore. I was raised on Eagle Street.
Bro, you didn't dealt. No, we not about to sit here and compare resumes. You didn't dealt with some real
I'm not
shit.
comparing resumes, but
You did
I
some
know
real
there's a
shit.
couple. I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna just say this real quick. Any Baltimorean or anybody who lived in Baltimore, shout out to my boy TD because he listens to a lot of our content. He loves the grown man talk that we do. He plays a lot of good Madden stuff, and he's a Ravens fan just like me. Actually, came to find out because I was supporting him because he had a Ravens ultimate team like I do. Come to find out, we graduated from the same high school. And small world. And it's funny because he came to support because I would just send $10-$20 to support his channel. Very appreciative. Came to my channel, heard my content. He was like, yo, this is some real grown man shit. And a lot of people listen to our content and love it. It doesn't matter. And I used to get so down about being shadow banned till BGS once in a while sends me a letter. I had dudes recognize me on LinkedIn. Okay? LinkedIn. And I don't have my physical picture. I have my symbol of Black Line Security up there. And they read the name. They're like, oh, I remember when you were on Kevin Samuels, remember BGS and Angry Man and whoever. And I'm like, you were talking some real good stuff and you motivated me to finish college. When you have people, and sometimes when you read stuff, you try not to tear up. And I'm sorry, real men cry when it matters.
Yes.
Yep.
And you tear up. And it's funny because, June 2nd is the Padawan's birthday, but it's also my boy Leon's birthday who passed. And
rest his soul.
God, man, that wasn't a friend, that was a brother. And we don't cry about the loss of life, we celebrate it. We celebrate the life that we had. General Patton said it's disrespectful and profane to mourn men of these deaths. You should thank God Almighty that men like this existed. Okay? And when we have a chance to actually reflect on what we learned and pay homage to men and women who dedicated shit to us, to the betterment of us, there's times when excuse me, there's times when people talked about deleting themselves in some of those conversations, BGS, or people would email me. And they said, something you said to me clicked at me. It was like, you were yelling at me. And they said, I didn't even flinch because it was like I needed that. They was like, what the fuck you giving up for?
Nah, that's real shit, Charles. Like, well, first off, let me be very transparent. Like, I've been in that space, and I've fortunately, thank to God, have healed from that space. But like, when I came to your information, I could tell that's the energy that you was giving. I've known people who seen some shit, who dealt with some shit, who dealt with some real fuck shit, and it's always easy to just be like, hey. It's sad to say, but like you ain't seen some real dark shit. Like you ain't seen the darkest of darkness.
I'm clinically diagnosed with PTSD and depression. Shit, you ain't gotta dox me. I'll do it myself.
Scary ass shit on that aspect.
The last nigga who doxed me, you found out everything I said was true and some shit I never mentioned. You know, I'm the wrong person to do that to, and we know who I'm talking about. Let me put it to you this way, and shout out to I gotta give Namer his flowers because he's been very candid about, his ongoing, battles. And see, people don't understand this. When you have any type of,
Much appreciated. Thank you.
I won't even call it a disease. I won't call it, when you have your challenges.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I call it. Challenges. It's not, a lot of this shit is not even curable. It's one thing you learn about in corporate security management is about mitigation. Think of an earthquake. Can we literally stop an earthquake? Fuck and no. But we mitigate the damage.
Mm-hmm.
There's time when Frankie Beverly, I'm looking at you, Frankie, in that picture, when he talked about his self-pity prison.
Ooh.
Prison is not the worst thing you could go through. The prison of the mind is horrific. And I've been there. And I'm very candid about my story. And I'll tell you this one. 2000, the beginning of, from December of 2001 to February of 2002, I lost a house, a vehicle, a best friend, and an aunt.
Ouch.
Life costs, man. It costs a lot.
Did I bounce back? Had to. There were people.
You bounced back in a big way.
There were people who were counting on me. The Padawan counted on me. Definitely Charles III counted on me, Peanut. But so many people told me, yo, you're the closest thing to our Superman we got. You can't fail. You can fall, but you got to fly again. And you know what I told him? I don't feel like flying, man. It was like, and you know what some of my family, I can't even call them friends, family told me? You ain't got to fly. Crawl. Just don't stop moving. When you feel like soaring again, I want you to take that scene in Man of Steel. When Clark was doing the super jumps and he crashed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Into a mountain. Yeah.
Crashed into a mountain, crashed and burned. But when he really had to sit back and recollect upon himself, and he had to control the four aspects of the human being, the mental, the physical, the spiritual, and the emotional. What happened? He controlled not only his own destiny, he controlled his own gravitational field.
Yep.
To the point where the sand and dirt floated around him. And he was in control again.
See, my issue with that is it's more or less like a lot of us don't even get to see that type of shit growing up. We don't even know that type of shit exists.
And I got to counteract that. How can I say this? A lot of us will never see it as children. Some of us don't see it as children, but we need to recognize it as adults, as teenagers. Guess what? I had to tell people timing is everything. There are some, I didn't understand my coach till I became one. I
Larry
didn't
Brown Sr.
understand my father totally until 2 times in life. When I went to war and I became a father. See, people don't understand from the Richard Donner, Christopher Reeve movies of Superman. One day I want to do a Patreon and do some BGS level shit and tell you the esoteric knowledge of Superman.
Was it
Well,
Superman 2 or is it Superman 3 with Zod and
well,
everybody?
we only recognize 1 and 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 and 2. The other 2 movies. Well, excuse me. The next 3 movies after that don't exist.
No,
The
they
next
don't.
one's Man of Steel.
Man of Steel is the best. Man of Steel is the actual. Man of Steel is a love song to anybody who loves Superman. And
Charles. Go ahead. Everybody's going to talk. Go ahead.
And let me tell you this. He said something very epic. That people need to hear. When the son becomes the father and the father becomes the son. And in the Black community, we're not taught to trust male leadership. I'm going to say this again. We're not taught to trust male leadership. We're taught to look at men for labor and labor only. Why do you think we don't have anybody when Malcolm and Martin died? The only reason you got the Black Panthers is because they were the last generation to come from parents. Who took over after the Black Panthers?
Charles, that's exactly what I was about to say. I ain't know what point you wanted to make, so I want to let you have enough energy to vent and not vent in a negative sense, but it's potentiate your energy. I'm still working on my fucking Grand Gorilla fucking energy when it comes to using words. Shit, he be saying words, and I be knowing the words, and I still can't pronounce the fucking joints.
You know,
Pissing me off.
sometimes you, as my boy would say, no matter how splendiferous your ideological specimens may be, you do nothing but wallow in obsolescence. And what you got to realize is this. Superman is the Black. I'm going to tell you this, and a lot of people may disagree, but I'm going to tell you.
I didn't get to tell you what I was going to say because I was
Go
going to
ahead,
say
man. I'm sorry.
First off, nigga, you gonna get all the flowers you gonna deserve tonight. We ain't gonna cut that shit short.
I mean,
don't
guess
feel.
what?
I don't want you to feel no type of way about that.
All right, nigga, you gave so many flowers. I'm gonna call you Estee Lauder, but
please do, cause I'm gonna eat off of that. I'm gonna sell these white bitches all the flowers back to them.
Cameron's a florist.
You know,
Cameron's a florist,
I
yo.
just gotta tell you because I love it when Art, BGS, or anybody from the Black Manosphere have a show. I like to donate not only a share, and if I can, some currency. And I like to give my good material sometimes to them, and I'll be like, damn, I need to fire off something when I do my lives. But a lot of times we look at these comic book characters, you gotta look at it. I tell people be like, well, Batman's the ultimate guy. His parents died. He has justice. I said, dude, not too many people can relate to Batman if you really think about it.
Nobody can relate to Batman, most likely.
I said, his parents died and left him a billionaire, a multi-billionaire.
Take the money out. Take the money out, Charles. Just link it just to smartness. Most people still can't relate to Batman.
Most people can't relate to his level of intellect.
Exactly.
I said, but Superman. Most people can relate to Superman.
But before you get there, that's why I wanted to stop you, and that's why I wanted to have that conversation with you before you got there, because you about to be making some points, and I don't want you to stop. But I wanted you to stop just because what I was perceiving, and at least this just may be a me thing, and you know what, I may have to hold this L, but I'm still gonna say it. My thing has been a lot of people, at least in my community, as far as how I perceive the black community, can't speak for everybody, and I don't try to speak for everybody, and I don't give a fuck about trying to speak for everybody. A lot of black boys, myself, looking at myself as a 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 13-year-old, whatever the fuck you want to say, but just using those ages as examples for me, from my experience, I didn't see strong black male. Like, I didn't see Officer Charles in the motherfucking neighborhood. I didn't see somebody who would say, I was 22, 29, 27. Like, I was already making grown man decisions when I started seeing Officer Charles, people having not talking to me, but just having conversations in the fucking vicinity where I can make, like, oh damn, he's talking like that. Let me just use some real world examples. A lot of people don't know, if you have the intellect, you can go to the military and Officer Charles, he's about to sit here and just roll his eyes because he already knows what I'm about to say. You about to deal with some real shit. You gonna deal with some real life shit, but at the end of the day, you might get a fucking pension when you 35, 37, or whatever the age is. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but just I don't know, so I can't.
I
That's what
mean,
I'm saying.
just your disabilities alone to get you a pension from the VA.
Exactly, but the point that I'm getting is, it's more or less like, here I am going to college. Like, I don't know what the fuck I want to do with my life at the age that I was. Like, I know what I want to do now, and I'm eating, but back then I'm just like, okay, if a black man who was eating, everything's perception. Where it's like, you see somebody who's look like you, who's doing the shit that you want to do, living the way that you wish that you could live, you're like, well, I don't know a lot about life, but I like how Charles is driving the cars that he's driving, drinking the liquors that he's drinking, smoking the cigars that he's smoking. I want to do that when I'm his age. You might, be like, all right, I might have to hop out of a fucking helicopter and shoot some people and, make sure that I got my push-ups on point. All right, cool, I'll do that.
I tell people, man, you're gonna make a sacrifice.
What is the sacrifice? What is the cross that you were, Charles? Excuse me,
What is
Officer
the
fucking Charles of the law,
cross
that you want to bear? What is the
What is
fucking
the cross you're gonna bear? What is the sacrifice you're gonna make? Determines how much. I gotta shout out to John Hagee. He might be a little controversial for some people, but I like the way he preaches gospel. There's some people I like the way they preach. And I came up through Christian and Catholic school, so I always thought about the theological studies. I mean, if me and Burrow would have never lost contact after the second grade, we probably would have been both going to Morehouse, getting our theological, doctorates later on in life. But, he chose his path and I chose mine, and I'm proud of him just like I'm proud of my own. I'm going to give my take on it. As John Hagee once said, Dr. John Hagee, promise, problem, provision. How you look at your problem determines how long you stay in it and also what happens afterwards. Think about this. How long did the children of Israel stay in the wilderness?
We talking damn near dozens of years. Like,
40
are we
years.
talking 1 year?
40 years.
Okay, I said dozens of years. You said 40 years.
Yep.
I'm not gonna argue
40
that.
years. How long did Jesus stay in the wilderness? 40 days.
Mm-hmm.
They had the same issue, but looked at it totally differently. I am a true believer. Shout out to Stan Lee. I am a true believer that young black males, due to the fact that you come up in a gynocracy, if I was the president or the governor or the mayor of your city, I would make it mandatory you do 4 years mandatory service in the military.
You don't know that, bro. Like, here's the deal. here we're not disagreeing. When the shit you just said, I'm not fighting that. I'm not arguing that. I'm not to sit here and have a back and forth on that shit. But like, as a person who just got out of that shit not too long ago, you don't know that shit exists. You genuinely don't know that shit exists. Like my goal when all right, I was 17 and I was just like, I knew what I didn't want to do. I didn't want to be in my mama's house. I didn't want to be under another man's point of view, and I had no issue being under another man's point of view. But like, the point was, is like, if he's not teaching me how to eat, if he's not teaching me how to like not be who he was because he was submissive, on some bullshit shit, I'm just like, I don't want to do that. Then you don't know what you don't know. So it's easy to get into some fuck shit. And that's not justifying, that's not giving nobody no passes. It's none of that. That's what I'm saying. Like, we need more people.
Because, I gotta talk about two different things. My man said, I know my man McDrama Bear, I rock with Goku because he's all about training and getting better. So is Superman. Superman trains, he fights. They don't put it up there in the writings as much, but Superman is a combatant. He's a very trained martial artist through many different people, and he's actually trained with Batman and Wonder Woman, who are some of the two, in my opinion. You could throw Lady Shiva and Bronze Tiger in the mix, and they're two of the best fighters in DC Comics. And he's also learned unknown Kryptonian martial arts and other martial artists. He learned boxing from Wildcat, who taught Batman how to box. He's not an idiot. He's not a brawler.
If we talking comic, but we're talking comic historic like lore, and
we're talking about his current lore. See, this is
the people who taught Batman how to box though. Like that was the only pushback I had. Like, that's a whole different situation.
You got to remember this, right? Here's the biggest difference between Superman and Goku. Goku is selfish.
Yeah, no, he's a Saiyan. He's supposed to be. This isn't his DNA. Selfish. Yeah, he's supposed to be.
See, Dean Cain said it best in the New Adventures of, Lois and Clark, the New Adventures of Superman. Which, if you never saw the show, go to fucking HBO Max or now Max and watch it. Because Dean Cain said it best. Clark is who I am. Superman is what I do. And that's the number one thing black males have never figured out. Who you are and what you do are totally two different things. Do I need to say that again for the niggas in the back?
Yes, you do, because we're not taught that. We're not taught that growing up.
Who you are and what you do are two totally different things, and you should be proud of it. Because one, I am Officer Charles, Sergeant Charles. I am a soldier. I am a cop. I'm a guy who, if American Military University gets back to me Tuesday, because I know it's a federal holiday Monday, I might be a guy sitting on a bachelor's. I mean, goddamn, 3 months of fucking work, I pretty much got an associate's through ESI. So, that being said, you could put me in the educated class if you like, but here's the point. That's what I do. That's not who I am. You saw who I am because I showed you the trophies. I showed you the figurines and the pictures. I showed you 3 of my favorite artists, Patrice Rushen, George Duke, and Frankie Beverly. I don't think there's shit that George Duke made. And I mean, I could listen to both versions of George Duke, his funk and his jazz. Frankie Beverly is just Frankie Beverly. Like, in his rhyme, nobody was fucking with him. In his genre, nobody was fucking with him. Patrice, the intro to Remind Me is better than most songs. I'm going to say this again. The intro to Remind Me is better than most songs. And when you could actually sit down, and this is fundamentally what I say to black men, when you could fundamentally sit down and tell a person about your goals, your hobbies, your failures, your background, You can be cavalier about it, and you can be cavalier about your vices. I'm going to personally tell you, I don't trust a man without a vice. Every man has to have a vice. Well, no, I don't need to have a vice. No, every man has to have a vice, even your pastor. But what type of vice do I expect my pastor? He better be a mean spades or Uno player. Domino something, Madden something, 2K something. You have to be something other than what you do as a living. I just went to an interview and they said, what do you think is key to being an officer? I said, you must to be your health. I said, number one, hey, and I made a joke about it. I pick heavy things up and I put them down. Sometimes I might ride a bike for cardio, but the main thing I do for my health is mental. I have hobbies outside the world of military and police.
Right.
I'm pretty sure a guy like, AB who sits in front of a goddamn monitor, fuck this. I want to do something else for a minute.
Yeah, I'll go get on the treadmill. Sometimes the bike. Then I'll lift some weights.
Yeah. And
Charles, you there?
I think he got booted.
Oh. Yeah. We are at 5 hours and there he is.
Kicked myself off by accident.
Windows. There you go.
Go ahead, AB.
Yeah, we're at 5 hours and 10 minutes, and y'all have closing thoughts?
Closing thoughts, I'll start first. Shout out to AB carrying on the Colosseum. See, the Colosseum is like the Black Manosphere. It may have started with BGS. It may have continued with Art of It more, but it does not die there. When one can't fill in, another one will pick up the torch and rise. Woo! Thank you, AB, for giving us another beautiful Coliseum night. If anybody want me and need me, y'all know the contact info. Woo! And good night.
All right. Name more? Any final thoughts?
He might be asleep.
Yeah. You have any final thoughts, Cameron?
Mr. Sandman working overtime.
Yeah. Any final thoughts? Cameron, go ahead. Go ahead, Cameron. You there? Oh, okay. Jules, you got any final thoughts?
Yeah. Thanks for having me up. It's just an interesting night, and it seems like Mr. Sandman got a lot of people who are on the panel.
Yeah. Namor, you got anything? Namor, you got anything? Oh, he must be knocked out. Cameron must be knocked out too. Okay. Well, I thank y'all for coming to this version of the Colosseum. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace. Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified the next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.